judges are ready. The fighters are ready. The boxing world is ready.
The fight starts now!
Let's go.
How do you like it? On the show.
So aggressive, so focused.
It all comes down to this. With a corner knockdown. Still the undisputed champion of the world.
Fight night, only on DAZN.
It's approaching 1 a.m. local time here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is slowly perhaps becoming the new fight capital of the world. Now, Canelo Alvarez is used to fighting in prime time, but it will be prime time in his home country of Mexico, but he'll take the ring at about 6 a.m. here local time. So it's boxing for breakfast, everybody. It's Cuba versus Mexico. William Scull versus Canelo Alvarez, now live on DAZN.
Welcome, the first ever and only undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, Canelo Alvarez.
On Cinco de Mayo weekend, the heat goes up, the lights will shine brighter, and the stakes will rise higher. For the first time outside of North America and Mexico, the Canelo show is on the road as boxing's royalty comes to Riyadh. The glitz, the glamour, the knockouts. The Mexican superstar has returned to claim his undisputed crown. Standing in his way is William Scull, undefeated, undaunted, but facing the stiffest test ever. This will be history.
Canelo Alvarez is back.
This will be must-see.
Let's make history.
This is the only show in town. Saul Canelo Alvarez versus William Scull, live on DAZN.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you are in the world today. We are in Saudi Arabia live at the ANB Arena, the site of Fatal Fury. Canelo versus Scull for the undisputed super middleweight championship of the world. And how about this for a catwalk, ladies and gentlemen? How beautiful does it get, ladies and gentlemen? Hello and welcome. My name is Todd Grisham alongside the Latin Snake Sergio Mora and a man who shared the ring with Canelo Alvarez, Daniel Jacobs. We'll talk more about that a little later on, but let's talk about this unique start time. Sergio, have you ever gotten into a fight in the middle of the night? And I'm not talking about coming out of a nightclub.
Yeah, maybe in barbecue boxings, but yes, I have. In the daytime, I fought outside at the Home Depot Center in Carson. It was daylight. I could see everyone's faces. The sound didn't stay in the room. I personally hated it, Daniel. The environment was different, but you have to adapt to it. And Canelo, like every other champion, is going to evolve to that.
Yeah, I also agree with Sergio. And we've had the same experience fighting at the Home Depot Center in California. I was fighting against the toughest opponent thus far at that time, and I was fighting against him in the sun rays. So it was the hardest thing. But it's a testament to us fighters that get everything and put everything on the line for the fans' entertainment.
You got to deal with all kinds of stuff when you're a fighter. Canelo Alvarez, this is his 67th professional fight, and he's never fought outside North America. How important is it for him to be here defending his titles?
It's very important. I mean, he wants to call himself a world champion. Well, you have to fight around the world. He fought in America, he fought in Mexico, he fighting now in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So look, that's exactly what an international star needs to do, and that's what Canelo Alvarez is.
I mean, what he's doing is so admirable. I've never seen a fighter with the quality that he has doing the things that he's doing. I mean, he's continuously making history and stamping his name in the game as one of the greats of his generation.
Yeah, he's trying to put another chapter in that legendary career. Let's look back at some of Canelo's career milestones, and it all began in 2005 as a 15-year-old. Canelo won by knockout in his pro debut. Then in 2011, he claimed his first world title, the WBC Super Welterweight crown. In 2013, he stepped up and faced Floyd Mayweather Jr., went the distance, announcing himself to a worldwide audience. By 2015, he was a two-weight world champ when he knocked out Miguel Cotto to win the WBC middleweight title. In 2019, he knocked out Sergey Kovalev to become a three-weight world champion, this time at light heavyweight. A year later, moved back down to 168, outpointing Callum Smith to win the WBC Super Middleweight title, becoming a four-weight world titleist. Then in 2021, he stopped Caleb Plant and became the first undisputed super middleweight champion of all time. In 2022, he brought down the curtain on the great rivalry as he claimed victory in the trilogy against Triple G, and now he can make more history by becoming a two-time undisputed champion at 168 pounds. But one thing he's going to have to do is deal with some unusual situational stuff, right? So let's talk more about that, and we send it to Chris Mannix and Claudia Trejos.
And we're here in Canelo's locker room, and this is literally the quiet before the storm, and we're expecting a massive storm. But the truth of the matter is, Chris Mannix, it's been a particular week. The schedule has been a little different. How much of a factor is that for Canelo?
Big factor for me. I mean, I've only been here a week, and I'm not sure what time of day it is right now. We've been sleeping all day long. For Canelo Alvarez, I think he's as adjusted as he's going to get. Since he got here about 3 weeks ago, he's been following largely the same routine, waking up at around 4 a.m. every morning, having a light breakfast, heading over to the Mike Tyson gym around 6 o'clock to line up with when he's scheduled to fight tonight, getting his sparring and getting his training in. He told us earlier in the week, even though he did feel a bit of a lag for the first couple of weeks because of the weather, because of the time change, he's feeling much more comfortable right now. So I think Canelo is as comfortable as he's going to get in this environment.
Real quick, for William Scull, who just came like maybe days before all the celebrations, I think this is going to be a very important factor, especially coming from Spain.
Look, if you're not adjusted to the timing, to the weather, if you haven't prepared for this to a T, you're going to have some problems. I will say about William Scull is that his team have said this is the best training camp he's ever had. We hear that a lot, but they say it's fantastic, and so I'm expecting him to be in as good a shape as he can be.
I'm expecting a great fight, and you are expecting a great fight. I want you guys to join us, interact with us, and of course, join us in all social media. Hashtag Canelo School on X. And let's not forget, you can also join interactively with the Zone app, Fan Zone. You can also vote on the outcome of all the fights. So we're going to be waiting for all your comments right here, and I'll make sure Chris answers. I promise.
Well, let's look at tonight's fight card. We got 8 to get to. We start with Saudi's own Muhammad Alakel as he faces Alexander Morales. Olympic medalist Marco Verde makes his pro debut. And then it's Richard Riakporhe, who makes his debut at heavyweight against Argentinian Kevin Espindola. And then it's a Cuba versus Mexico showdown, the same as our main event. Ryan Leon taking on Aaron Guerrero. Then to our main card, and how about the heavyweight showdown? These guys have been going back and forth all week. Martin Bakole and Ajagba. Our sixth fight, the eagerly anticipated rematch from the upset of last year. Jaime Munguia looking for revenge against Bruno Surace. The co-main event, the WBC World Cruiserweight title up for grabs as Badu Jack meets Noel Mikhailian. And we finish with the jewel of the crown for the undisputed super middleweight championship of the world, Canelo Alvarez versus William Scull. And yes, it may look like it's spelled skull, but it's pronounced school. There you have it. All right, so it's certainly been an unusual week here in Riyadh, but it has lived up to the hype. Let's take a look back. It's Mexico versus Cuba in Saudi Arabia for super middleweight supremacy.
Canelo Alvarez could leave this place as a two-time undisputed super middleweight champion.
This guy does not stop making history.
Voy a salir a comerme al Canelo el 3 de mayo.
He say he's gonna eat me. The only thing he's gonna eat this. Look, this.
Cubans got swag. They got boxing ability, power, and swag. He's gonna need more than that to beat Canelo.
2 years out of the ring, does Badu Jack still have what it takes to be the best? If Jaime Munguia doesn't get revenge against this guy, we might never see him in the ring again.
I will beat the shit out of you. That's it. Nobody want to fight you except me. You, man. You too.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Should be an outstanding fight card. I cannot wait for that F.A. Ajagba Martin Bakole heavyweight showdown and the Jaime Munguia Bruno Surace fight. So much great stuff to get to, so I'll start yapping right now, but plenty more from us the rest of the night. Let's send it now ringside to the boxing encyclopedia himself, the man who'll be calling tonight's undercard. It's Corey Erdman.
Thank you so much, Todd. We are excited about our opening contest here from the state-of-the-art A&B Arena, which is sold out here tonight. And we're going to kick things off with Riyadh's own Muhammad Alakel, the hometown hero, as he takes on Alexander Morales. As we look at the tail of the tape, you see Alakel with a 2-inch height advantage in this one. A couple of youngsters kicking things off for us here tonight. Alakel, just 20 years of age and rising the ranks as he takes on Morales here tonight. And we are ready to welcome in our MC, Mr. Thomas Treiber.
Live worldwide, let's first welcome to the ring, Alexander Morales.
Well, there is no busier 19-year-old fighter on the planet than this young man, Alexander Morales, who walks to the ring for the 8th time already this year, coming off of 2024, in which he fought 9 times. We last saw him in the ring on April 19th, dropping a 6-round decision to Christian Bozia, which was just 14 days after his loss to Alfie Middlemiss. But Morales' record can be a little deceiving. His 6-13-5 resume may have more to do with overactivity and short notice, as we saw last year when he upset the 16-3-1 Roberto Perez, the Mexican featherweight champion. We'll find out if Morales has enough in the tank to upset the hometown hero tonight in our opener.
And now let's welcome the undefeated, mighty Mohamed Alakel.
Well, one of the fascinating things about Riyadh season and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's entry into the pro boxing realm has been the emergence of homegrown talent like this man, Mohamed Alakel. Mighty Mo is a trailblazer for Saudi boxing, and in many ways, a pilot project for what's to come here in Riyadh for years to come. Alakel is a pupil of Joe Gallagher, who runs the Mike Tyson gym in Riyadh, meaning that Alakel has had the chance to rub shoulders and train with high-level UK talent like Zelfa Barrett and Lawrence Akoli in recent times. Once a member of the Clovenstone amateur boxing team in Scotland, Alakel is now 3-0 as a professional, one of 6 pro fighters here in the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fatal Fury World Championship Boxing from A&B Arena in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Al Sheikh. This event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Canelo Promotions, Agon Sports and Events, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We get things started with 6 rounds scheduled in the super featherweight division. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Guy Williamson. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Kieran McCann. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black and pink and weighed in officially at 133.6 pounds. Coming to us from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, he brings a professional record consisting of 6 wins, 13 defeats, 5 draws, 2 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alexander El Tyson Morales. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing red with white and weighed in officially at 134.1 pounds. Hailing from right here, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he is undefeated with 3 victories. Ladies and gentlemen, here is mighty Muhammad Alakel.
Right, lads, listen up. You both know the rules. You will obey my command at all times. When I tell you to break, break clean. Take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close, lads, and most importantly, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands.
So we are ready to go with our opening contest here between Muhammad Alakel and Alexander Morales, and I am now joined by Chris Mannix and the Latin Snake, Sergio Mora. Ready to get the party underway here in Riyadh with the hometown hero, Mighty Mo.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Muhammad Alakel. I think he is a very sharp prospect, obviously getting good training, good tutelage by Joe Gallagher. But I'm with you what you said in your opening, Corey. Morales is not a pushover. That record, I think, is very deceiving for the kind of fighter that he is.
Yeah, Morales extremely busy, as I mentioned, particularly for a 19-year-old. And he's kind of cutting, Sergio, the same type of schedule you often see a European or a UK journeyman cut, where you're kind of fighting every other week. But if he has it turned on, he can be dangerous.
Look, the thing about when you're studying a fighter, you look at his losses, right? You look at Morales, he has 13 losses, but how many times has he been knocked out? How many undefeated fighters has he faced? Plenty, but he hasn't been knocked out. 5 draws. That also tells you that he's very competitive with these winners as well. For a guy that's 3-0 like Alakel, really sharp. A lot of these Saudi fighters, you know, they have to learn on the job, you know, but from what we've seen from these Saudi fighters here in Riyadh, the most polished, one of the most polished is this kid right here. I like Alakel, the way he doesn't smother himself, the way he tries to counter lazy jabs from opponents, always sharp.
Yeah, he fights off the jab really well. I like his punch variants as well. He keeps you guessing upstairs and downstairs. He hasn't shown yet his real power with that right hand. Maybe that'll come as he gets a little bit older, but that's kind of the one missing piece of his game so far.
You mentioned, of course, training at the Mike Tyson gym here in Riyadh with his coach, Joe Gallagher. And in terms of boxing gyms in the world, Chris, there may be more talent flowing through there on and off than anywhere else in the world right now.
No question. All throughout the Middle East, of course, when fighters come through here to fight in Riyadh, big names, big stars, all training at that gym, including Canelo Alvarez during these last few weeks.
Look, guys, aside from that jab and keeping his distance, I can tell this kid's already educated. He threw a right hand expecting a hook to come and went under the hook that never came, but that goes to show you that he's thinking offense but ready for the defense.
Morales trying to creep forward just a little bit here. He was kind of stuck on the outside at the end of that jab for the vast majority of this round. Now tries an uppercut and tries to reach the body of Alakel.
Sergio, talk about that defense. You can see Alakel very sharp with that right hand defensively. Basically has it pinned to the side of his jaw.
I like the little foot feints he's doing too. Look at his left lead that foot. He's doing a little. He's trying to get his opponent to fight. He's trying to get Morales to fight off balance a little bit to catch him with an uppercut.
He's landed a couple of those already here in the early going. As we enter the final 10 seconds here of the opening round. And our fight card is officially underway as Alakel lands one more uppercut as we head back to the corners.
Hands down, legs out, control your breathing. All right? How do you feel? Good. Good. It was a good round, but it wasn't doing anything. All right. And what you should have done is just do a little bit more punches. All he's doing, as we've seen in all these fights, he comes round 1, does nothing, and he downloads data of what you're doing and your movements, everything else. So watching his shots now, he's got to look to come back. He's downloaded what you do, but you've got to be a little bit more forceful and step in behind that jab and drive him back with the shots. When he comes back right at the beginning, he went double jab and his head was far forward over the front foot.
Great.
Round 2 now underway. Muhammad Alakel and Alexander Morales. A couple of super featherweights kicking things off for us here in Riyadh. A good opening round for Muhammad Alakel as he found some routes for that uppercut up through the middle. Chris, you mentioned in the opening round, Alakel having that right hand glued to the side of his face. And as we've seen from Morales, hence the nickname El Tyson, he's not a super high output guy, but mainly he's looking for that leaping left hook. To reference last night, Rolly Romero won a fight by not moving his right hand from his chin and eradicating that left hook of Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, one of the big storylines coming out of that main event last night was what happened to Ryan Garcia, and there are definitely layers to it. The big thing was Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero came in with a disciplined game plan that included keeping that right hand up there. Sergio, you keep that right hand on your chin, that's the best possible defense for a left hook.
It really is. It also has its downside as well. You start getting lazy and not moving your head and not bending your knees and not wanting to evade the entire punch. But yeah, if you're disciplined enough, like we're talking about this fighter, he glues it to that. As soon as it lands, a left hook lands, he's letting go of a right hand.
You're such a buzzkill. I say it's a good defense.
Well, look, personally, I like evading the entire punch. I don't like catching punches. With 8-ounce gloves, you still feel the thump of the power.
Caught a lot of punches though, didn't you?
I did. Good body shot
to the body there from Alakel.
Yeah, that's the only thing I wanted to see from Alakel. He's looking really sharp on his back foot. You can see that he wants to counter that lazy jab. He's trying to bite him in with the feints, but the body shots. You touch him upstairs, dig down to the body. That's how you catch these guys.
Well, in a very practical way, Morales, we talked about how he makes his living fighting often. You can't do that if you get cut or if you get knocked out upstairs. So there are routes to the body. He's mainly concerned about not getting touched up top, so he does give up shots like that.
And there you go. I think Alakel now is understanding that. He just caught another left hook right to the body right there. If he can start doubling them on one side or maybe go left and right and get an angle, that's how you catch these guys off guard. Don't stay right in front of them. Catch a flank, catch the left or the right.
I love that from Alakel. We have seen Olympians, ex-Olympic medalists that don't have the discipline early on to go downstairs to the body. He clearly has a discipline for punch selection already.
A lot of successful amateurs, no matter what country you fought in, they need to really learn how to fight the professional game, how to be patient and how to dig the body. You don't get points in the Olympics for body shots.
Good round there for Alakel, who steps things up. We head back to the corners at the end of round 2. On May 23rd, Terry Harper headlines in her hometown of Doncaster as she makes the first defense of her WBO World Lightweight title against the undefeated German Natalie Zimmerman. It's live on DAZN. It's part of your annual subscription.
Up something, and as you're pulling, he was looking for the right hand over the top. But whilst you're jabbing, you're keeping him on his heels, you're keeping him turning. After that, jab, and as he's resetting, then you come with the right hand or the right upcut, left hook. But back on the jab after that, then don't stand in front of him. It's like a bit like, to be honest, it's a bit like Devin Haney last night, mate. It's boring. Not exciting, no one. You've got to be a bit more powerful with the jab and don't drop the tempo because he doesn't do anything, do you understand? Yeah? You keep that jab pumping, he wants a slow pace, that's down to him. You get your shots and your rhythm off, alright? Okay?
It's round 3 underway. Good advice in the corner there from Joe Gallagher, Sergio, asking Alakel to put a little bit more power on his jab to make Morales respect the jab a little bit more so as to open up more routes to the body.
Not only that, but you can alternate the jab. You know, there's different jabs. You know, you could throw the jab with the thumb up in the air. You could throw the jab with with your thumb down. You could throw it straight. You can alternate the speed. You can alternate the power. Dig it down to the chest, to the belly. That's how you get your opponent thinking, and you can catch him with other big shots.
I love that short rear uppercut that Alakel throws to. That's going to be a weapon for him moving forward.
Nice right hand there from Alakel.
Alakel's really a no-frills kind of kid, too. Just completely focused on getting better week after week in the boxing gym. Everything with him seems to be just about improving as a boxer.
I've seen him throw an up jab right now. See, now he's trying to trying to figure out that Morales, you know, he's catching the same jab, so he needs to alternate it from down up.
See Alakel stepping in with that uppercut a moment ago, now offering his right hand a little more often here. Morales really not out of first gear quite yet.
You know, guys like that really don't come to win and keep their guard up like that. You got to be content hitting the gloves. You know, you touch the gloves and then you just pot shot them with one hard shot. You know, try to pierce that guard down the middle or around the guard. There you go, just like that. See, you try to sneak in that uppercut.
And I'm not getting the sense, Sergio, that Morales is a guy that's just here to survive or go these 6 rounds. I just think that Alakel is doing a pretty fantastic job of mixing it up and keeping him off balance. He's got a little bit of everything. Good jab, good body work, mixing up his punches, excellent footwork.
Yeah, and with that long lead hand, the educated left hand of Alakel, it's a style that is proving to be a nightmare here for Morales as he eats an uppercut to the body. Alakel putting some whip on that one as he places a right hand downstairs as well.
You know what, Chris, I agree with you with, you know, we're seeing a little bit of everything except an angle. You know, whenever you do have a guy that gloves up like that, he doesn't see whenever you move to his left to his right, so you can disappear on him and catch him off guard. That's the only thing that Alakel's not doing. He's not flanking his opponent. Throw away a punch just to get to the side of him.
Alakel remaining very busy and getting a lot of ring time. He's been a fixture on the last couple Riyadh season events. We last saw him, of course, on the Beterbiev Bivol 2 undercard. Now back again here tonight. Nice step back uppercut there from Alakel. Just grazed Morales. Another dominant round for the pride of Riyadh. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll get the first professional look at this man, Marco Verde, a new part of the Eddie Reynoso Canelo stable, the Olympic medalist, getting his pro career underway here tonight.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Marco Verde. Watched him win a silver medal in the 2024 Olympics. He also has a win in the Pan American Games over Amari Jones, won a gold medal there. So he's getting his pro debut off to a great start, has an excellent team behind him with Team Canelo. Future's really bright for this young kid.
Stay switched on. Stu.
It's round 4 now underway. Muhammad Alakel cruising thus far here against Alexander Morales. And speaking of whom, our Claudia Trejos was just in the Morales corner, I believe. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Well, they're aware that he's having a hard time with his footwork. He's getting very predictable. He's having a hard time being explosive from his feet up. Apparently, as the time change, the weather change is really affecting him.
Thank you, Claudia. Of course, short notice here for Alexander Morales as Alakel digs a nice left hook to the body. This fight was a late addition to the card and to the broadcast. Alakel, of course, lives here, so Morales gets the short notice and then has to get over here and take part in this fight.
Yeah, Morales took a good body shot, man. That was a solid, clean body shot by Alakel. He put everything behind it, torqued his entire body into it. Morales took it well.
Now we know about the adjustment coming from Mexico, Southern California. Canelo flew out here about 3 weeks prior to this date just so he could acclimate himself. And he told us this week that, hey, it was really only about Monday that I started to feel like myself.
Not a lot of time remaining in this fight for Alexander Morales to start feeling like himself and score one of those upsets that he does pull on occasion. He was in a similar type of spot in February against Gianno Guz in the UK and did pull the upset. Guz was 4-1 in and around this level. So again, a good matchup for Alakel in terms of the level of opposition at this stage in his career too, Sergio.
Absolutely. Whenever you deal with fighters, that only have 3 fights and you're, feeding them fighters that have 15, 20 fights and haven't been stopped, that's a test.
Did you call that Morales fight, Corey?
I probably did, actually. Inside the final minute here of round 4.
I really like Alakel. I think he's going to be an interesting prospect in this 135-pound division. And at only 20 years old, I'm anxious to see how that strength improves as he gets a little bit older. He's going to hit 22, 23. Maybe some of that man strength comes in. Some of these clean shots he's landing will have a bigger impact.
I agree. I could already see. He pretty much has a little bit of everything, and he's sharp. The power's not going to be important. He develops the power with the size and the strength. Just little things to change. Maybe doubling up on punches, to offset the rhythm of just left, right. You could double up shots. Maybe, like I said, try to catch an angle. But that you got to work in sparring in the gym and bring it into a professional fight.
10 seconds remaining here in round 4. Alakel getting a little bit playful, trying to open Morales up a little bit. That'll do it for the round.
Very good. Very good. But, all right, your jabs are doing really well, all right? Your jabs, your right hand.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. And what's more, the entire event, every game and every goal is live right here on DAZN.
Going through the gears, 1, 2, 3, was very good. You look for that jab right hook, and he'll roll under it and catch it up to the body.
And speaking of trailblazing Saudi fighters, here's Ziad Al-Mayouf, still undefeated. You've seen him on Riyadh season events in the past as well. Of course, watching his pal, Muhammad Alakel from ringside.
Zizo, big personality, 7-0, undefeated right now. And I love that these guys are trailblazers. They're pioneers in Saudi boxing. They are unquestionably role models for younger boxers getting in at 8, 9 years old when you really need to get into the sport in order to make an impact at a high level.
He's an impressive young man. I love hearing him talk. He always has a smile on his face, always says the right things. He's very articulate, very impressive young man.
Yeah, Zizo is already a commentator in waiting.
Yeah, very much the antithesis of the personality of Alakel, who's very demure, you might say.
Antithesis.
There were 2 words in there that he has no idea what they meant.
Antithesis means the opposite. Demure is the opposite of you.
Nice left hook there from Alakel. Alakel starting to add a little bit more movement here. And Sergio, this is what you were asking for a little bit earlier, and it's something we know Alakel has. His background is also in Taekwondo, so in a different type of fight, he can use that kind of springy in and out movement.
He jumped in with a lead left hook, Roy Jones Jr. style. I used to love that. Of course, you need athleticism, and he got away with it right there. I would love to see him do a little bit more of that too. Whenever you have someone that you're controlling like this, let it get good to you. You could show off for the crowd.
I don't think he's reached that point yet in his career, understandably, where he's completely comfortable fighting that way. He's just so disciplined and so focused that whatever's working, he's going to keep going to it and win these types of decisions.
No, I get it, Chris, but when you have a fighter like Morales who just has an earmuff defense, he's giving you that free shot. It's not going to be a power punch. It's not going to, do much damage, but it looks good. It gets good to you. You start getting comfortable in there, doing that more and more.
And I'm sure, Sergio, when you're in a fight like this, against a defense like that, you're kind of 2 minds, where you see that defense and you think, okay, I could get a little more creative, or I could just keep repeating this and win these rounds.
Yeah, look, and he's been repeating pretty much every shot that he's doing. It's a jab, it's a right hook around the guard, a left hook, and then he throws a right uppercut, and then rinse and repeat. It's working because Morales doesn't have any answer for it.
That rear uppercut is a dangerous punch to throw, but it's also a really effective punch when it lands. We've seen the likes of Anthony Joshua have great success with that rear uppercut. As Alakel grows and gets stronger, and if he's still able to throw and land that shot effectively, that's going to be a real weapon for him.
Morales momentarily offering up a little bit of offense there. He connected on a couple body shots, but back comes Alakel with that clubbing right hand.
You know, also from, you know, he can hide his power. He can hide the punch he's really trying to land. Throw away a shot or two in order to land the one you're really trying to dig in there. These are all things that you learn with confidence, with experience, and with comfort in there. Touch, touch, power. You know, touch, hit him to the body.
Bueno, Helio. Yeah.
Último round.
Yeah.
We have an exciting new feature to tell you about on the DAZN app. Switch between rounds by using Fight Card on your DAZN player and relive any of the action you've missed or rewatch the best bits again throughout the night.
No. Yeah. Rápido nada más, yeah? But no, yeah?
Be careful on the counters. You can't be giving him a free shot or you cut your eyes. Do you understand? When he comes, just have an injection of pace in your legs. Listen, have an injection of pace in your legs. Jab, jab, jab. And then he comes with a really slow double jab. So jab, jab, slip, right hand. Jab, jab, slip, right uppercut, left hook, body. All right, okay? Last round, go and finish it in style, but don't take too many silly chances, all right? Yeah? Stay switched on, good lad.
Sergio, I love when a fighter's engaged like that with his trainer. You can see Muhammad Alakel absorbing every bit of information that Joe Gallagher is relaying.
And it's simple information from Gallagher as well. Just touch, touch, dig to the body, go back to the jab.
And speaking of which, Claudia Trejosa was in the Alakel corner. Claudia, what were you hearing?
Just a quick conversation with Gallagher himself. He's very satisfied with what Mighty Mo is doing, but he expects a lot more because he says his talent is so much better. He wants him to throw 2- and 3-punch combinations and let his hands go and be happy and enjoy the fight. And obviously, we reflected that. We could see that right now in the combination, in the conversation in the corner.
Yeah, if you were to use that new feature on the DAZN app that we referenced and you look back at the rounds, they might look very similar one after another here. Muhammad Alakel cruising so far and sticking with what works, Sergio.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, there's a lot of times that when you're making your pro debut, you're eager to go for the knockout, you're eager to look good, and that's when things go, you know, bad for you sometimes. You get hit with something dumb, get a cut, clash of heads. You know, so if things are easy for this fight right now, just the style that Morales has. This is the reason Morales doesn't get knocked out, because he doesn't really engage. He doesn't try to win. He's a professional opponent. Guys like this, you know, you just got to be content winning every round.
Good step back right hand as well. That one excites the crowd. Well, Sergio, this is a very tough way to make a living for a 19-year-old to be fighting 9-10 times a year. And even if he isn't getting bashed with headshots, even being in there at this kind of rate at 19 years of age, it's you know, it's quite a way to make a living.
That's why a lot of these fighters that come, you know, from Mexico and other parts of the world where they have a poor community, you know, they have outlets like boxing and other things, and you know, you can turn rags into riches whenever you're that good in fighting.
Nice body shot there from Alakel.
Yeah, he felt that one. Morales felt that punch right there. But you can see that he threw away the left hand upstairs. Morales was trying to block a hook. That's the reason there was an opening for the body. That's what I'm talking about. Touch somewhere to really land the punch you're aiming for.
And Alakel followed that up with a right hand to the body as well, and then the right hand right down the middle. We close in on the final 30 seconds of this contest. There's that leaping left hook again, Sergio.
Get him up, take a step.
No more, keep it clean.
And these are the moments in fights like this where sometimes you'll see a sequence now where a fighter like Alakel will try something like that.
Yeah, to get another paycheck. You know, finish strong in the last 10, 20 seconds. But nope, we're not going to see it this time.
One more body shot there from Alakel. Doubles it up, bringing it up top. will do it. A flawless performance there from Muhammad Alakel. Not a ton of resistance from Alexander Morales here tonight, but some good rounds for the 20-year-old prospect from Riyadh. Well, the second event of the DAZN Queensbury Partnership sees Anthony Kakache take on Lee Wood for the IBO World Super Featherweight title on May 10th, live on DAZN as part of our 185-plus fight nights a year. All right, we are ready to make this one official, so let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber with the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Kieran McCann, scores the contest 60-54 for your winner. And still undefeated, mighty Mohamed Alakel.
Good win for Muhammad Alakel, improving to 4-0. Would love to see him turn around and get back really quickly. Maybe fight in the United States. We know that there's going to be a Ring Magazine show in July. Love to see him fight on that card. Keep this momentum going. Keep building, fight 5, 6, 7 times in a calendar year. I think there's a lot of potential in this young man.
Of course, a growing boxing fan base here in Saudi Arabia. Alakel also with roots in the United Kingdom. There are a lot of places where you can take him to continue building up this record. Alakel now 4-0. And it looks like Joe Gallagher has himself a nice-looking prospect on his hands. Here is Jaime Munguia as he looks for revenge here tonight. He was on the wrong end of the Ring Magazine upset of the year, Chris Mannix.
One of the most shocking upsets I can remember in a long time. Jaime Munguia looked to be in total control against Bruno Surace back in December. All of a sudden, 6th round comes around and one right hand from the heavens lands, and Bruno Surace collects the biggest win of his career. And now he's here to prove that he is a lot more than a one-hit wonder. Guys, he has been speaking with great confidence this week. Says he's better than he was the last time around. Says his game plan is going to be better. There's a lot of pressure on Jaime Munguia to win this fight, but if Bruno Surace can come away with 2 wins against Jaime Munguia, he will change his stars.
So that's coming up a little bit later on, but we take a look at the tail of the tape for our next contest. It is Marco Verde and Michel Polina. See Verde with a 1-inch height advantage. Verde, the Mexican Olympian, taking on Molina, his countryman. It is middleweight action, and we are ready to get things going, so let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's continue, and first welcome to the ring, Michel El Águila Polina.
Michel Polina is breaking a 1,137-day layoff here tonight, having been out of action since his 3rd-round KO win over Jesus Ramos in 2022. Polina spent time away from the ring to pursue his degree in criminology and has been staying in shape and keeping busy by teaching 9 boxing classes a day at his gym in Monterrey. Polina says that no matter what happens tonight, he's already won, and that he's proof that even if opportunities aren't coming your way in boxing, if you stay ready for them, one day you'll be able to capitalize, just as he is here tonight. Polina said he dreamt of being on a Canelo undercard one day, and that dream is coming true.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Marco Verde.
The Olympic silver medalist Marco Verde is a man tabbed by many, including Canelo Alvarez, as potentially the next crossover Mexican star. Verde became the first Mexican fighter to win silver since 1984, last year in Paris, and signed a managerial deal with Eddie Reynoso. But there's a bit of a curse that Verde is looking to break. Only one Mexican fighter to have medaled in the Olympics has gone on to win a world title in the pros. Alfonso Zamora, who won silver in 1972 and went on to become lineal bantamweight champion and one of the biggest punchers of all time. Could this be the start of the end of the drought and the beginning of the next generation of Mexican boxing?
Yeah, I like this kid a lot. First noticed him back at the 2023 Pan American Games. Got a win over Amari Jones in that tournament. Olympic silver medalist, tremendous amount of talent, and boxing is in his blood. His father, a 1992 Olympian. So this guy is ready to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Canelo Promotions, Agon Sports and Events, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Guy Williamson. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Bob Williams. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with white and weighed in officially at 159.8 pounds. Coming to us from Monterrey, Nuevo León, Mexico, he brings a professional record consisting of 4 wins, 5 defeats, 3 draws, 2 of his 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michel El Águila Polina. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with silver and weighed in officially at 158.7 pounds. Hailing from Mazatlan, Sinaloa, Mexico, he is a 2024 Olympic silver medalist, proudly representing Mexico, and now tonight, he makes his highly anticipated professional boxing debut. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Marco Verde.
Okay, gentlemen, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves.
Couldn't help but notice that the fan zone had 25% of the people voting picking Polina to win. Maybe they know something we don't. This is Polina. We watched him this week, Sergio. I think there's going to be, among others, a pretty decisive speed advantage in favor of Marco Verde.
Speed, size, and accuracy. This is an accurate power puncher in the making, a big, tall southpaw with a bright future.
Professional career underway now here for Marco Verde, although we should point out, and Chris, you and I talked about this, although this is his official pro debut, he does have a win in IBA pro boxing. More on that in a moment, because he just landed a devastating uppercut to the body. And this might be the end of his pro debut right here.
Yeah, watching Polina this week, just didn't look in the kind of physical shape you need to be in to be competitive in a fight like this.
As soon as he came out, I seen his body. I'm like, no, this is going to end quick.
the effects of that body shot. He's still feeling them. A seemingly innocuous shot, keeping Polina on the canvas, up at the count of 9.
But credit to Molina, 2 knockdowns in the first round and gets up both times.
We'll see if Marco Verde can finish things here in the opening round. Polina still reeling, absorbing a lot of shots here. Nearly went down once more.
I love the fact that Verde's not loading up. These are all just speed shots. Alternating the speed and every punch in the book right now.
Hard right hook to the body again there from Verde. Whips an uppercut through the middle. Unleashing his whole arsenal right now, and that is it. First round knockout for Marco Verde in his pro debut, and Sergio, early returns would suggest there's a lot of green in the future for Verde.
A lot of money, baby, that's right. Look, I like the speed. I knew he was gonna have power. I could see by his shoulders, the amateur pedigree is there. I love the way that he was digging down to the body, but the speed, the fact that he wasn't really overpowering Polina. He was trying to just get the shots off and not smothering himself. Yeah, man, this kid has a bright future.
Yeah, southpaw with speed, power, great technique, amateur pedigree. It's in his boxing blood. I mean, this kid's got a lot of potential. Would love to see how quickly he gets turned around by Team Reynoso.
And I could tell now why he won a silver medal in the Olympics, because the Mexican style is not conducive to the amateur style. But look, body shots like that, you could see him grimacing right in front of our eyes, just melting in front of our eyes. That's what body shots do, right in the breadbasket right there with his power hand. It's a beautiful shot, but guts on Polina for getting up from that shot. Look, shots like that on top of the head, you could see that his knees buckled a little bit, gave out on him. But right here, this is what I like. Nothing was really hard. He was just touching the gloves, trying to get referee to stop this fight. Look, he's touching the gloves, you know, alternating the speed, coming around the guard with the power, and then he backed off right there. The referee knew he was outgunned.
Yeah, this is real deal power. Chris, as I was trying to reference earlier before the first knockdown happened, this is a guy with a stoppage win over Roniel Iglesias in an IBA pro bout that is pretty indistinguishable from pro boxing. So this is a man far more developed than a fighter who's typically making his pro debut.
Yeah, and if you don't know Roniel Iglesias, an accomplished fighter, excellent amateur, that was an impressive win last year for Marco Verde. I mentioned the win in the amateur ranks over Amari Jones. He has some impressive wins in the unpaid ranks. And I think as he grows as a professional, whatever weight class he winds up in over the next couple of years, I think he's got a great chance to be special.
Well, Josh Taylor makes his Queensbury debut on May 24th, live from the OVO Hydro Arena in Glasgow. The Tartan Tornado faces Echo Esseman as he fights for the first time at welterweight, and it's all live right here on DAZN. We're ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Stryber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 34 seconds of round number 1. Our referee in charge, Bob Williams, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and successful in his professional boxing debut, Marco Verde.
Well, it's the 25% in the fan zone that picked Polina. Better luck next time.
Listen, I mentioned he teaches 9 boxing classes a day. That's a lot of clients that could potentially be voting in that poll, Chris. Of course, Marco Verde dominant in his professional debut as we take a look back at the story of the fight.
Well, the story of the fight was that body shot. When you land a body shot that cleanly, you can see it in the face of Polina, man, but look, he got up. I like seeing that. A lot of these guys with losses on their records would easily take the easy route out, but not Polina. He got up, got dropped again, and this is when Verde just decided to turn it to another gear. Not the power, just unleashing up top. Look, those shots right there, those are amateurish, but it got the stoppage, it got the job done. 1-0, 1 knockout, on to the next one.
Yeah, and Sergio, I thought Polina, after that second knockdown, was trying to do the thing where you get up at 9, but you don't really get up, and the referee waves it off, and you give the nominal protest, but you got up. It was academic all day long. Good win for Marco Verde.
Well, we are now ready for heavyweight action, and in fact, the heavyweight debut of Richard Riakporhe will take on Kevin Espindola as we take a look at the tail of the tape. Riakporhe, a cruiserweight moving up to heavyweight, but he's 6'5" and 235. I think he belongs here. You see the physical advantages that he will enjoy here tonight as he looks to make a run at the big boys at 35 years of age.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Kevin Nicolas Espindola.
Well, Kevin Espindola accepted this fight against a world title challenger on just a few days' notice, but no odds seem insurmountable for a man who is a literal walking medical miracle. In December of 2021, Espindola was placed in a coma where he remained for several days. But 4 months later, he was back in the ring, scoring a 4-round decision win over Fabio Palacios. Espindola was a good amateur back home in Argentina and has proven to be a durable test for heavyweight prospects like Ivan Dichko and Moses Atauma. And just to reaffirm his fearlessness, will face an even bigger, more seasoned contender here tonight.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Richard the Midnight Train Riakporhe.
Well, much like his opponent tonight, Richard Riakporhe's own medical miracle has been well publicized. The story of a stabbing survivor who used the incident to recalibrate his route in life through university academics, fashion modeling, and of course boxing. Riakporhe came agonizingly close to winning a cruiserweight title in a rematch against Chris Smith last year, but felt that with or without a title, his time melting down to cruiserweight had run its course. That is not a thesis that he'll have to defend, as Riakporhe showed up to the weigh-in yesterday seemingly with 30 extra pounds of muscle, as towering and shredded as ever, as he hopes to follow in the footsteps of one of his heroes, Evander Holyfield, finding glory at heavyweight after a stay at cruiser.
You know, that is a huge jump up in weight, going from the 200-pound weight class to 235. Clearly, Richard Riakporhe has outgrown the division. He has a chance because of his nationality. A lot of great heavyweights over in the UK to put himself in the title picture very quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 8 rounds in the heavyweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Canelo Promotions, Agone Sports and Events, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Guy Williamson. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Howard Foster. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 297 pounds. Coming to us from Buenos Aires, Argentina, he brings a professional record of 9 wins, 9 defeats, with 4 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kevin Nicolas Espindola. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 235 pounds. Hailing from London, England, he has a professional record of 17 wins, just 1 defeat, 13 of his 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former British Cruiserweight Champion and former World Title Challenger, Richard the Midnight Train Riakporhe.
Okay guys, you both know the rules. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both got your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck.
So we are all set for the heavyweight debut of Richard Riakporhe as he takes on the 9-9 Kevin Espindola, who, as we mentioned, has been used to test many a heavyweight prospect in recent years. He's got a stern physical test in front of him here tonight.
It's just remarkable looking at the size of Richard Riakporhe, thinking that just last year he was effectively a career-long cruiserweight. I mean, he is a big, big heavyweight. You think of some of the other heavyweights, guys like Deontay Wilder, Alexander Usyk moving up from cruiserweight, they did not get this high. This guy's around the same weight as Ajagba.
Nice left hook to the body there from Espindola. Tried to bring that left hand up top as well. Riakporhe has been sparring with Martin Bakole and really getting a feel, he said, for what heavyweight shots feel like. That's a good litmus test. If you want to feel what heavyweight power feels like, get in there with Martin Bakole, who we'll see later on tonight.
You can see Espindola is not going to really try to exchange punch for punch with Riakporhe. That's not how he's going to win this fight. He's going to try to explode with single shots and try to catch him off guard. If Espindola starts jabbing to the body, you could see that, you could tell that he's going to have a game plan to loop something over the top later.
Espindola holding his ground a little bit more here. Chris, you know, you and I were talking before the fight. One of the fears here for Espindola is that he does a little bit of this. He can pull kind of a Kevin Johnson type fight where he knows how to take care of himself leaning against the ropes, and he can take guys rounds, but it can get repetitive.
Yeah, it's a way to survive. It's not necessarily a way to win fights. I do like Espindola. He has kind of rocketed out of those off-the-ropes positions and landed a couple of good shots. He clearly wants to go downstairs, upstairs with that left hook, thinking he's got something against Riakporhe. Interesting trunks from Espindola.
Yeah, well. I noticed that. I don't think they're real trunks. They're like gym shorts.
They are.
And they're tight.
Good body shot there.
But look at how Espindola comes right back. Like he's waiting to attack, catch and counter. He's not gonna do it real quick, but he's gonna do it sneaky. I would love to see Riakporhe throw away a jab and come up under the bottom with an uppercut. There's a wide opening. The elbows are really out from Espindola, and a wide opening for an uppercut, left or right.
He's found body shots a couple of times here in the early going, but Chris, as you pointed out, Espindola is replying here, and he's throwing something back.
Yeah, you can see that Espindola plays possum a lot. You know, he just does, it looks like he's not going to do anything, and all of a sudden he just snaps on you. See the slight little feints right there? Those are sneaky little moves right there that you know, fighters can fall for, and then they explode like that.
Right hand to the body there from Espindola, partially blocked by the elbow of Riakporhe, whose first heavyweight round is now in the books. Well, look who's here. Eddie Hearn has arrived, fresh from Times Square. Now here in Riyadh, just in time to watch Richard Riakporhe.
That man doesn't look like he's been in a 14-hour flight. Fresh as a daisy.
And there's Eddie Hearn sitting alongside Ben Shalom, perhaps discussing a rematch between Conor Benn and Chris Eubank. Fantastic fight we saw last week here on DAZN. I think after watching Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia do some damage to the potential of their rematch, I think that might be a little bit of an incentive to do a rematch between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn sooner rather than later.
Well, this man, Richard Riakporhe, is trying to insert himself into that very vibrant UK heavyweight picture, and obviously the global heavyweight picture at 35 years of age. Still feels as though he's in his physical prime. wants to get into big fights as soon as possible as round 2 begins here, and he rips a left hand downstairs on Kevin Espindola.
Good body shots that Riakporhe's landing.
Yeah, but he does it responsibly, bends his knees. You know, tall fighters that get lazy don't bend their knees and make themselves smaller. That's when shorter fighters can actually, you know, use it against them.
Espindola exploding off the ropes with an attempt at a left hook, does land a right hand to the body.
He's a little bit predictable with that attack. That's the 3rd time he's kind of leapt forward off the ropes trying to land that left hook.
Yeah.
Now, Riakporhe had a very solid cruiserweight career, just 1 loss on his resume, and that was to Chris Smith his last time out. He's got some good wins on that resume as well, including a split decision win over Smith.
That was a good shot to the body. Guys like Espindola, they could take shots upstairs, they could take shots on the forearms and their elbows and shoulders, but touch them downstairs. Look at how soft that body is. Even if it's a jab. Riakporhe has a long jab. You can stay safe by just stabbing him downstairs. There you go.
Another good body shot there from Riakporhe. That jab that you talked about, Sergio, during Riakporhe's cruiserweight career, as you can imagine, he towered over most cruiserweights, and that really stiff lead jab of Riakporhe's, that was his calling card. As you pointed out, he can't really show it off here because he doesn't really need to throw it defensively. He has a guy in Espindola who is just parking himself against the ropes.
Yeah, it's like a long spear, and you're really safe behind a long, sharp spear like that. As long as you're defensive and you keep alternating it, you know, like I said, you got to go to the head, to the chest, to the body, and you got to keep repeating it. It will set up a right hand.
Well, we're seeing glimpses of it right here as Espindola starts to march forward a little bit as Riakporhe able to work off the back foot, and this is really where he can shine.
He's kind of talking to Riakporhe a little bit during this round.
Yeah, you can see that Espindola wants Riakporhe to really throw something hard. You know, the harder that Riakporhe throws a punch, the more Espindola is going to be able to throw a harder punch himself. You know, catching counter type.
I had my questions coming in if Espindola was coming here to win, if he's coming here to collect a paycheck, fighting somebody, making a move to heavyweight. Obviously, there are going to be plans for Richard Riakporhe in the heavyweight division, but Espindola, so far, looks like he's here to win.
Yeah, he's looking to catch you slipping. You know, he's not really looking to beat you down or anything like that, but if you're going to get lazy on him, yeah, he's going to catch you off guard.
That was a good move by Riakporhe a moment ago, stepping to the side, landing a body shot with the right hand.
So you've got to do variation beats these guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anytime there's a break and play, back on that stick, jab, double jab.
Yeah.
See the jab, right hook, left to the body, straight away. He's starting to breathe a wee bit heavier now, so hit the body. Jab right to the body. He will try and counter with left hook, so you need to jab right to the body, hands up. Okay? Hit that body more now. Next time he's against the rope, right to the body, left to the body, step back, 1, 2. Okay, good variation, big man.
Variation is what Billy Nelson's asking, and he's also asking more body shots. Just touch him downstairs, back up, then you can set up that big 1-2. And there's a little angle right there. That's the shot. Those are the ones that catch tough guys off guard, and especially if you go down to the body, that's really, really clever and athletic by Riakporhe, such a big man.
I think conditioning could become a factor as this fight goes on. Riakporhe obviously looks like he's in fantastic shape. This is the fighting weight of Espindola. He's been fighting around 300 pounds for the last 5 or 6 fights, but I don't know. I don't think that frame is built to go a lot of distances.
No, and we've seen a couple times in this fight already, after a couple of those sort of ambushes, nice right hand there from Riakporhe, Espindola then needs to take a breather and go back to this pattern.
And Billy Nelson won a variation. He just got it. Straight right hand, landed cleanly. Then he came around the guard with a right hook, went back to the jab, stepped back, and then he dug down to the body.
Clubbing right hand attempts there from Espindola. Now, Riakporhe was talking about moving up to heavyweight really since 2019. He started talking about it a little more seriously last year, but really makes you think of what kind of agony he was putting himself through to get down to 200 when he's so comfortably filled out this frame as he lands another good body shot.
He has to hide that power. See that body shot, Espindola was able to bend down and catch it with his forearm and elbow. That's how you hide it. See, it looked like he was going to go downstairs and he caught him to the body. That hurt Espindola.
Yeah,
Espindola didn't like that body shot.
He is breathing heavily, and that right hand to the body made the knees of Espindola dip a little bit. You saw him hunch over.
I think Riakporhe thought his glove hit the canvas, or thought he was going to go down. Clearly didn't. The referee stepped in a moment ago. I think Riakporhe thought that was a knockdown.
Left hook, left to the body.
Espindola starting to show signs of withering from this body attack of Riakporhe, but he sneaks in a left hook. Again, every once in a while, he'll offer something to at least make Riakporhe think about what he's doing.
Yeah, but there's less and less force behind that left hook. You can see that he's withering away. Those body shots, the legs are starting to give a little bit. You can see the fatigue in Espindola's body language now.
Yeah, I think Espindola is right now looking for that one home run shot. The body work, the investment that Riakporhe is making there is definitely paying off.
I can see this fight ending with a body shot. Just one single body. There it is right there. Clean shot to the body that landed. Espindola took it well, but I don't know how many more of those he can take.
Espindola protesting about one of those shots being behind the head and about one of them being low. The referee did not agree, and Riakporhe wisely just kept throwing.
Yeah, Sergio, I'd love to see Riakporhe double and triple up his shots there. It's mostly one punch. They're effective punches, but I'd like to see him go a couple shots to the body, see if he can make a dent there.
Well, the second event of the DAZN Queensbury partnership sees Anthony Kakache taking on Lee Wood with the IBO World Super Featherweight title on the line. That's May 10th, live here on DAZN as part of our 185+ fight nights a year.
You need to be ready. Yeah. Stop going to his left-hand side. Okay, stop going here.
Lead right hand. You can tell that caught the attention of Espindola, but look at how he alternates the different punches. Now he went to the right hook, landed cleanly on the side of the head. Those shots, they're keeping Espindola buzzed, but then it was back to the jab, popping him. Really responsible and patient is Riakporhe, and he knows he has a lot of time left, plenty of rounds to go. Just keep picking and pecking, breaking down Espindola.
I find it interesting that in between rounds, Espindola has not been sitting on the stool. You'd think that a guy with that kind of frame, you'd want to take some time to sit and recover, but he has been standing between these last rounds.
You know, some big men don't like sitting down because it takes a lot of energy for them to keep getting up and down, up and down. You know, sometimes it's just easy to stand up. You train that way in the gym. You stay standing up and sparring, so you just bring that into the professional fight.
Well, speaking of the corners, Claudia Trejos is back with us. Claudia, you were in there. What's going on?
Yes, Corey. Actually, the corner is very happy with what Espindola is doing. They understand that he can take a punch, and more importantly, he understands that Riakporhe is faster, longer, so they want to increase the head movement and just be able to take laterals and look for those punches to the body, especially the hooks. But he's taking a lot of punches.
And I think that speaks to the reality of what we're seeing here, Claudia, is that I think Espindola is doing about what he can do given his limitations right now and given this monstrous athlete that he has in front of him right now.
And not only that, let's not forget, it was a late arrival. They're adjusting to time and temperature.
Riakporhe has put a little extra zip on the right hands thus far here in this round. I think Sergio sensing what you saw in the last round, the fatigue starting to show itself in the body language of Espindola.
Yeah, and you know what? You don't have to change anything if you Riakporhe. This has been working for the last 3.5 rounds. Keep it up. Lead right hands have been landing cleanly, you know, so maybe just instead of coming in with a jab, coming in with the straight right. It's a power jab, but coming from your strong hand.
Beautiful uppercut a moment ago there from Riakporhe as well. Nice body shot there from Riakporhe, and that one finally does it. Down goes Espindola.
I mean, that was at least the 12th, 13th body shot landing in that spot. And if you got 45 seconds, if I'm Riakporhe, I'm going straight back downstairs again.
And Espindola is going to go straight back down to the canvas once he does get touched downstairs.
Less than 40 seconds left in the round for Riakporhe to close the show here.
Takes a while to regroup from body shots, man. You just don't catch your wind that fast.
Espindola getting a little bit more active here now that he has been hurt. I think realizing if he just shells up on the ropes, the same thing is going to happen. Espindola fighting his way out of trouble here. Riakporhe just digging those shots to the body and just missed with a home run of a right hand. And Espindola will make it out of the round.
¿Listo? Nos salimos. Nos salimos. Escúchame, pará.
We're watching the corner of Espindola right now. He's been shaking his head, and I think this one will be waved off. Yes, it will. Richard Riakporhe with the TKO victory, and the Midnight Train has pulled into the heavyweight station.
Yeah, and I think that late surge we saw from Espindola was him making one last stand after that knockdown. Those body shots, they paid off for Richard Riakporhe. Solid professional debut at heavyweight for Richard Riakporhe.
Solid and patient. You know, that's the main thing right here. He was taking his time. He knew he was breaking down Espindola. But look at how he got creative. He threw away a right uppercut just to land the body shot. See, that right uppercut was just getting thrown away. Just to land clean right to the liver. And those shots right there, man, Espindola took way too many of those punches to the body. They got softened up. A tough man only can take so many of those shots. Riakporhe got it done.
And listen, Chris, there is a lot to like promotionally about Richard Riakporhe that maybe has been underutilized at cruiserweight. You think of a guy who looks like this at heavyweight with a university background. He's an IMG model. He's friends with Madonna. You put that in the heavyweight division, there's a lot of juice.
I love the friends with Madonna cherry on top. Yeah, look, there's talent to become a top heavyweight. He's 35 years old, so the clock is ticking on Richard Riakporhe. But because he's British and because there are a lot of really good British heavyweights, I think he'll get an opportunity sooner rather than later.
Don't act like you don't like Madonna.
I do like Madonna.
Well, speaking of British heavyweights and speaking of cruiserweights that moved up to heavyweight, it's official. The undisputed heavyweight championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium on July 19th as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet for the second time. And on this occasion, all the belts are on the line in what promises to be another history-making night live here on DAZN. We're ready to make this one official, so to do that, we'll send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 completed rounds of boxing, the blue corner retires their fighter, and our referee in charge, Howard Foster, accepts their retirement. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Richard the Midnight Train Riakporhe.
So the Midnight Train, Richard Riakporhe, improves to 18-1 and enters the heavyweight division. Now technically 2-0 at heavyweight, although that previous heavyweight fight just a tick over the cruiserweight limit. But now Chris Mannix, he is a real deal heavyweight at 235.
Good performance, credible win, gets the knockout. Love to see him back 10, 12 round fights his next time out. And love to see more of this body work, Sergio.
Listen, man, that's a feather in his cap. Out of 18 pro fights, this man Espindola's only been stopped one time. Now Riakporhe adds to that list, but he did it by breaking him down patiently. I mean, look, he wasn't getting carried away. He was landing big shots like that. He knew he was in there with a tough guy that could take big punches, but boom, shots like that. Slowly breaking him down, digging down to the body, especially that left hand. I don't care how big, how strong, how much of a veteran you are, you can't take shots to the liver that many times.
As the sounds of Riakporhe's friend Madonna play throughout the arena, we saw Espindola down on his knees as Like a Prayer fills up the arena here. Big win for Richard Riakporhe, now at heavyweight.
Sergio's always told me he's a Lady Gaga guy.
No.
You're looking at the skyline of a beautiful Riyadh in Saudi Arabia at the state-of-the-art A&B Arena. It's Fatal Fury, Canelo versus Scull, the undisputed super middleweight title on the line. A little bit later on in our main event, it is Mexico versus Cuba on Cinco de Mayo weekend. And for more on tonight's card, let's send it back up to Todd and Danny.
Indeed, I'm here with Daniel Jacobs. What did you make of Richard Riakporhe's first fight in the heavyweight division?
I like it. I think he has great potential. I didn't know that this was his pro debut. I was screaming out as we were sitting ringside.
Heavyweight debut.
Heavyweight debut. I was sitting ringside screaming at him because he has such great potential. If he can slow his punches down, pace himself, and then come with the hard shots, I think he will grow tremendously. But great talent, great knockout. I'm looking forward to seeing what he has left.
Well, let's show you the finish again. It wasn't necessarily a one-punch knockout. It was an accumulation of blows, those big body shots to that big body. You saw Richard Riakporhe just continuously going downstairs with that left hand.
I mean, he's a monstrous of an athlete. You can see his physique. He looks like he's in shape. All he needs is to have these types of fight early on in his career where he can rack up the experience, the wins, because look at him, he's chiseled. I mean, he is the definition of a true athlete. I really think this guy has a great future if he can continue to do what he did tonight.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of cruiserweights make the jump to heavyweight and have some success. Obviously, Evander Holyfield, Alexander Usyk, the current reigning king. In your opinion, what's the biggest difference between being successful as a cruiserweight and being successful as a heavyweight?
Well, the difference is the power. The difference is what's across from you in that ring. One of my favorite fighters, Chris Bird, was a cruiserweight turned heavyweight, and he mastered that along with Eddie Chambers. Love those type of guys because the Tyson Fury styles of boxing, which is coming up from lower weights to heavyweight, you still have that athleticism to where you can be superb inside there.
Well, we do have a big heavyweight contest coming up a little later tonight. It's the first fight of our main card. It's an all-African affair. Martin Bakole is back after that quick fight against Joseph Parker. He said, don't judge me on that. Watch what I do tonight. What do you like about this big guy from Congo?
Well, just firstly, I agree with him. I do think we need not to hold him accountable for that last fight. It was short distance. This guy is extremely talented. The power, the physique, the skill, with the big upset with his fights previously has got him to this point. I'm looking forward to see what he has in store coming up. But give this man some time to train and prepare himself correctly. I do believe he'll be successful.
We're taking F.A. Ajagba, and there's been a lot of back and forth verbally between those two. The press conference, they almost came to blows. Cannot wait to see that fight as we continue to count down the moments to, of course, our main event, Canelo Alvarez versus William Scull. This man right here fought Canelo back in 2019. Two judges had you only lose him by one round, Danny. How many times have you gone through that fight thinking, what could have been?
I mean, you know, I left it all on the line that night. A lot of the fans appreciate that. A lot of fans say, hey, it could have gone either way. I thought you won. So it was a great fight. I mean, Canelo Alvarez is a superb athlete. I mean, being inside the ring and this was the beginning of the fight, the first round. I mean, the power was there, and I had to make sure that I was on my A game. I made sure that I kept the distance. I made sure that I used my speed, my jab, my finesse. I switched southpaw even. I did everything that it took to defend against a world-class athlete like Canelo Alvarez.
Well, William Scull, he also switches stances, probably not quite the level that you do. But what would your advice be to William Scull if he's able to pull off the upset tonight?
Well, my advice was to him is simply the belief system. First, it starts here. If you truly feel like you belong and that you come here and you're not going to lay down, that's the first step. The second step is, what is the game plan in the gym? What are you preparing for a guy that you've never faced before? So if he's willing to give everything, even something he may not even have tonight, there's a possibility.
Well, you fought Canelo Alvarez in Cinco de Mayo weekend. That was 6 years ago. You've seen the evolution of the man. What are the differences between Canelo then and Canelo now?
First off, this guy doesn't stop. This guy is a superb guy, and he's making history. And I'm just looking forward to see what's continuously happening for Canelo Alvarez in the future. Superb athlete, coming to Saudi Arabia, hosting, headlining, I'm here and I'm happy to be supporting. Also, to be a guy that said, I was in there with such a superb athlete. I know what it's like. So my advice would be to William Scull is to be go in there and give your very best. But this is a test that you've never seen before.
All right, we'll be with Daniel Jacobs all night long. But for now, let's go back ringside. Corey Erdman, Sergio Mora, and Chris Mannix. I got it right.
Yes, you did, Todd. Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape for our next contest. The newest member of the Canelo Eddie Reynoso camp, Brian Leon taking on Aaron Guerrero. See Leon giving up 2 inches in height, but he will enjoy plenty in terms of amateur experience. Leon, a blue chip prospect that has been turning a lot of heads on his way up as well in the Team Combat League. Aaron Guerrero looking to spring a big upset here tonight. We're ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Stryber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Adron Canelo.
Well, we just saw Marco Verde earlier on, and now we'll get another look at Aaron Guerrero, a man who has been sparring with Verde in an odd twist of cross-pollination as Guerrero prepares to face one of Verde's Reynoso stablemates here tonight. The through lines continue here for Guerrero, who was in a similar position here on DAZN in 2023 when he faced Misael Rodriguez, the last Mexican to medal in the Olympics prior to Verde, and pushed him to the brink back in 2023. Guerrero, who runs his own hip-hop label back home in Culiacan, you can hear that music right now, is hoping that he can ask a few more questions of a top prospect again here tonight.
Yeah, I like this kid, man. He's tough. He is tough. I mean, he has 3 losses, never been knocked out, all 2 unbeaten fighters. So this is going to be a real test to Leon. This is a solid matchup between 2 guys with that Mexican style. Brian Leon has that Cuban background, but he's learning that Mexican style. This is going to be a clash of the perfect style for these fans and for us.
And now let's welcome to the ring, the undefeated Brian the King Leon.
Well, throughout boxing history, there's a pattern of all-time greats finding the next wave of stars through their roster of sparring partners. And the 2-time Cuban Junior National Amateur Champion Brian Leon helped Canelo Alvarez prepare for Edgar Berlanga, and was so impressive that Eddie Reynoso signed him himself. Not only did he get a blue-chip prospect out of the deal, but he also found a perfect match to help Alvarez prepare for another Cuban, William Scull, tonight. Leon has looked like a monster thus far, with 6 knockouts to begin his career, none of those fights going beyond the 4th round. Canelo camp obviously doesn't want the Cuban fans to celebrate too much here tonight, Chris Mannix, just during this fight.
No, and Leon has made it clear, even though he is of Cuban background, he is Team Canelo this fight weekend. I really like this young kid as well. He mentioned the 6 knockouts. I was talking to him about what his style is, and look, he says he likes all the knockouts, but he believes there's a complete fighter inside of him, and as his career progresses, you're going to see a lot more of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super middleweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Canelo Promotions, Agon Sports and Events, and Sella, along with their great sponsors: Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in charge Guy Williamson. When the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Bob Williams. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 166.1 pounds. Coming to us from Culiacan, Sinaloa, Mexico, he brings a professional record consisting of 11 wins, 3 defeats, 1 draw, 7 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adron Guerrero! And his opponent across the ring fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing the USA and Cuba flag trunks and weighed in officially at 169.1 pounds. Hailing from Pinar del Rio, Cuba, he had a stellar amateur career and now as a professional is undefeated with 6 wins. All 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Brian the King Leon.
Okay, gentlemen, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves.
So ready to get a look at the blue chip prospect, Brian Leon. We last saw scoring a 2nd round knockout over Alan Flores in February of this year. And look who is here, His Excellency and Rick Reno arriving at the arena. Turki Al-Sheikh, the man putting it all together. Making his entrance as we look towards our main event between Canelo and William Scull. His Excellency fresh out of Times Square and now here in Riyadh, Chris.
A nice, long, 13, 14-hour flight from New York. It's ready to go. Big event, big moment in the Riyadh season history of boxing, having the face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez, fight here for the first time. You know, Corey, you mentioned the experience of Leon, 6-0 officially as a pro. Also competed in that Team Combat League. Was one of the better fighters in that Team Combat League. So he's had experience at multiple different levels.
Yeah, he's 14-1 in the TCL, and of course those are 1-round outings, which means that he's lost 1 round in his time in the TCL. It's kept him very busy against solid opposition, and you see that polish already as he rocks the head of Aaron Guerrero back with a nice right hand.
Yeah, Leon doesn't waste any energy, any punches. He makes sure everything he throws lands really hard. Really solid. Those jabs that he's breaking the guard of Guerrero, those are power jabs. Those are rocking the head back of Guerrero. Guerrero better stop dipping to the left or right, not really taking them so solidly.
Leon just missed the left hook to the body a few moments ago.
Hear the ovation for His Excellency, Turki Al-Sheikh, entering the arena. You see Rick Reno of Ring Magazine trailing behind, and we're told there's a Ring Magazine belt in that case as well. Of course, the winner of our main event will be holding that belt as well, Canelo Alvarez. The super middleweight king, William Scull, trying to knock him off a little bit later on. And it's Brian Leon, who you see on the left side of your screen, who's been one of the men helping him get ready for that main event.
Nice right hand to the body right there. You can see Leon set it up upstairs and then now came down. Really pinpoint accuracy. That's the thing that I'm seeing about Leon so far. Doesn't have the fastest hands. Of course, he has power because of the timing and the accuracy. Just a marksman with that right hand.
Beautiful chopping right hands here from Leon.
There you go.
Full
See,
counter again.
Yeah, that right hand's beautiful, Corey. I'm telling you, I've already seen him alternated in 4 or 5 different spots all around the guard. He's doing it right in the nick of time. So you can see that the IQ is there. You know, he waits for the last moment to unleash the right hand, and where it's going to go, only he knows.
Aaron Guerrero has not been able to figure out where that right hand is going. He has eaten a lot of them here in the opening round. A dominant one for Brian Leon.
Está trabajando muy bien, ¿ok? Sí, muy bien. Serenito, perfecto. Respira. Vamos a ir trabajando así con el pasito para atrás, ¿ok? Bájale un poquito más los golpes porque está echándose mucho, ¿ok? El doble llave y la recta, bam. Cuando esté cerca de él, méteme los dobles ganchos. Eso lo hemos hecho nosotros, doble gancho, bam, bam, ¿ok? Respira.
Back live here in Riyadh, a dominant opening frame there for Brian Leon. While Aaron Guerrero's taking some extra time to recover, Brian Leon is up and dancing to Migos. Round 2 underway. Just good snapping jab there from Leon. You know, Sergio, people have a tendency when they see someone as a Cuban fighter to think that they fight in what we know of as that classical Cuban style, but you know, fighters from any nationality aren't a monolith, but also this new generation of Cuban fighters, Leon, David Morrell, they don't always fight like what people think of Cuban fighters.
And just recently, Andy Cruz picking up that Philly, not only defense, but offense, you know, so whenever you have a hybrid of the boxing, the high fight IQ, the experience, the background of the Cuban, but bring it with a mesh of something else, you know, Mexican style or anything else, it's going to be a beautiful thing, a dangerous thing.
I think the stereotype of the Cuban fighter has often been, look, they're boring. You see guys like Arislandi Lara early in his career, Guillermo Regendow, highly skilled but not all that entertaining. That has completely evolved. You mentioned those names, Corey. Go back even earlier. Luis Ortiz, Cuban heavyweight, excellent action fighter. Yuri Gamboa, excellent action fighter. They have really evolved just from being highly skilled to also pretty highly entertaining.
Or maybe one of the greatest, if not the greatest, Cuban-Mexican fighter is Jose Mantequilla Nápoles, just smooth as butter every time he was throwing combinations.
And of course, Nápoles left Cuba to live in Mexico and was able to blend those styles, and now that professionalism is legal in Cuba, you're seeing those styles blend even more as you're watching here with Brian Leon, who is turning in a beautiful performance here as he rips another body shot downstairs, and look at these uppercuts through the middle.
And Leon is fighting in slow motion. He doesn't have hand speed, all right? So that's not ever going to be something that he's going to pick up and learn. He has timing. He has comfort. Look at how he drops that lower hand just because he knows he can roll behind that big left shoulder and come back with that right hand. Even in the older stages of James Toney's career, he got away with that, you know, because he's so comfortable being able to lean back like that. And Leon, with only 6 fights, is already picking up that championship comfort that can get you a long way with that shoulder roll.
Good left hook on the inside there. There was a wicked right hand from Leon that landed about 20 seconds ago as well, and you're starting to see some swelling developing on the face of Aaron Guerrero already.
And these are great shots being landed by Leon. Upstairs a moment ago, that left hook to the body was punished.
No, he's breaking down Guerrero. He's slowly backing him up. You can see that Guerrero's on his front foot aggressive. Now he's slowly starting to respect those right hands that are coming from Leon.
He is feeling those right hands. He is in a bit of trouble right now. And Leon, as we know, is very adept as a finisher for a 6-0 prospect. And Guerrero will make it out of the round, but with deep breaths as he heads back to the stool. And His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh probably liking what he's watching right now. What a few days for Turki Al-Sheikh. Big ovation for him as he entered the arena here tonight with the Ring Magazine title in tow. A monstrous night for boxing here tonight in Riyadh.
Hey, that takes dedication to the sport to be in New York City, long fight card, fly across the world, come back here to watch another fight card. He's not just here for the Canelo Alvarez fight, he's there watching Brian Leon up in action.
Of course, we saw Alakel a little bit earlier. Turki Alashinko's ringside for his first fight, and suddenly there's momentum up behind Alakel as well. There's some swagger to Brian Leon. He has been up early every single time. Kind of a snarl to him, Sergio.
Yes, man. Yeah, the king of that ring, Leon. I like how he's not even breathing heavy. I mean, everything's just so relaxed.
And you watch when Guerrero came in, he had some swagger coming into the ring. He was coming here to win. He locked eyes with the camera on the ring walk. He had a whole elaborate introduction set up when they were saying his name. So far, you can see just kind of the life sort of drained out of the eyes of Guerrero.
Because Aaron Guerrero can fight. I mean, this man can fight. But right now, he's getting it beaten out of him.
Aaron Guerrero, throughout his career, has talked about how he values entertaining the fans more than he cares about going on to win title belts. He said that his first coach told him that if you're going to stay in boxing, you either fall in love with the sport and the luxury of taking beatings, or you leave the sport. He's taking a beating right now, Sergio.
Well, listen, man, he is from one of the...
Good left hook there from Guerrero as he comes alive here in the third round.
He's going to have to get the respect of Leon and try to get Leon on the back foot, which he just did right now. So Guerrero should continue coming forward. You don't want Leon on the front foot. You want him on the back foot.
That was an excellent left hand from Guerrero. You could see the legs of Leon shake after taking that shot. Sergio, I was just about to ask you, like, are there dangers to this style of fighting? Because he is, Leon is flat-footed, and he doesn't have, I don't think, the greatest of reflexes going back.
No, he doesn't have the greatest reflexes, but he does have a good radar. That's why he doesn't get hit. He barely moves away. It looks like he's just, opponents barely missed by an inch, but that's his style. He looks back to really counter with that right hand. What you do with styles like that is you got to double up the left hook. You got to get him to stop moving with that shoulder roll. That's how you break the monotony of the shoulder roll.
A hard body shot that connected from Leon a moment ago. And you saw Guerrero turn southpaw momentarily immediately afterwards. Might be an indication that he felt that one. He gets his head popped back again by a right hand from Leon, who digs downstairs once more. This is the kind of fight that Aaron Guerrero wants, inside trench warfare. Leon showing off some of that classical Cuban footwork. Leon clearly has recovered from that left hook that Guerrero connected on. And it might be a little demoralizing, Sergio, for Guerrero. He landed a peach of a shot and is back to getting dominated here by Leon.
I think it's probably a little bit dispiriting, the fact that this man's fighting with his hands down so comfortably and still landing cleanly. Hands down, lead right hand just to land that left hook. Beautiful shot, a little lower and it would have had more damage at the tip of the chin. But shots like that over the top. You got to start moving in your head, bending your elbows. If you don't have the fastest reflexes like Guerrero, you still got to be a little bit responsible with the hands up. You can't get lazy on a guy like Leon.
A big fight coming up a little bit later on tonight. The WBC Cruiserweight title on the line as Badu Jack the Ripper is finally back in the ring as he takes on Noel Bakole. And we'll finally settle, Chris Mannix, what is a bit of a messy situation with this title, won't we?
Two cruiserweights both believe they are the WBC champions.
Back to light heavyweight action here as Brian Leon and Aaron Guerrero going at it. Nice right hand again there from Leon, and another one immediately behind it. Everything working for Leon right now, and there looks to be a little extra mustard on these shots from Leon here in the fourth. As we mentioned, no opponent of his has made it out of the fourth round thus far.
I could see why Eddie Reynoso is saying this man's a complete package. I mean, with 6 fights, he does everything pretty much right. I mean, there's nothing I can see that he does wrong. He's so calm, poker face the entire time. He doesn't get hit solid. Even when he does get hit by something, he rolls the power off it.
Oh my goodness, what a shot from Brian Leone!
4, 6, 7, 8.
What a combination from Leone as Guerrero was sent into a free fall, somehow back up on his feet, but Leone is looking to keep that streak of knockouts alive. Lots of time for Leone to work with here in the fourth. Guerrero trying to fight his way out of trouble, but he just ate another chopping right hand as he tries to grab a hold.
And I like the patience from Leone here, not rushing his shots, trying to set something up against Guerrero.
Patience, I think he's enjoying it. He's enjoying this beatdown, man. He's playing with his food a little bit right now because he knows he has a wounded fighter in front of him.
Same combination there. Guerrero barely stands up to it this time. The swelling intensifying. The body shots keep coming for Leone. Aaron Guerrero in a world of trouble right now with less than a minute to go in the fourth round.
And Guerrero could take a punch. He's a tough man right now. He's taking some solid shots from a big puncher.
Another uppercut breaks through there for Leone.
Guerrero turning southpaw just to avoid the body shots to the right side of his ribs. He got tired of getting hit down there.
Leone walking forward with the confidence of a man who is certain that he's going to end this fight by knockout. But he might not do it quite as early as he has thus far in his career. As Guerrero, it appears, will make it out of the fourth round.
Just smooth, getting away from the aggression just to land that right hand. But look, the right hand missed, but the left hand didn't. Right on the tip of the chin. Right there, right hand missed, boom. Shots like that. You don't hit them on the cheek or the temple. It's the tip of the chin, the jaw. You get that. The knees buckle, the legs go. What a shot. You could see legs were cut out of Guerrero, went straight to the canvas, kept them hurt.
That's what happens when you get into exchanges. Punching with a power puncher. Great timing on that short left hook by Leone.
If you're going to exchange with a puncher, you better make sure you have better technique.
Well, Brian Leone doesn't like to work overtime, but overtime boxing heads to Houston this Friday as Andreas Katsarakis is back in action, taking on the undefeated Puerto Rican Roberto Cruz live here on DAZN. And we're back to super middleweight action here, just to correct myself from the previous round. Brian Leone, as we mentioned, helped prepare Canelo Alvarez for his bid for another undisputed super middleweight crown tonight against William Scull, the countryman of Brian Leone. And Leone, to this point, certainly looks like the next Cuban to watch out for in the coming years.
Good shot. A lot of questions asked of a lot of Cubans, or if they can take a shot, if they have a chin. We know that Leone has a chin because he got rocked by Guerrero, took that punch, kept coming.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who is in the corners in between rounds. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Well, I stole the words from Sergio Mora and asked the coach, is Brian Leone really playing with his food? And he said, no, not really. He's being very careful because he felt Guerrero's power. But he wants to get rounds. He wants to, just be able to allow his skills, his boxing skills, to be sharpened because Guerrero is the type of opponent that is going to make him look good.
Thank you so much, Claudia. And as we mentioned, this is a guy in Guerrero who was in there with an Olympic medalist in Misael Rodriguez, was a round or two away from beating him here on DAZN. So this is relatively aggressive matchmaking for Leone here tonight. And outside of one left hook that seemed to shake his legs a little. He has not had any difficulty whatsoever.
Aggressive matchmaking, but much needed. I mean, you want to test your prospects like this to see what they got. And we got something special with Brian Leon.
Hard counter body shot there from Leon, punching with Guerrero as he ripped that left hand downstairs.
Yeah, normally he was catching and countering to the chin. Now he went downstairs, caught Guerrero off guard. A little bit more to the left. That would have landed cleanly and done some more damage, but it just barely grazed the ribs.
Three-punch combination there from Leon, who has looked very comfortable on the inside in the moments that this fight has been spent there, including that devastating knockdown, which he only needed about 3 inches to land that shot that dropped Guerrero.
I'd like to see Leon mix in a few body shots in these exchanges. As Sergio said, you've seen Guerrero kind of switch stances to protect that body. When Leon's letting his hands go, I'd like to see him go downstairs a couple of times.
We've seen a couple knockouts already here tonight, and if you want to go back and watch them, we've got an exciting new feature to tell you about on the DAZN app. You can switch between rounds by using Fight Card on your DAZN player to relive any of the action you've missed, to rewatch the best bits again throughout the night. You see the directions there on the left, bottom left corner of your screen as we look back into the corner of Brian Leon.
He's opening his elbow, so you got to dig down with that left hand.
Orders, 10 seconds. Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
Sixth and a final round here between Brian Leon and Aaron Guerrero, and this is a fight that did not look early on like it was going to make it here.
No, it did not, and credit to Aaron Guerrero. Now you know why he hasn't got knocked out in 14 fights, and people have, given him opportunities to test prospects like this. But what a statement Brian Leon will make if he can actually get him out in the last round. That would show you that he was having fun in there and taking his time.
Yeah, Guerrero's giving him some of those opportunities by coming forward, trying to win. That's how he got knocked down the first time. Quick counter hook. I think that might be there again for Brian Leon.
I think that same punch that rocked Guerrero with that throwaway right uppercut, left hook will be there once again. If he can just, get in position to throw it with leverage.
Very dangerous for Guerrero to exchange with Leon.
Credit to Guerrero, who is trying to win here in the 6th and final round. Not a lot on these shots that he's offering, but he is hustling, and he's trying his best to produce an exciting fight, which he has always done. And a very exciting fighter on the domestic Mexican scene, but this is a different level that he's stepping up against tonight against Leon. Hard left hook up top there from Leon.
There's that right uppercut.
Guerrero walks through it and keeps on throwing, and look at Leon just swimming underneath everything. Hard 2-punch combination again there from Leon.
Yeah, if there's one critique that I would have for Leon, it is not going to the body as much as maybe he should in the second half of this fight.
Left hook from Leon a moment ago. Guerrero falling forward a little bit there, but Leon to be warned for pushing down on his head as he did so.
We saw in the last fight with Rich Riakporhe, you go to the body enough, it'll make a guy say no mas.
Aaron Guerrero's got a heck of a chin. Final 20 seconds of this contest.
Good shot. Just so relaxed with that left hook. He didn't throw power behind it. And he still was able to rock it and shake the legs of Guerrero with that nice, simple left hook. Punches through his opponent.
Some really beautiful sequences here from Leon to finish off the fight. When you see those in slow motion, Sergio, those are going to look real pretty.
Oh man, now I love what I saw with Leon. Now I see what all the hype is about. You know, with only 6 fights, 7 under his belt now, this kid has a lot to learn, a lot to pick up, and of course, sky's going to be the limit for him.
Well, the rematch they're calling the Inquest comes to DAZN on Saturday, May 17th, as Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen pick up where they left off in Riyadh last year. After the controversy of Fisher's victory, will it be repeat or revenge at the Copper Box?
I'm sure Brian Leon would have preferred to get the knockout in this fight, but it is good that he gets 6 rounds under his belt, get some experience against the guy with a good chin. Go back, watch some of that film, learn a few things. Probably be a better fighter next time out.
We mentioned the added experience that Leon has been getting in the Team Combat League as well against very seasoned fighters. And looking at Leon here tonight, it's a guy that could be moved relatively aggressively, I would think. Looks like he will improve to 7-0. And to affirm that, let's send it up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Bob Williams, scores the contest 62-54 for your winner, and still undefeated, Brian the King Leon.
So Brian Leon at now 7-0 as the 22-year-old turns in a terrific performance, and he looks like he could be the next Cuban star.
Four fights down and 4 to go. We're just getting going here in Riyadh. After the break, our attention switches to the heavyweights as fellow Africans Martin Bakole and F.A. Ajagba battle it out. Don't go anywhere. You're watching DAZN.
What did you learn about yourself when you fought against Parker?
That fight, I don't take it as I lost the fight. I don't take it as that was a fight in my head. I just do it for helping someone, and someone who's gonna help me. And today, if I'm here, because for me, my opinion is because I accept that fight. I learned a lot. What I learned is to be always ready. That coach always tell me, and I will tell you, coach, I'm professional. I need to get 3 months, 4 months notice before I know I'm going to fight. But in this one now, I learned a lot that I have to stay in sharp, and I have to stay always in the gym, even I don't have a fight. And something that I learned is never sleep the day of the fight. It's no fight. I learned a lot from that fight. I think it doesn't affect me, and it never affect me because that is not something that I was expecting. That is not Martin Bakole. I was not in the gym. I was not preparing for the fight. I was not preparing for Parker. I never knew I was going to fight him. So it's something like a new in my life. This is something I'll tell my kids and my grandkids, the story. And I learned it, but it's not affecting my career. Parker fight is fast, and it's a job. You go, it happen. You win, you lost, you lost.
Throughout that roller coaster, you never missed a moment to smile, to say hi. What keeps you so with that joie de vivre?
You know, this is how I am, and this is how I grew up. I always be smile because, you know, if I don't smile, I always have headache. I don't want to have headache. Me and my coach always smile all the time. So that's like medicine to me. I don't take time to watch my opponent. I don't know him, how he box. Only my coach knows him. I'm going to meet him and I will know him. I never met him in a really life. So I can't describe anything because I never watch him boxing. Always my coach tell him good movement, good nice jab. backhand. That's all I know about myself. I never watched myself towards my opponent. I need to stay always focused. I had movement because I had a beautiful head movement, and trying to keep him on the back foot because he doesn't know how to box with back foot.
The fabulous Kingdom Arena here in Riyadh has hosted some memorable fight nights. It also hosts Al Hilal of the Saudi Pro League, who you'll be able to watch on DAZN this summer.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
What a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can, on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
The FIFA Club World Cup kicks off on June 14th live on DAZN, ensuring your sporting fix throughout the summer. Meanwhile, here in Riyadh, it's time for an intriguing heavyweight showdown.
He say he's the number one in Africa. He knows himself, I'm the best. No doubt that. Even Joshua knows I'm the best. I the number one in Africa, so I went to Olympics. He want to take the number one glory from me because I'm already there. So we're going to find out who is number one. I don't take time to watch my opponent. I don't know him, how he boxes. Only my coach knows it. I don't care about the size, but it's not an excuse. But I have the speed, I have the power, you know. I need to stay always focused. Trying to keep him on the back foot because he doesn't know how to box on back foot. He's a bully man, like he loves to bully fighters, opponents and stuff like that. But for me, he can't bully me. We will see who's the best in Saturday.
What a beautiful night here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we welcome you back to the A&B Arena. My name is Todd Grisham alongside the former middleweight champion of the world, Daniel Jacobs. We turn our attention to that all-African showdown. Martin Bakole, as you know, fought here in February. He took the fight on 48 hours notice. Denny, he was on his couch in the Congo, jumped on an airplane, flew here, and fought Joseph Parker. It obviously did not go well for him. What are the lingering effects from that fight, do you think?
Well, it could be a very devastating lingering effect, but listen to this guy, the press conference. Listen to him tonight. He seems to be in the right mindset. One thing about me in my career, I remember fighting when my grandmother passed away, and it was the worst decision that I've ever made because mentally I wasn't there. And it was my first loss ever. So for him, he understands he mentally needs to be in the right place to be able to go out there and perform at his best capacity.
Yeah, I remember seeing all those highlights of him basically a mad dash through the airport, jumping on the airplane. It was insane stuff, but hey, he showed up to the fight, gave it his all. His corner, Billy Hunter, jumped on the ring and waved it off, and Bakole said, I wish he hadn't done that. I was still ready to fight. I wasn't hurt, I was just a little discombobulated. Have you seen fighters do that before?
I have. I mean, it's one of those things where it's a delayed reaction. I remember in sparring, I won't name who, but I got hit with a punch and it was a delayed reaction where my legs wobbled. But yeah, these things happen in the sport of boxing. You could get knocked out or it could be a delayed reaction where you may shake and you may fall. You never know, but you just need to be ready, keep them hands up and protect it.
All right, he's fighting F.A. Ajagba from Nigeria, an all-Africa battle. Quick prediction from you, what's gonna happen?
No prediction tonight for me, but I will say that this is going to be potentially the fight of the night.
All right, without further ado, let's get to it.
Thank you so much, guys. We are ready for this one. And we take a look at the tail of the tape for this heavyweight slugfest. Bakole and Ajagba have decided that this fight will decide the heavyweight king of Africa. You look at those measurables, Martin Bakole, 6'6", nearly 300 pounds. Efe Ajagba, also 6'6", coming in at a shredded 240 pounds. This one promises action, and we cannot wait to get that action started. Bakole and Ajagba, a potential fight of the night here in Riyadh.
Live worldwide, let's first welcome to the ring, Efe, the silent roller, Ajagba.
Yes, so. Are you ready for the champion? The silent roller, Efe Ajagba. Hey! Me no me walk back. Yo for you go me here. Sada Riakporhe ti Adamewe. Ogiri sewe jojo tariho. Me no me walk back. Yo for you go me here. Sada Riakporhe ti Adamewe. Ogiri sewe jojo tariho. Make that back your back, cause Ajagba they falling.
Oh, and this man, Efe Ajagba, signed with Top Rank. Legendary promoter Bob Arum described him as one of the most naturally gifted heavyweights that he'd ever come across. The proof was there from the beginning, as Ajagba made the 2016 Olympics after just a few years of boxing training, impressing his own idol, Lennox Lewis, enough that Lewis offered to sign and train him in Canada. Ajagba went another direction, moving to the United States and becoming a fixture on U.S. television during his ascent. Tonight, he has the opportunity to prove that he's more than just a gifted athlete and curiosity. If he could score what would be the signature win of his to date, and the one to enter him into the heavyweight title picture.
Yeah, Efe Ajagba has had a very interesting career arc. There were a number of years that he looked like the next big thing in the heavyweight division. You remember 2018, Curtis Harper actually walked out of the ring before the opening bell rather than face Efe Ajagba. But in 2019, he got dropped for the first time as a professional. 2021, he lost to Frank Sanchez in his last time out. He was dropped by Guido Vianello, so there have been some warning signs around Efe Ajagba, but this is an opportunity for him on this card in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, to put himself right back into that heavyweight mix.
Certainly the biggest opportunity of Ajagba's career. As you alluded to, Chris, this is a man who has kind of been in that zone between prospect and contender for some time, and this would be a contention-affirming victory here tonight.
Call me when it's money talk, yeah, they pay me. After song, they sit there, make them job, they pay me. Me no me want back. You for you, go me there.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Martin Bakole.
Where is Bakole? Oh, Martin Bakole.
Well, Martin Bakole was riding a wave of hype as the anointed boogeyman of the heavyweight division after a series of upset wins, concluding with a thumping stoppage over Jared Anderson last August. Bakole accepted an offer to step in and face Joseph Parker last time out on a day's notice, still on the airplane as his opponent weighed in. Bakole was stopped in the second round, and fairly or unfairly, the fearsome aura surrounding Bakole was no longer being discussed quite the same way. There's no question that Bakole couldn't have been his true self against Parker on that night, but there is a question as to how much of himself he lost in the ring that night.
And you see him coming to the ring with the George Foreman t-shirt, and there is a Foreman-esque quality to to his fighting style, doesn't really step into his punches, but gets a ton of power off him. And like George Foreman, Martin Bakole is never out of a fight.
These are two huge, power-punching heavyweights. This fight shouldn't last too long. Just like most of Foreman's fights, this is going to end quickly and explosive.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the heavyweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Canelo Promotions, Agon Sports and Events, and Sella, in association with Boxer, Bob Arum's Top Rank Incorporated, and Antonio Leonard Productions, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Guy Williamson, Supervisor Dennis Gilmartin. The 3 judges assigned will be Pablo Gonzalez of Spain, Kieran McCann of England, and Bob Williams of England. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Howard Foster of England. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with white and green and weighed in officially at 240 pounds. Coming to us from Ughelli, Nigeria, he brings a professional record of 20 wins, just 1 defeat, 14 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked number 10 by Ring Magazine. Please welcome the former WBC Silver Heavyweight Champion, Efe, the Silent Ruler, Ajagba. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue, red, and yellow, and weighed in officially at 299 pounds. Hailing from Kananga, Democratic Republic of Congo, he has a professional record of 21 wins, 2 defeats, 16 of his 21 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked number 8 by Ring Magazine, here is the former interim world title challenger, Martin Bakole.
Okay, guys, you both know the rules. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both of you watch your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck, lads.
Well, we saw the bad blood between these two spill over this week, but there really is much more than just a grudge match at stake here. Both fighters in their early 30s, both coming off recent losses. The winner of this fight can make a strong case to be in a title caliber fight next. The loser may not get another shot at getting it. Round 1 underway. Two massive heavyweights here in Bakole and Ajagba, and you're right, Chris, that this feels like one of those, the winner moves on in the heavyweight bracket type fights. So 2 red flags about Bakole. One is, how did he bounce back from that second round knockout? I know there was only 1 punch, there wasn't a lot of wear and tear, but this is a quick turnaround. The other is the weight, 299 pounds Martin Bakole tipped the scales at. Now that's less than the 310 he weighed for the last fight, but it's 15 pounds heavier than what he was against Jared Anderson, which was one of the best performances of his career.
We're going to see the effects of that last fight once he gets hit by that Ajagba right hand, which is his favorite punch. Big right hand, he stays at a distance, he sets it up behind a patient jab. That's how we're going to find out where Bakole's at in this stage of his career.
You know, Sergio, both these guys are uppercutters. They both are into throwing that uppercut. Ajagba will throw it with both hands. Bakole likes that rear uppercut. They love throwing that punch.
Head moving. Don't uppercut with an uppercutter. On the outside, it's all Ajagba, and that's where he should be. You know, behind that long jab, he has that leaner frame. They're both the same height, but you can see that the mass is with Bakole. So just touching him downstairs to that soft belly would open up a right hand over the top. But you have to be very patient, of course, very careful with a guy like Bakole.
Yeah, and of course, that's the formula, Chris, that Michael Hunter used to defeat Martin Bakole years ago, and Bacole's promoter, Ben Shalom, has talked about maybe orchestrating that rematch if Bakole can get the victory here tonight.
I get the sense that Bakole wants that rematch, take the blemish off his resume. I'm not so sure Ben Shalom wants that. He may have eyes for bigger and better things for Martin Bakole. But I go back to that fight against Jared Anderson, which started a little bit like this, with Jared Anderson just pawing at the body of Martin Bakole. Then the last 20 seconds, Martin Bakole lands a big punch and puts Anderson on the deck.
Yeah, Anderson got a little bit too confident and stayed still for a little bit too long. And this is what Ajagba is not doing. See, he's moving around the ring. He stayed a little bit against the ropes right there, but he has the distance, and he's keeping his range in between. As long as you don't get too close to Bakole, you're going to be all right.
Bakole just slowly trying to creep his way forward here, looking for an opening to unleash one of those shots, maybe one of those drive-by uppercuts.
Yeah, guys like that, you can just outpoint. You know, he's giving you rounds like this. You can just keep touching the body, keep jabbing upstairs, move to your left, move to your right. Just do not stand still in front of this guy. And I love the fact that he alternated the jab for a 3 right there. He led with a hook just to land that right hand.
Nice right hand there from Ajagba as we close round 1.
Okay. Now, that's having a look around, okay? What did we say in the gym? What we're going to do second round? That's exactly what I want to see you doing, okay? Okay, jab to that body, right hand. You need to start working his body, okay? How you feel? Okay, let's mix the jab up, double the jab. His left hand's low, okay? His left hand's low. So once you get the jab landing, that comes over and then we finish here, okay? Weaken that body after the head, okay? Keep the head moving. No free shots tonight, okay? That's good work. Now we've had a look at him, now we work him. Nothing rash, okay? Don't cross the line. Do not cross the line.
Back live here in Riyadh, you heard the final instructions from Billy Nelson to Martin Bakole as round 2 begins. Good start to this fight here for Efe Ajagba. And the quieter these rounds are, the better for Ajagba, as Bakole offers up a left hook there, caught by the right glove of Ajagba. Ajagba opening up a little bit here. There's a good right hand that landed right at the end of round 2. And Chris, as you pointed out, this isn't an unfamiliar pattern for Bakole fights where there's kind of a lull, it's very quiet, and then before you know it, there's a very large man shaking his hips in the middle of the ring because he just scored a knockout victory.
Yeah, it looked like Jared Anderson, first round, on his way to an easy 10-9 round. And Martin Bakole landed one of those kind of clubbing shots to change the fight. He is one punch away from changing the dynamic.
Yeah, guys like Bakole, you can outbox, but you got to be smart enough to know that that's their strategy. You know, they're going to lose rounds to just set up the big punch, the big knockout. Ajagba should, you know, I'm sure he did his studying and knowing that this man, he's a silent killer. You know, he's one of these guys that just waits for that right shot, the power shot, and he sets it up with jabs like that, long arms.
So very few fighters have so much power without really stepping into those punches. I mentioned George Foreman. I'd put Vitaly Klitschko on that list as well. He just gets such pop off what is largely an arm punch.
The Ajagba corner asking for a few more feints here as Bakole picking up his activity here in the second round, at least relative to what he was doing in round 1. So he jab his way in, touching the body there of Ajagba. Nice long range right hand there, just grazes Ajagba.
It's funny, Corey, that we're looking at Ajagba as the boxer in this fight since Ajagba came up as a heavy-handed guy, scary guy with power in both hands.
And you'd have to think that Ajagba will have to really lean on that athleticism in this fight. If this fight is at distance, it's good news for Ajagba. And if that is what he needs, it's good news for Ajagba because his former strength and conditioning coach, who he was working with in Houston, Danny Arnold, who also trained Jadeveon Clowney, said that Ajagba compared favorably in athleticism to an NFL defensive back. I'll do it for round 2. Better round for Bakole, but perhaps another one in the bank there for Ajagba. We see Eddie Hearn seated ringside there next to Rick Reno, and of course he will be on hand Saturday, May 17th as Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen run it back at the Copper Box after a controversial win for Johnny Fisher. We'll see if it'll be a repeat or revenge. And this man, Frank Warren, will bring us a big fight from Scotland in Glasgow as Josh Taylor makes his Queensbury debut on May 24th as he takes on Echo Esseman, also live here on DAZN.
10 seconds, corners.
And there they are seated together, not chatting at the moment, but they've become a lot friendlier over the years, haven't they? At least in recent times.
Hey, when everybody comes under one platform like DAZN and is brought together like these Riyadh season shows and brought promoters together, you get real friendly real quick, Corey.
Well, these two certainly have not been friendly during the build-up to this one. Efe Ajagba and Martin Bakole. The tempo's starting to pick up, and Bakole starting to pick up the volume here in round 3.
Yeah, this is what I want to see from Bakole. He has to come forward. He can't let Ajagba keep picking him apart from the outside. Bakole needs to get on the inside, and the way to do that is breaking that distance with that jab, that long, strong jab.
Nice right hand over the top there from Ajagba. Bakole leaning back as he tries to jab to the body, but Ajagba found the antidote for that. Just bring that right hand over the top.
I would like to see Bakole just throw that right hand right to the chest of Ajagba. He's not going to hit the head right now. It's too early in the fight. Just aim at the chest or the shoulder of Ajagba.
Huge right hand there from Ajagba.
That's the same punch he's been landing. It's a 3-2. He comes in the front door with a 3, going around the right hand of Bakole.
He's catching Bakole, Sergio, leaning to the right, so he's able to throw that chopping right hand pretty easily.
No, he's forcing him to the right with that left hand. He's keeping him there just to guide that right hand down the pipe.
There it is again. That right hand seemed to wobble Bakole, who's trying to fire back with left hooks, but Ajagba is cooking here in round 3.
Yep, at the outside, it's all Ajagba. The knees buckled from the big man right now.
And we ask questions if there were lingering effects from the knockout loss at the hands of Joseph Parker. It is that same kind of temple shot that seemed to affect him there.
If Bakole is not going to get on the inside and not really try to double and triple his way in, he's going to be at the end of those punches, and it's only going to be a matter of time until you get cracked again with that right hand.
Pull counter right hand there from Ajagba, who's corner right now, telling him don't get lazy. In other words, keep up the activity. You've got something going here.
Ajagba is one of the better jabbers in the heavyweight division, so he's going to be comfortable keeping this fight on the outside.
These are exchanges where Bakole can be dangerous, but it is Ajagba who is owning them at the moment.
No, these aren't exchanges, Corey. He's getting hit. He's getting pot-shotted by the sharper puncher in Ajagba. He moves off the ropes really nicely. He wants to stay off the ropes and keep the fight in the middle of the ring.
Good left hook there from Bakole.
Stop pulling so much and keep your hands up. Stay sharp.
Final 20 seconds of round 3. Bakole being given an opportunity here.
I need you to come on something.
This has been a fantastic round for Efe Ajagba.
Check this out.
Chopping counter there from Ajagba with his back against the ropes. And that will do it for round 3.
relax. You're doing good, okay? Stay relaxed.
Once again, the new feature on your DAZN app. You can switch between rounds by using the Fight Card feature on your DAZN player. You can relive any of the action you missed. You can rewatch the highlights from tonight's fights. Go back, rewind, watch the knockouts. You can watch what was a terrific round 3 there for Efe Ajagba back if you'd like as well.
All he doing is throwing shots, crazy shit. When we right here,
Don't pull back is what they're telling Ajagba. Just nice, tight defense with the up, ear him up defense, and move your head, land shots like that. You run the big man into shots like that, but keep your range. Stay responsible. It's only a matter of time. But Bakole can't keep taking right hands like that the entire fight.
I'll tell you though, Sergio, that was a good round for Efe Ajagba, but I do think in the final 30 seconds, Martin Bakole started to close the gap a little bit. We'll see if that carries over in this round.
I think Ajagba gave him that gap. He was comfortable against the ropes, and I think he was picking them, catching and countering.
A different strategy here for Bakole, who's now framing up and just trying to muscle his way to the inside. I think realizing what you were pointing out there, Sergio, that trying to slip to his right, jab his way in, it wasn't quite working. This is better stuff for Bakole.
Yeah, he needs to move that upper body. He needs to get in and break that distance. He can't stay at that range.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who was in the corners between rounds. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Thank you, Corey. They were actually echoing what Chris was saying. Bakole's actually trying to smother the reach on Ajagba, and that's precisely what he wants to avoid. Stay away from the ropes, use your reach, use your movement, do not allow him to close the gap.
And this is the reason why Bakole popping the head back of Ajagba with a huge left hook a moment ago. And this is exactly what Bakole wants.
Yeah, because Ajagba's squared up. He's not at an angle. If he's squared up like that, it makes it easier for those left and right hooks to land.
Yeah, Bakole's been stopped a couple of times, but I have more questions about the Ajagba chin, given the caliber of competition that's either knocked him down or wobbled him.
Ajagba looked a little unsteady as he was navigating his way back to the ropes here, now trying to fight his way off the ropes. But he's got a Colossus in front of him, trying to keep him there.
I mentioned Foreman. Isn't this like a Foreman-esque vibe, too, to a fight like this, where you just, if you're Bakole, you're just taking punches until you can land one that changes the fight.
Ajagba trying to counter with right hands against the ropes. There is the signature shot there from Bakole, that uppercut, and once those start flowing, that's when things really start rolling for Bakole.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot for such a big man. And once he starts throwing that uppercut to the body and picking him up to the head, that's when you know it's getting good to him.
Don't be lazy,
You don't see the movement from Efe Ajagba that you saw for the first 3 rounds. A lot laying on the ropes and in the corner.
Bakole, I love that right hand that just gutted Ajagba, breaking him in half.
Ajagba stationary in the corner. He's absorbing a lot of shots here, some of them on the arms. But those are heavy, heavy shots, just grinding Ajagba down.
And those shots, Sergio, the right hand is kind of that corkscrew right hand that Gennady Golovkin kind of made famous years ago, looking for that top of the temple shot.
Yeah, coming from top to bottom. If your opponent's not giving you an entrance, you got to go over the top.
It was a good response from Ajagba a moment ago. 4 straight punches down the pipe, but Bakole just keeps plowing forward.
You're being lazy in defense.
Yeah, that round, Bakole was able to land shots like that because, look, squared up against the ropes is a big no-no in boxing. You got to get turned sideways, catch and counter. You can't get hit by a big man right there, solidly right to the temple. Squared up, giving up that right side of the face. Bakole, it's only a matter of time till he starts throwing that left and right. Look, there's that corkscrew punch that you were talking about, Max, coming over the top of the head right there.
All he's trying to do is walk you down, get tired, and throw his high punches. Tighten your defense up, man. Come on. Round 5.
Round 5 underway, and there has been a major momentum shift in this one after a dominant round there for Martin Bakole. It looked like things are going well for Efe Ajagba, but again, we talked about that familiar pattern in Martin Bakole fights, and it is showing itself once more.
Yeah, flashes of that Jared Anderson fight. You know, this is how Anderson started. Boxing, moving, getting confident with that jab, straight right hands. But Bakole was slowly eating him up, slowly inching that front foot in the front door just to land that big right hand and uppercut. And they're yelling at Ajagba not to get lazy. It's not really that he's getting lazy. It's that he's being backed up by a bigger man that's taking his punches.
It's also got to be really difficult for a 240-pound heavyweight to use the entirety of the ring for the course of a fight. Like, Efe Ajagba is not a flyweight out there moving around. He's a big man. He's been being asked to work hard early in this fight.
Bakole just parking himself there against the ropes, taking a long time to load up that right hand, and this was the posture that was allowing Ajagba to have success in the first 3 rounds. Bakole corner asking him for head movements. Showing that right now, but it's only Ajagba offering up jabs at the moment.
Ajagba just barely missed that right hand. I think Bakole's getting a little bit lazy right now, trying to shoulder roll that right hand of Ajagba just to come back with his own, but I don't think he's quick enough to do that.
Yeah, he's looking to time Ajagba and land that counter right, but that's not really his game. His game is pressure.
I agree. And this is where Ajagba should take advantage of that. Just double and triple your way in, and then get to the side of Bakole and start ripping those left uppercuts. Double, triple up the left uppercuts when you're on the side of him, on the left side of Bakole.
It's also a curious decision to kind of take the round off in a fight that you had a good performance in the 4th round, but you're probably losing it.
Yeah, especially after a round, Chris, where it looked like the snowball was turning into an avalanche a little bit. There was a scary moment for Ajagba, who just produced one there for Bakole with a beautiful pull counter right hand.
the big man bounced off the ropes to try to land a right hand, and it was Ajagba that rolled with it and got a bigger right hand.
Whose idea was to change game plans like that in the 5th round, but it was a bad one.
Yeah, momentum shifted right back to Efe Ajagba.
Well, the countdown to tonight's main event can officially begin as William Scull entering the arena here in Riyadh, his IBF title in tow, as he looks to win 3 more of them and the Ring Magazine belt by scoring a monumental upset tonight, Chris.
Yeah, huge opportunity for William Scull. Beat Vladimir Shishkin last October to get that lottery ticket that is the belt on his shoulder, and for that, he gets to face Canelo Alvarez, still one of the top 10 best fighters in all of boxing.
And be born. You're a world champion. Come on. Hey. Come on. Come to you.
Seconds out. Round 6.
Round 6 begins, and here comes the version of Martin Bakole that was looking dominant, and right before the round began, Ajagba's corner told him to stay off the ropes as these 2 men resume their trash talking. And Chris Bendix, let's take a look at your scorecard.
Yeah, 4 rounds to 1 in favor of Efe Ajagba. First 3 were competitive, but pretty clean wins for Ajagba. Thought the 4th round was obviously Martin Bakole landed his best shots of the night. Then there was that perplexing last round where Martin Bakole decided to lean against the ropes and maybe give himself a bit of a break, but Efe Ajagba 49-46 on my scorecard.
Nice right hand to the body there from Ajagba.
And Bakole getting frustrated, saying, come on, man, stop and fight. But no, Ajagba shouldn't do that. He should do exactly what he's doing, bouncing on his feet, moving laterally, using the entire ring and keep popping that jab. That's how you win this fight. That's how you beat this big man. Beat him on your terms, not his. See Bakole staying in the middle of the ring. He wants Ajagba to come to him. Ajagba shouldn't give him that.
Bakole attempting here, Sergio, what is a part of his game, kind of that psychological warfare. You know, he tries to intimidate opponents, and it works as he walks through your shots. That has happened to opponents of his in the past. It's imperative on Ajagba to stay disciplined.
Yeah, it's a lazy strategy by Martin Bakole, you know, but sometimes fighters fall for that.
I don't think Efe Ajagba is one of those guys. Efe Ajagba, very good fighter, got a good corner too. Kei Karoma in the corner of Efe Ajagba, working with him for the last few fights. Very smart guy. And the advice we've been hearing coming from the corner of Ajagba is spot on. Stay off the ropes, keep moving, don't engage with this guy.
Yep, and you got to keep reminding them that, because sometimes, you know, it feels like you're winning really easily, and it just takes one shot, just like that just bloodied his nose right now.
And just a stiff jab from Bakole, immediately producing some blood from the nose of Efe Ajagba. You saw him wipe it away. 45 seconds remaining here in round 6.
Right there. Look at your range. You right there. Shoot it. Here we go.
Ajagba's corner asking him to throw a 1-2 downstairs.
That's actually a pretty awkward punch to throw. To throw a 1-2 downstairs. I've never heard of that. Because if you're the taller man, that once you throw that right hand, you're going to be vulnerable to something punching down. I don't like that advice. I like the jab or a single right hand, but a 1-2 to the body, I think that's bad advice to a tall fighter. Nice right hand there by Bakole.
Good shot over the top there. Another good round in the bank for Efe Ajagba.
Sound up. Give me a bottle of water, Sound. Take a deep breath.
Well, we've got more heavyweight action coming your way on Friday night as Daniel Perro takes on Cesar Navarro live from the wonderful Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida. All part of your subscription that features over 185 fights per year.
But instead of just walking faint sometimes and then drop the 1-2, okay? You're doing good, okay? Look. Let me get some back.
Get another rinse. Hey, another rinse. Come on.
Hey, you're doing good, okay?
Seconds out. Round 7.
Round 7 underway, and Mark Bakole had to be held back before the start of the round. We'll see if he keeps this pressure up. We've seen one round of this from him, Chris, but otherwise, this has been an easy fight, I think, to score for Ajagba.
Yeah, bizarre strategies over these last few rounds from Martin Bakole. This round starting off the way it should. Martin Bakole applying the pressure and trying to get Ajagba back up against the ropes. That's what was effective for him in the 4th round. But in between, it's been sort of a strange night for Martin Bakole.
Nice right hand that connected from Ajagba a moment ago. There's another one. Sergio, when he can throw that on the move, it's a punch that seems to be impacting Bakole.
Yeah, and he's doing it moving backwards, and it's kind of like an anchor punch with that right hand. He keeps moving back, but you need to have athleticism to do that, and of course Ajagba has that. I think now there's an opening for a left hook for Ajagba, because every time that he feints at Bakole or pretends to throw a jab, you can see Bakole pawing at it. You don't paw at jabs like that, because then someone could come around, fake the jab, and come around with the left hook. I think that's an opening right now.
You know, I mentioned the way that Martin Bakole coming in, and that to me was as big a red flag as the quick turnaround. If you portend to have a good camp, full camp, and you still come in at 299 pounds, I understand he has been close to that weight in the past. I think Carlos Takam, he was right around that weight, but at his best, last year, when he fought Jared Anderson, he was 284. That was a guy that was in great shape. This is not a guy that looks in the best of shape.
Which again, would be puzzling if that were to be the case. Bakole has been out here in Riyadh for weeks, training at the Mike Tyson gym, as we've referenced other fighters have been.
Head moving.
It's not unusual for Bakole to perhaps be content or not bothered by the fact that he's losing rounds. He's thinking knockout all the time. But you do wonder, as we've been watching him, does he have the gas tank to produce that? Nice counter right hand again there from Ajagba, and then back with a stiff jab immediately.
Yeah, stopped on a dime just to counter him with that right hand. It's risky, but that's what you got to do to get the respect out of a monster like Bakole, who's going to keep coming. He's going to take your best shots. You got to keep giving him your best shots. He's bound to break down. The only way I could see Ajagba losing this fight if he loses focus or gets lazy like they've been telling him in the corner. Other than that, this is easy work for F.A. Ajagba right now, just keeping his range, bouncing on the toes, and popping that jab.
Take a deep breath.
Badu Jack getting wrapped up as he prepares for his cruiserweight title fight tonight against Noel Makalian. Of course, Jack, one of the most popular fighters in the Middle East. And in his 40s, still a factor in the cruiserweight division. Tonight taking on Noel Makalian. These two have kind of circled one another. There's been a litany of postponements and cancellations. More on that a little bit later on, but what's important is that these two will finally get in the ring.
Yeah, and the question I have is, did Noel Makalian have a long enough camp? Took this fight 1 month's notice. You know, right now, Sergio, I know you're not a fan of the rah-rah speech, but Martin Bakole needs a rah-rah speech. Martin Bakole's got to get going because this fight's slipping away from him.
A little bounce in Bakole's step. He's running after Ajagba right now.
That may be part of the problem, too. He's running at him, not necessarily cutting the ring off.
You know, the reason I'm not a fan of those speeches is because if you have to be a cheerleader for a professional fighter, then he doesn't have to fight in them. You know, there's times where you can encourage him in a round that he looked bad, but if you have to do that every single round, Bakole only won 1 round pretty much. He's the one losing the fight, you know, so he's the one that should be mustering up the strength, knowing that he needs to break the distance, double his jab way in, just hit anything that Ajagba gives you, but he is not doing that. Instead, he's complaining, getting frustrated, and just getting out jabbed.
I think there's always room for the old Angelo Dundee, you're blowing it, son. The Teddy Atlas, we're all firefighters. There's room for those kind of speeches in boxing.
They're great sound bites. A swim without getting wet as well by Nazim Richardson. But all in all, man, you want a fighter that
I mean, Bakole is begging Ajagba to fight him, but Ajagba's not doing anything wrong here, Sergio.
No, he's not. He's boxing and sticking to his game plan. This is his strategy.
Big shot hand over the top there from Ajagba. Bakole might have connected in the midst of that, too.
Bakole he reminds me of a spider web. You know, he's just going to stand there and wait for the flies to come to him, but Ajagba's not going to be doing that. He's not going to get stuck in that web. He's going to keep moving around, and Bakole's just going to stay in the middle of the ring following him.
You gotta find a way to cut him off, Sergio, though. Like, just following him around is not gonna be enough, especially with this being a 10-round fight and a little over 2 rounds to go.
Well, the body is what you gotta do. So if he's moving to your right, you throw that right hook to get him to stop from going to the right.
Here we go, Bakole lands the floating left hook. It doesn't take much. Martin Bakole coming alive here. There were serious questions about whether he had this in him. The blood smearing across the face of Ajagba as his corner begs him to get off the ropes.
Bakole punching with mean intentions. You can see that he punches through opponents. Every time he misses a shot, it just goes straight through the line of fire.
Good body work there from Ajagba.
That's what I want to see Bakole do with both hands. Bakole is an excellent body puncher. Start digging away the body, taking away the leg.
Big right hand there from Bakole. Scary moments for Ajagba in what was otherwise another dominant round. And here comes Canelo. The face of boxing is in the house as he prepares for his main event tonight against William Scull. A fresh pair of skull candy, not school candy headphones on top of his head as well.
Maybe a message being sent there by Canelo Alvarez, maybe not. Canelo was telling us this week his plan was to get up around midnight, jump into the cold plunge, wake himself up, and begin the process of getting ready for this fight. But we talked to him all week long. Sergio, he seems like he's in the right place physically to be ready for this type of atmosphere.
I mean, no one handles being a superstar all over the world like that man right there. Just so calm and collected, and he lives for this, man.
It's going to be a real test, Corey, of what Efe Ajagba's got in him, because I think Martin Bakole is going to finish strong here.
Round 9 is now underway.
I think this is the last round for Martin Bakole to do something, because once that 10th round rings, the adrenaline kicks in, knowing that it's just 3 more minutes for a fight to end, and Ajagba's just going to move with that adrenaline. So Bakole better do something out of desperation in this round.
Yeah, I agree. The footwork is going to come back for Efe Ajagba in that 10th round once he sees the light at the end of the tunnel.
Ajagba standing and trading here with Bakole, a little less mobile. These are big opportunities for Bakole. You'd have to think, based on how this fight has gone, needs a knockout, but it's Ajagba putting them together right now. Corner of Bakole screaming at him to throw the uppercuts in those moments. That would be a good opportunity to let those go. Neat right hand there from Bakole. And these are shots that he doesn't need a big windup. He just needs to touch you to produce an adverse reaction.
Ajagba just with the short punches inside, Bakole with the wide ones, and of course it's always the short ones that count. Ajagba's a smart fighter, really smart fighter, because he's great at distance, just like that when he has the range, but on the inside he doesn't pull back the punches. They're little short shots just to keep his opponent off him. See right here, Ajagba, the only thing I would like to do is, whenever you're in a clinch, walk that big man back. Not only do big men hate being walked backwards, but Bakole doesn't have the legs anymore. That's the only thing he needs to learn now. Back up big men like this.
Ajagba grinding out the clock a little bit here, not looking quite as spry as he was earlier, and how could he? He's been doing a lot of moving, and he's been taking shots like that every once in a while from Bakole.
And another thing that clinching and walking your opponent back does is you're killing the clock, because by doing that, the referee can't break you. You're moving back until you hit the ropes, then you break up. That's gonna buy you 10, 15 seconds. That's how you kill the clock.
25 seconds remaining here in round 9. Silent roller, Efe Ajagba looking to be a clock killer.
Beautiful. I love that.
Nice right hand again over the top there from Bakole. And we will head into the final round of this heavyweight contest.
Believe in yourself. Yes, yes, come on, man.
Last one, man.
Come on, man.
Stop bullshit. I know you got more than that.
Come on, man.
Come on, whatever one is it?
10.
10. This the last round.
It's that round?
Yes. Come on, take a deep breath.
Don't get on the ropes, man.
Get off them damn ropes and put your combinations together.
Bend your knees.
If you put them down, we'll get at least a draw here, okay? You need to bang them in. Fucking bang them in. 2 hands, okay? Come on. Give me the best round you've ever had in your life, man. Come on.
7 seconds, corners. Seconds out for your 10th and final round.
10th and final round of a fight that we did not think would go this long. And now you would have to think that Efe Ajagba just needs to stay on his feet, but he's going to have a 300-pound monster rolling after him here for 3 minutes.
Not even stay on his feet, just stay at range. You know, keep popping the jabs, stay at range, and you're fine.
Yeah, and I've got an 87-84 in favor of Efe Ajagba. Good run over the last 2 rounds by Martin Bakole to close the gap. The first half of this fight was largely dominated by Efe Ajagba. So 87-84, and I agree with you, Corey. Martin Bakole needs something big to win this fight.
Now, if you're looking for historical hope here for Bakole, obviously you look back to his own knockout power, but Chris, we saw Ajagba get hurt late by Guido Vianello recently as well, so there are questions perhaps about the endurance of Ajagba and whether he can be vulnerable in these moments.
Yeah, knocked down 2 in the 7th round by Frank Sanchez in their fight, so he is vulnerable. He does have a tendency to keep that chin up in the air. So far, he's fought a very disciplined fight. I mean, Martin Bakole has been daring him to stay in the center of the ring. Why would he do that? Like, why would that make any sense? Great shot.
Wicked counter there from Ajagba, but look at Bakole, back with a 2-punch combination.
Keep moving, keep moving.
Ajagba navigating the perimeter of the ring.
If Bakole would have fought like this earlier in the fight, I think Ajagba would have used a lot of nervous energy, and Bakole would have been in a better position to get the knockout that he needs in this fight.
Got 70 seconds to produce it right now.
And that's not going to be enough, guys, because right now Ajagba knows he's comfortably ahead and adrenaline's running through his veins. He just knows that he needs to stay in the perimeter of the ring, moving to the left, moving to the right, and this big man doesn't have the foot speed to break that distance. Give up this round if need be, but Ajagba's already at the finish line.
When you get the feeling too, Sergio, that Bakole, all these times he stood in the center of the ring, talking to Ajagba, telling him, hey, let's fight. It's almost like he's telling himself this story already. Hey, this guy ran away. He didn't come to fight. That's why I lost.
That's nonsense. That's fooling yourself. That's lying to yourself. You need to break that distance with jabs. You need to break it with foot speed. This is a flat-footed monster. He's only a beast if you come to him and stay in the same place. When you stick and move, then you exploit him.
Efe Ajagba is a stablemate of Jared Anderson with Top Rank. You saw what happened to Jared Anderson when he let his guard down and slipped. He has fought an excellent fight and the right fight based on his opponent.
A very composed boxing performance from Efe Ajagba in the face of a threatening pressure fighter and in the face of a lot of animosity that could have tempted him to make mistakes here tonight. He did not.
And not a good look for Martin Bakole, who got knocked out in his last fight with Joseph Parker, and now I got outboxed by Efe Ajagba with a full camp. So there was no excuses. I'm going back-to-back losses now.
Oh, it's been made official. The undisputed heavyweight championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium on July 19th as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet for the second time. And on this occasion, all the belts are on the line in what promises to be another history-making night on DAZN. And of course, the winner of this contest will have their eyes on the winner of that fight.
Big right hands like that on the back foot kept Bakole, even when he was having success, landing some jabs. There was shots like that, you know, catching him coming in. Bakole wasn't moving his upper body, and when he would land a big shot like this, it was because Ajagba was against the ropes. That's when his corner was telling him, get off the ropes, move laterally, move around the ring. Good shots, good punches, good right hands being exchanged. But at any time Bakole was having any kind of success like this, it was Ajagba that got back on the jab, back on the back foot.
So a good performance here from Efe Ajagba. As we send it back up to Todd and Daniel.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Me and Daniel sitting here ringside watching. Let me take a shot at Sergio. He's acting like this is a foregone conclusion. I think it might be a draw, Danny. I think they're not giving Bakole enough credit. You change one of those rounds that Mannix gave to Ajagba to Bakole, it's a draw.
I agree 100%. I mean, the fight was very intriguing leading up into the last round, but I didn't get the feel that each fighter was winning convincingly. So I'm curious to see how the judges score it, but for me, I would totally be fine with the draw.
All right.
Well, we will find out what the case is here as the scorecards are in the hands of Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Kieran McCann scores it 96-94 in favor of Efe Ajagba. And both judges, Pablo Gonzalez and Bob Williams, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 95-95. This bout is a majority draw.
Well, credit to Todd and Daniel who predicted this. This one is indeed a draw. One judge seeing it 96-94 for Ajagba, the other two 95-95. Sergio, we're a little bit surprised.
Hey, listen, I'm very surprised, and credit to Todd Grisham, who I normally always disagree with when it comes to that, but listen, I guess I like the aggression, the come forward on the front foot by Bakole, but it was the easy shots to see. Bakole threw the easy shots to see, and I think Ajagba was a little bit more active. See right here, the punches landed 190 over 145 to Bakole. That's what I was seeing, but it was the power shots, I guess, that Todd Grisham and the judges were seeing, the ones that clean punches to see, the ones that knocked the sweat off of Ajagba, the sexy punches.
All right, we're ready to hear from the fighters who are standing by with Chris Mannix.
Thank you, Corey. Here with both men. Efe, when that final bell rang, did you think you'd done enough to win the fight?
I won the fight, to be honest. I won the fight, But it's not me to decide for the judges, The judges are the one that scored the card, you know what I mean? That scored the fight, but inside me, I won the fight.
I think a lot of people expected a knockout in this fight. You came out looking like you were here to win a decision. What was your game plan coming in?
My game plan is to, just use my footwork, but, my footwork was kind of a little bit tired, I have to keep going, you know what I mean? So it keep putting pressure, I have to keep going, you know what I mean? So I have to stay on top of my job, but my job is not working as well, you know what I mean? So I have to get the work done, but anyways, I finished a movement, I finished all throughout the round.
Do you think this fight deserves a rematch?
Of course, I wanted a rematch for sure, but I wanted a rematch in the United States. That's all I want.
All right, hold on there, Efe. Martin, same question to you. Did you think you did enough to win the fight?
Thank you. First, I would like to say thank you to Ajagba here, and much respect to His Excellency for bringing me back again here. And look, I lose 10 kilo in 3 weeks. After losing against Joseph Parker, I work hard, and I think I win the fight. People say, yeah, I win the fight, but it is what it is. The judge, they say it's draw. I will ask Excellency if we can have a rematch so I can have a full camp. I don't know if the champ here is okay with that. And I would like to come here. Thank you, Saudi. And I would like to say, big shout for the big George Foreman. Must rest in peace. Thank you so much, Saudi.
Martin, did he surprise you with how he fought, moving around the ring as much as he did?
Of course. I think this guy here, he knows that I was struggling to lose weight. That you see, he was moving a lot, but he's clever, he worked hard. So I think matching Bakole with a full camp, I don't think he will go 10 rounds. But much respect to the champ to say yes to fight me. So, and I would like to say thank you to His Excellency again. And I'm looking forward to come back again here. If he's here, if he say rematch, I'm open to it. Even Joseph Parker rematch. You want to see Joseph Parker?
There was some bad blood between you two during this fight week. If you buried the hatchet here now.
Say again, please.
any more bad blood between you two?
No. We brothers. Look, this is African first. So that is before the fight. That is the mentality for the fight. Wow, we love each other. I can see big kiss here.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Any bad blood for UFA?
First and foremost, I want to thank the SLSC and Saudi Arabia. I want to thank the SLSC and Top Rank for giving me this opportunity to be here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. God bless you.
I hope to see you guys back doing this one more time. Guys?
Well, they both want a rematch, and after the break, it's another rematch that's actually happened. Last December, Jaime Munguia suffered a huge upset of the year when he was unceremoniously knocked out by the unheralded Frenchman Bruno Surace. Will it be revenge or repeat? That happens next.
Hablemos un poco de lo que significa para ti estar aquí en Riyadh Season.
Bueno, yo creo que sin duda, primero que nada, agradecido, ¿no? con Eddie, con Canelo, porque pues, darme la oportunidad de estar aquí. Y la verdad creo que pues, después de lo que pasó en Tijuana, yo creo que es un gran lugar, es una gran oportunidad para reivindicarme y salir adelante otra vez.
Pero hasta los más grandes
Pues,
caen.
sí, claro, o sea, no estoy ahora sí como que... Obviamente sí, no estoy contento con el resultado, pero sé que fue un descuido, sé que fue un error y que iba ganando toda la pelea, o sea, no había perdido ningún round, pues simplemente pues ese golpe, ¿no? Pero la verdad que pues vengo muy motivado, vengo muy contento de estar aquí, de demostrarle al mundo que seguimos bien.
Estabas muy tranquilo, entrando en ritmo. ¿Qué pasó?
Yo creo que fue un descuido en su momento. Yo recuerdo que, pues yo creo que tuve la oportunidad de terminar la pelea en el segundo round, pienso. No sé si a lo mejor se hubiera presionado un poquito más, pero dije, bueno, estoy en mi casa, dije, estoy aquí, vamos a dejarlos y vamos a trabajar un poquito más. Entonces ya conforme iba pasando los rounds, pues yo iba con calma, ¿no? Iba con calma y siento que en un momento puede que haya caído en cierta zona de confort donde sabía que iba ganando la pelea. Dije, bueno, si se va a decisión, pues ya dije, no, pero voy a tratar ahorita de presionar. Entonces siento que caí como pues, en un área de confort y estuve ahí trabajando, entrando, saliendo. Me empecé a sentir muy cómodo y fue donde pues, cometí el error de salir así con la mano abajo y no miré la verdad que ahora sí que el golpe y pasó lo que pasó, ¿no? Yo también pienso que ahí un poquito el referee se precipitó ahí con el conteo, que está bien, te digo, no.
¿La lección más importante para ti cuál es?
Bueno, pues obviamente estar atento siempre en todo momento, porque un golpe puede cambiar la pelea. Pues estar alerta en todo momento y estar siempre listo para lo que venga.
We are live from the A&B Arena in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where the countdown to our undisputed main event continues. And this week, DAZN has added 4 more blockbuster events to its unrivaled schedule. On Friday, May 30th, the big step of Khalil Coe gets another crack at Manuel Gallegos. The IBF World Super Lightweight title on the line. Richardson Hitchens and George Kambosos Jr. head-to-head in the Big Apple. Then we cross the Atlantic to Wembley Stadium. Undisputed heavyweight rematch, Usyk and Dubois. And then later that same night, the return of Jesse Bam Rodriguez as he faces Kabu in a unification fight. A couple of great rematches to look forward to there, and we've got another one here in Riyadh next.
I think he will be very aggressive on the first part of the fight. He has the will of revenge.
Sé que fue un error y que iba ganando toda la pelea, o sea, no había perdido ningún round. Fue simplemente pues ese golpe, ¿no?
I like to fight, I like to face a dangerous opponent.
Pues no sé en qué round, pero pero voy a empujar para que sea mejor.
I have to focus on my plan and take his mistakes to answer with my hands, yeah.
Pero en el round que lo agarre, se va.
After this fight, I will be a better Bruno.
Es una gran oportunidad para reivindicarme y salir adelante, otra vez.
And we welcome you back here to Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. My name's Todd Grisham alongside Daniel Jacobs. It's a rematch, Munguia versus Surace. You only had one rematch in your career, and it was against Sergio Mora. You beat the man twice. What do you expect from Bruno Surace as he looks to find lightning in a bottle again?
Well, he's going to have to do exactly what he's done. Put that pressure, understand the moment, and capitalize off that. If he is a special fighter with capping that victory last time around, he can do it again. But Jaime Munguia is a force, and with his mind hopefully intact, he can probably change the narrative tonight.
Well, Munguia was looking pretty good in that fight, the first fight against Surace. He had already dropped the Frenchman once, looked like he was going to cruise to a win. Then all of a sudden, the sixth round, everything changed. Mentally, where is Munguia right now? As he said that, listen, my career is on the line tonight.
It's a lot of pressure for Munguia tonight. He's going to have to be able to mentally get to the point to where he can block everything out, do what he done in training camp, come outside, come here tonight, and excel. Whatever the game plan is, obviously it didn't work last time around, but if they switch things up, he has a great team, great trainer. I hope that he can at least do a better job tonight.
And there you see Canelo Alvarez giving his countrymen a little love before he makes the walk. And quickly, Bruno Surace, what would your advice be to him?
Will simply be continue to put that pressure. Don't give him a chance to figure you out. Allow yourself to smother him, but keep the game plan so that mentally he can't get there, because it's all mental with Jaime Munguia tonight.
Fun fact, Cinco de Mayo is a celebration of when Mexico beat France back in the mid-1800s. Can they do it tonight? We're about to find out. We go back to Corey Erdman for the tale of the tape.
Thank you so much, Todd. It is the rematch. Can Jaime Munguia get his revenge from the Ring Magazine upset of the year in 2024? Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. You see the measurables basically identical. Bruno Surace moved up to 168 for that fight against Jaime Munguia. Didn't know if he would stay here, but obviously a big money opportunity after a shocking win has kept him at 168, and he'll look to repeat that shocking win here tonight in Riyadh. We're ready to meet the fighters once more, so let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
We continue with a rematch. Let's first welcome to the ring the undefeated Brunello Surace.
Well, there was frankly no reason to believe that Bruno Surace could be competitive with Jaime Munguia last time out, let alone knock him out. Surace's greatest triumphs to that point were on the second tier of the European level and as a professional kickboxer. Even his own coach, Murad Hadou, said that he was lukewarm about the idea of accepting the fight. But Surace shocked the world, and maybe even his own coach a little bit, scoring the Ring Magazine Upset of the Year in December of last year, landing a devastating right hand that changed his life. Despite being dubbed the French Rocky by many reporters, Surace is maybe the only boxer alive who has not actually seen any of the Rocky movies, but does say that he's determined to continue writing his own story, the one of the Frenchman who never stopped believing in himself.
Shocked the world with the shot heard around the world, at least heard around Mexico. That was a homecoming fight for Jaime Munguia. It literally said homecoming on the bill at the arena for Jaime Munguia. He was coming off that win over Eric Bazinian. Here comes Bruno Surace to be the patsy. Instead, he played the foil. Tremendous right hand from Bruno Surace to change his fortunes. Now he's out to prove that he is not just a one-hit wonder, that he really is a contender at 168.
I keep hearing lucky right hand, lightning in the bottle. Surace prepared for this. He's undefeated. He was ready for that right hand. That right hand will be available again. Can he land it with that much power and do the same damage? We're going to find out.
And now let's welcome the former world champion, Jaime Munguia!
There's no shortage of fighters who have been on the wrong end of Ring Magazine upsets of the year who have returned to have great nights. But there are perhaps even more that have not. And Jaime Munguia is looking to buck that trend. Munguia's upset loss was a historically significant one in terms of the betting lines, entering the fight as a minus 2,500 favorite. Tonight, he's still a minus 700 favorite or so, and as the odds makers seem to believe, Munguia feels that the knockout loss was due to a fluky lapse in concentration, and that when given the chance, he'll correct course and score a knockout win tonight. To ensure that, he's playing quite the hand, seeking the guidance of Eddie Reynoso and Canelo Alvarez as he heads into a fight with all the chips on the table.
Yeah, I don't think you can downplay the significance of this fight for Jaime Munguia. Just 28 years old, so you can't say that his career is on the line in this fight. But a loss to Canelo Alvarez is understandable, even accepted. 2 straight losses to Bruno Surace would be enormous setbacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds in the super middleweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Canelo Promotions, Agon Sports and Events, and Sella, in association with Bob Arum's Top Rank Incorporated and Zanford Boxing, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Guy Williamson, Supervisor Dennis Gilmartin. Our 3 judges aside will be Howard Foster of England, Kieran McCann of England, and Ron McNair of the United States. Our referee in charge will be Bob Williams of England. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with blue and gold and weighed in officially at 167.7 pounds. Coming to us from Marseille, France, he brings an undefeated record with 26 wins, 2 draws, 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked number 7 by Ring Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the undefeated Bruno Brunello Surace. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing the color of the Saudi Arabia sand and weighed in the same as his opponent, 167.7 pounds. His professional record consists of 44 wins, 2 defeats, 35 of his 44 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked number 8 by Ring Magazine. He is the former WBO Super Welterweight Champion of the World, damas y caballeros, de Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, Jaime Munguia!
Punch is there, okay, that's the height, okay. Punch is there, anything below that is low. Okay, gentlemen, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, please.
Well, a lot has changed in terms of how we think about a fight between Jaime Munguia and Bruno Surace. Munguia, as we mentioned, still a -700 favorite in this one or so, but these are now 2 top 10 Ring Magazine super middleweights going at it. Can Bruno Surace affirm that it was not a fluke?
You can see at the face-off that Surace is naturally the bigger man. He had a wider torso. Munguia coming up from 154. You can see he's slightly smaller as far as frame.
He got knocked out in that last fight, but there was a lot that was going right for him leading up to that point. He knocked down Surace in the second round. The body work was working. He pushed Surace up against the ropes repeatedly, so he's got to tweak a couple of things, but much of what he was doing in that first fight should be effective in the second.
You can see Surace went for that home run right hand right off the bat, but he needs to set that up. Munguia's going to be looking for that right hand, so soften up the body with those jabs, and then you can maybe catch him off guard over the top.
Sergio, I'm interested to see what kind of tweaks that Eddie Reynoso makes to the game of Jaime Munguia. First full camp, first fight with Eddie Reynoso.
I think we're seeing one early tweak here, Chris, and Sergio, I'll throw this to you as well, where Munguia is carrying his left hand almost high in an exaggerated fashion to guard against that right hand.
That's one of them, and anytime Surace moves to his left, you can see that Munguia steps to the right, so he's gonna make that ring smaller and smaller and cut off the Frenchman anytime he moves to his left.
I think the question is going to be, as this fight progresses, does Jaime Munguia revert to form? Do we start to see the same Jaime Munguia that just goes to war with every opponent that he's been in?
No matter who's been in Jaime Munguia's corner, what trainer has been trying to take those bad habits away, they always come back and haunt him.
A fighter like Surace, who has suddenly developed confidence, could be extremely dangerous. Of course, he knows he can knock Munguia out, but also, Chris, this is a guy who is still working a sales job outside of boxing. This is someone who twice has had university exams the day of and the day before fights. Now suddenly he's a top 10 super middleweight. There's a different level of belief in Bruno Surace now.
No question. He was brought in as cannon fodder the first time around. Now he is one win away from being considered a legit contender.
I say it all the time, and Mannix doesn't believe me, but I tell him that boxers are smart. They don't need an education to be smart. It's just they're put in a position, they come from poverty, that they go into the gym before they go to school, but Surace is an exception.
He's got 2 master's degrees. He's smart in every capacity.
How many credits away are you?
Relax, Mr. Boston College. See right here, Munguia's not jabbing enough. You know, that's the thing that Eric Morales was trying to teach him. You know, closing the gap with the jab, especially when you have a mover moving around the ring laterally.
Left hand to the body there from Munguia, but a pretty good opening round there for Surace.
Ya se fue el primero, ¿Cómo te sentiste? Tranquilito, ahorita vas a entrar en ritmo, güey,
Yeah, you gave up that first round. You got to get your rhythm back.
Tes coups, ils vont faire effet. Tu vas l'affaiblir au fur et à mesure des rounds. Il faut pas en faire plus. C'est parfait, Bruno. OK? Attention, il va venir plus vers toi. Il sent qu'il gagne pas. S'il met pas du rythme, il pourra pas gagner. Prends ton temps. Reste comme ça va marcher. OK? Magnifique. J'avais encore 10.
Ça, tu peux le prendre, encore plus travailler.
OK? Gère tes efforts, c'est parfait.
Ça, il tue dedans.
Ça va céder, ça va s'écrouler devant toi.
Lève le tabouret. Là.
Allez, Mino, c'est parfait.
I understood kickboxing.
I took 1 year of college French, guys. I'm good.
I apologize, my 12th grade French did not pick that up as well as perhaps it should as round 2 begins. As you heard the Munguia corner say, all right, you gave up that round, maybe now is time to get started, and we discussed the possible adaptations that Munguia would have now in the Reynoso camp. That's kind of a Canelo-esque thing to do too, Sergio. I'll put this to you, Mannix. Kind of just taking a picture in that opening round and then getting things going.
That's what Canelo Alvarez has become known for. So downloading information in that first round, figuring out the tendencies of your opponent. But if Jaime Munguia, you should have a pretty clear idea of how Bruno Surace is going to try to fight. He's going to be looking for that right hand. That right hand's real. Like, he only had 4 knockouts coming into that fight against Jaime Munguia, but he loads up on that right hand.
Good right hand from Munguia there a moment ago. Now, Sergio, one habit that Surace does have, and maybe it owes to that oscillating between kickboxing and boxing for a period of time.
He crosses his right foot over.
Exactly.
I was about to, Corey, you know your stuff. When he moves to his left, he crosses his right foot. That's a big no-no. You need to, your lead foot, your left foot is the one that's doing all the guiding. When he moves to his left, Surace brings his right foot across his body. That's a big no-no. You're off balance and can get attacked.
Surace looking for a left hook there.
Surace doing a pretty good job of protecting that midsection. One punch that works for Jaime Munguia really well is that left hook to the body. And historically, Bruno Surace has been vulnerable to body shots.
Yeah, and I think if he's going to take advantage of Surace moving his right foot like that, it's going to be the right hook to the body that's going to be money for Munguia.
Big attempt at left hook there from Munguia. Perhaps Surace could be more susceptible to body shots, as we mentioned.
That right hook.
Nice right hand there from Surace. Although he is certainly a super middleweight now, even in his post-fight interview after beating Munguia, he said, I'm not sure that I belong here. I might be going back to 160. So he might naturally be bigger, but that might not be where he's athletically most comfortable.
You know, when I sized him up, we're about the same frame, but looking at him now without a shirt, he has a wide torso. You know, fighters like that, you know, they carry all their weight in the middle. Kind of like Carlos Baldomir, you know, they had all of that wide torso. They were strong fighters if you stay right in front of them.
Surace taking away that right hand well, but did eat a nice stiff jab there from Munguia, as Munguia now touches the body of Surace with a left hook.
Yeah, Munguia very responsible with bringing his hands back to defense.
Trabajaste mejor este round, agarra airecito, relájate. Así te quiero nomás listo en tu pelea. Listo en tu pelea es todo lo que tenemos que hacer y empezar a dominar. Lo vas a empezar a dominar con tu defensa y después lo vamos a estar contragolpeando, hijo, Sin desesperarte, güey, No bajes la mano, güey. No, está bien. Agua. Cuando pegues tus combinaciones, güey, no te me salgas así, Pega tu combinación y de volada aquí arriba, güey. Porque te puede estar leyendo, está leyendo, güey. ¡Pam, pam! Y arriba. Pintas y no entras, pintas y giras. Pintas pasito atrás. Aquí nomás te estás bloqueando muy bien, ok, cerradito. Es fácil lo que tienes que hacer. Nomás bien inteligente,
Round 3.
A lot of instructions there being given by Eddie Reynoso. A lot of great instructions, basically saying that Munguia's doing right, but he's being set up with that right hand. So he needs to pretend he's gonna attack, feint, and then feint and attack. So you're gonna switch up your attack coming in, and don't pull back. Do not lean back your head if you're Munguia.
Good left hand to the body there from Munguia. Surace felt it was low.
Now that wasn't low, that's just a good shot. And if you keep digging that forearm and that elbow will keep digging into your rib.
Yeah, and I would say Surace's trunks
are very high.
You're right. So he might have thought it was low, but that was probably right on the legal belt line.
This is the most I've seen Munguia feint with that heavy front foot. It's unnatural to him, but that's exactly what they worked on, because that's what Reynoso wants in the corner. Feint that front foot, get him to bite, then you attack.
See Jaime Munguia's family seated ringside, hoping that their son can get back in the win column. Munguia staying consistent with that heavy jab. And one thing I think we are seeing in terms of changes to his technique, the work of Munguia is a little bit tighter now. You're seeing some touches of that Reynoso and Canelo style.
Yeah, tight guard and discipline. I think that's the main thing, because Munguia will throw discipline to the wind. You know, as soon as he landed one shot, he would just go, he will go after his opponent. Now he's doing a lot more responsibly behind that hard jab. And once he lets go of that jab, he brings it right back to his face.
Well, Chris, that's also something that Munguia has kind of had to learn as he's gone up the scale. At 154, he was so physically overwhelming, but as he's gone up in weight, he's had to grind out wins like the one over Derevyanchenko, like the one over Bazignan.
Yeah, he's always been the kind of fighter that offense is his best defense. That's led to some very physical fights as he moved up the scales. Gabe Rosado was a physical fight. Derevyanchenko was a physical fight. Canelo Alvarez, 12 rounds against one of the best in boxing. He's had some wear and tear over the last couple of years.
Both these fighters really think, and this is the first time I've seen Munguia focus and concentrate so much on what his opponent's gonna do. Normally Munguia's on the front foot, just punching at anything and everything, but now he's being calculated with what he's gonna throw first. And of course, Surace is just waiting to counter with that overhand hook around the guard. That's gonna be his money punch. Two smart fighters right in front of each other right now. Who's gonna make the mistake first?
Surace looking for that right hand, trying to wrap it around the guard of Munguia there. And that'll do it for round 3.
Bruno, il te crée, hein.
Il est réticent à t'attaquer, il a peur du compte. Tu l'as fait mal.
T'as vu?
Prends ton temps.
À chaque fois que tu mets ton bras arrière, il se cache dessus. À chaque fois que tu mets ton crochet.
Fais attention, après ton jab, il a la consigne de travailler après ton jab dans tes temps morts. Il a eu cette consigne-là. Donc fais attention, ok? Continue à varier les angles, Bruno. Ça va s'écouler tout seul. Tu commences à avoir mal à la sprint, ok?
Quand il se plaît, tu t'abrasses. Ok? C'est toi le champion. Reste vigilant.
Tu changes rien. Ça va pas au bout.
Garde la même stratégie. Garde la même stratégie. Levez la chaise.
Round 4 now underway. Bruno Surace looking very calm in the corner. And with that, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Thank you, Corey. There's a lot of confidence in Surace's corner. They actually have made no adjustments. There was no concern on the footwork at all. They just want him to stay out of the range, walk in, close the gap, and then just keep boxing.
And this is why we have the best French speaker of the 4 of us on the case here.
Merci beaucoup.
Surace trying to stab with that jab to the body of Munguia. And Surace has talked about how even though his life has changed in many ways because of the Munguia win, particularly financially, a lot hasn't. He still trains in the same gym that he's always trained in, next to kids, moms bringing their kids for children's boxing classes. It's not a glamorous superstar lifestyle that Surace is living back home in France.
I think Munguia is trying to get Surace into the second half of the fight. That's why he's so calm and patient right now. Because Surace, for everything that he is, most of his fights are 6- and 8-round fights. So once he gets past that 8th round, he's going to be in unfamiliar territory, even though he only has one 12-round fight under his belt in 28 fights.
Well, that would explain, to a degree, some of the judicious punching that we're seeing from Munguia. The first fight, whenever he had Surace against the ropes, he was letting his hands go. He was landing good shots. Caught Surace in the second round during an exchange.
He's not doing that quite as frequently in this fight.
I think perhaps an element as well is there's no longer the expectation or the compulsion that he has to knock Surace out. In the last fight, that was the expectation. It was a homecoming fight. Sergio, you and I have called a Munguia homecoming fight. You know what the deal is in a fight like that. It went the other way.
Any boxer would tell you that they hate homecoming fights. There's too much pressure to shine. There's too many obligations to fill. There's too many fans and family that want front row seats. It's a distraction, and that's why a lot of these hometown fights, when champions go, they haven't looked good or they've lost.
Next right hand, a good counter over the top there from Surace.
Good shots. Surace is sneaky explosive, man. That's a very, very difficult move to jump in with a left hook and then come under with a left uppercut. That takes speed, agility, and foot balance. Bruno Surace, I could understand why he's an undefeated fighter in 28 fights, man. We got to give this Frenchman his props. He's no pushover. He may have been an unknown, but this guy can fight.
Here's a man looking to pull off what may be a Surace-esque upset if he can pull it off. William Scull getting wrapped up and ready for his date with Canelo Alvarez tonight.
And one question I have, Sergio, is kind of what is coursing through William Scull right now? He looked a little bit jittery at the weigh-in on Friday.
He looked jittery at the press conference. He looked jittery at the weigh-in. And even when he does try to talk a little bit tough, it just doesn't seem like him. He knows that Canelo is the star of the show. So I think it serves him right to just, be quiet, focus on what you have to do, focus on the game plan, and that's going to be your best bet.
Orders, 10 seconds. Second note. Round 5.
Round 5 now underway. Very competitive start to this contest between Jaime Munguia and Bruno Surace as we send it back over to Claudia Trejos.
A lot of caution on that corner. Everyone also wants Munguia to maintain his distance and be very careful with that overhand right that could come in and do some damage.
It's really wild how things can change for a guy like Bruno Surace, who frankly might not have been discovered. We see how good Surace now actually is. Might still be toiling in obscurity in France, if not getting a fairly late notice opportunity against Jaime Munguia in December.
Yeah, man, that's why you gotta, strike whenever you're given an opportunity. And like I said in the end of the last round, Surace can fight. His record indicates he's a straight boxer with only 5 knockouts and 26 wins. But he's more than that. He has more power than his knockout ratio indicates, especially with that right hand.
Yeah, on paper, he's a very easy guy to overlook. Undefeated record, but 4 knockouts coming into that Munguia fight. And respectfully, he was basically a club fighter in France. His level of competition was very low. So he really was a complete unknown.
But look at how Munguia is leery of throwing more than one shot. Munguia was known as a buzzsaw, a combination puncher, someone that will hit you anywhere that you give him. He's very careful just throwing single shots because he knows that Surace is waiting to catch and counter.
Surace offering up that right hand again. That one caught by Munguia, but you can hear just the weight of that shot from Surace, despite only having 5 knockouts. We saw what he did to Munguia, but there's some seriousness behind those shots.
I think Munguia will serve him best to stop overloading on that right hand. I think you got to break down Surace. You really just got to aim at the body, aim at the biceps. Keep those shoulders and those arms in check. That way he can't catch and counter. Keep digging at the biceps.
And Sergio, we spent part of last week talking about the lingering effects of a knockout, particularly when it came to Devin Haney going into his first fight back after the beating he took against Ryan Garcia. I think we're seeing some of the effects of the knockout here with Jaime Munguia. Much more selective puncher during this fight.
Selected the right shot there. That's a beautiful left hook to the body, and now a right hand as well.
That's what happens when you make a career taking shots. Whenever you have a granite chin and you rely on that, and then it finally betrays you. You finally get knocked out. You're war-torn, your body. You can't keep taking that punishment, and your confidence is bound to betray you.
Seems like Munguia getting a little bit of confidence in his offense here as the round comes to a close.
Bien, así. Te quiero nomás atento, cabrón, ¿eh?
I want you attentive.
Te lo bloqueaste bien. Atento nomás, hijo.
Very attentive.
Poco a poquito. Está corriendo, agarras tu distancia, le tiras dos.
You gotta get the distance.
Le tiras dos, güey. Sube la manita
Throw
aquí.
2 hands and bring the hands right back to your face.
Para que no te tire
Then step back, but you won't get hit with that uppercut.
¿Eh? Pinta cuando entres.
You gotta feint before you enter.
Porque él es un contragolpeador.
He's a counter puncher, remember that.
¿Eh? Ya le tiraste acá y acá.
Look, you threw around the guard, now you gotta throw him right in the chest.
Well, the IBF Super Lightweight title is on the line Saturday, June 14th, when Richardson Hitchens takes on George Kambosos Jr. in New York. Another mega matchup brought to you by DAZN and part of your unrivaled subscription. Back to action here in Riyadh as Jaime Munguia looking to avenge his shocking loss at the hands of Bruno Surace. A better round there in round 5 for Jaime Munguia, who seemed a little less tentative with his offense and now looking the same way as he begins round 6.
I agree that 5th round is the way that Munguia needs to start this 6th round. And that's what they're telling him in the corner. You need to aim at the biceps and the arms of Surace. You keep digging down the body, but they also said throw 2 shots and don't pull back. Surace is a counter punch, and that's what he's looking for.
All right, Chris Mannix, let's take a look at your scorecard.
Yeah, I've got a 48-47 in favor of Bruno Surace. Gave him 2 of the first 3 rounds, but that 5th was a clear win for Jaime Munguia. Got his momentum going, got his offense going. It looked like he got some of his confidence back in that round. So Bruno Surace up 1 point on my scorecard, but Jaime Munguia closing the gap.
That overhand right, I'd rather Munguia throw it to the body instead of the top. See, just like that. That's going to keep the elbows and forearms in check. And by doing that, then you can start your combinations and onslaught. But if you throw it over the top, that's when you can get caught and countered right to the face.
Well, it's a good point, Sergio. You know, even going back to the first fight against Surace, that is something that Surace will do. He'll lean back, he'll take those shots in the arms. You heard Munguia's corner telling him, just take those shots, wear his arms down. Munguia only got caught in that fight when he pulled back with his hands down. It was sort of an unusual sequence that he got caught with.
Yeah, you need to stay in there. Once you break that distance, once you land that first punch, you got to stay in there. You got to keep your chin tucked, stay in there, and dig away at the body and at the arms. As long as you're hitting arms, your opponent's not going to be able to unleash his offense.
Yeah, that knockout was a little bit strange. Like, Munguia just seemed to freeze for a split second, drop that right hand, and Bruno Surace, to his credit, recognized it, loaded up, and landed a straight right.
Munguia loading up on his own right hand here, now staying in there. Just touching the arms of Surace, now stabbing that jab to the midsection of the Frenchman.
I would like to see Munguia start peeling the guard of his opponent and going around the guard, just like David Benavidez was doing against Morel. If the referee allows it and lets you do it, I think that should be a strategy Munguia should try to pull. Because Surace is very strong. He's very strong when he keeps his earmuff defense on, so you're going to try to peel it.
That's a tactic that's become more popular ever since the days of Triple G. You see a lot of Uzbek fighters using that same technique.
And I go back to Fernando Vargas used to do that technique. He would do it with Riakporhe, I remember.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who is standing by with a special guest.
We're here with Amir Khan. We'll always have 2004 world champion. And we're here in Riyadh, but you're taking boxing to a completely new level. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so basically on June 13th, I'm going to be doing a big event in Ghana. We are going to take boxing to a different level. Going into the promotion side of it. I was an ex-fighter myself. I know exactly what a promoter needs to do to to the young fighters out there, and that's what I'm here for now. I'm going to be helping the young generation to become champions, and I'm looking forward to Ghana. It's going to be an amazing event. We've got the BE fighting, headlining. We've got O'Hara Davis. We've got so many good fighters. So I'm looking forward to it.
So today for Riyadh, tomorrow from every corner in the world. Thank you, Amir. We look forward to doing that.
Good to see you as always as well.
My pleasure. Back to you guys.
Round 7.
Thank you so much, Claudia.
King Khan Promotions. I could see it, man. What a great fighter. Exciting fighter.
And a man that Jaime Munguia could extract a little bit of motivation from, a man who bounced back from stoppage losses and had a wonderful career and now entering the world of promotion. Round 7 now underway as it feels like the momentum is in the Munguia corner at this point. But he is having to think for every second of this fight. Bruno Surace certainly showing here tonight, whether he's up on the cards or marginally down, he has proven that he belongs at this level.
I think Bruno Surace is going to have to show Munguia something else than just that right hand. As you see him there, try a little bit of a rear uppercut. Munguia's camp has obviously been keen on that right hand all throughout. They've been talking about it in between the last few rounds. He's aware of that shot. I think Bruno Surace got to mix some of these punches up. He's going to have a chance to land.
And a right hand to the body there a moment ago. There's that right hand with Munguia pulling out.
Yeah, and he just tapped him with a left too, right before throwing that right.
Surace, the first French fighter to win Ring Magazine's Upset of the Year since Rene Jacot upset Donald Curry back in 1989. And Upset of the Year winners tend to come in two flavors. They're either a guy like Rene Jacot or like a Willie Wise who upset Chavez Sr. and they have one big night. Or it's the breakthrough where they prove that they belong on the world level and they go on to a fantastic career.
Donald Curry used to be one of my favorite fighters to watch and study, and excellent fighter.
One thing is certain, this is a totally different tenor for a Jaime Munguia fight than we've ever seen before, Chris.
And maybe some of it, a lot of it, has to do with the fact that he got knocked out in his last fight, but I do think we're seeing the Eddie Reynoso influence on Jaime Munguia. He is fighting a lot more disciplined. No disrespect to his previous trainers, but whether it was Eric Morales or Freddie Roach, he kind of fought the same way. It was a lot of offense and very little defense. Here, as you guys noted earlier, the right hand is staying up. He's not putting himself in harm's way quite as often. A different type of fight.
Yeah, but not only that, but you're training amongst greatness, training alongside Canelo. That actually makes you mentally strong. You learn just by watching as well.
Good looping left from Munguia there a moment ago. And right hand over the top as well. We close in on the final 10 seconds here of round 7. The offense from Surace slowing down a little bit here.
This is
he lands a couple more body shots. Puts a couple more together at the end of the round.
That was classic Jaime Munguia.
Vamos arriba.
This is how you got to end close rounds. Flurry against the ropes. If your opponent's just going to keep the guard up, you punch at the gloves. Shoe shine and steal the round, Sugar Ray Leonard style. That's exactly what you got to do. Credit to Surace for trying to open up there, but by opening up, you're gonna open up yourself to one of those punches that Munguia's trying to rip through the guard.
Bonus 10 seconds.
Oh, AJ is in the house as well. Anthony Joshua.
Round 8.
Flooded by fans as always. And there's Terrence Crawford. Obviously a keen observer here tonight, Chris.
That is a man with a vested interest in the outcome of the main event.
Surace launching that right hand. The opening 5 seconds of the round. Picking up a little bit of foot pressure here in the 8th round, a little bit of a different cadence from Munguia as he reaches the body of Surace there with the left hook.
Nice jab. See, right there, that's gonna get you back into the rhythm that his corner wants him. Munguia needs rhythm. He needs to fight off a rhythm. Normally, he's just on the front foot throwing caution to the wind. Now, if he sets up the power in his attack behind a smart jab, a shotgun jab, that's actually doing more benefit than throwing 3 reckless punches just to the body. That controls the distance, that controls your opponent, and it keeps your opponent getting hurt just by popping him right in the face.
There from Surace, not much connecting on that one. Munguia stays behind that newfound high frame Canelo-esque defense. And perhaps, guys, thinking long-term for a fighter like Munguia, who's been in a lot of wars, even though he's not yet 30 years of age, he's endured a lot in the ring, and being a little bit more responsible like this may add years to his career.
Well, when I watched him at 160 and above, you could see, even though he was in his mid-20s, there was a shelf life on fighting like that. Certainly fighting a more defensive-minded style, if you want to call that this. He's definitely prolonged his career.
Munguia just landed a hard right hook to the body. I don't think Surace didn't like that right hand. I like Munguia keep going to that body, the left side of Surace. Take a page away from Canelo when Canelo fought Caleb Plant, when he fought Callum Smith. They were just banging at the shoulders and the biceps. Keep digging away at that. Something's bound to open up.
Crowd's starting to rally behind Munguia here.
Yeah, I think the Mexicans have arrived.
Ross coming up short with that right hand. And as this body attack piles up, Sergio, and as Surace starts to sell out a little more, hunching over to block those body shots, makes it harder for him to come out of that crouch and land that right hand.
Yeah, not only that, but like I said, he's really a 6 to 8 round fighter. So this 9th, 10th, 11th round, that's very foreign and unknown to him.
Ok, tu es devant. Faut continuer comme ça.
Non, tu as vu ce round là? Tu l'as gagné haut la main. Il faut faire tous les rounds comme ça.
T'attaques le 9? Non, j'attaque le 10. Ah ouais? Attends, je vais te confirmer.
Non, c'est le 9e.
C'est le 9e?
Non, on attaque le 9e. Non, il faut gagner les rounds, comme ça on ne se fait pas carotter. Là, tu es un peu devant.
La stamina, ça va? Non, reste concentré. Ne sors pas des rails, je t'en supplie. Le combat, je suis là au bout des doigts. C'est là, ok?
Ton 8e round, il est excellent. Fais le 9e pareil.
On arrive au point de bascule. On commence à attaquer ce gars pour rattraper. Ok?
Be sharp, alert.
Back to action here. Jaime Munguia and Bruno Surace, the rematch. Their shocking December encounter, which Surace knocked Munguia out. Munguia trying to get his revenge here tonight, and also set the table for his brand new stablemate, Canelo Alvarez, in our main event.
Good body shot there from Surace to start this round. There you see my scorecard, 77 to 75 in favor of Jaime Munguia. I think the last 4 rounds have gone in his favor. He stepped up the pressure, the activity has picked up as well. Surace just has not been able to land that consequential right hand. So Jaime Munguia seizing the lead on my scorecard.
Good left hand in the body there from Munguia. There you see the adjustments that Munguia has made. When he took the step out, the hands were high. He caught the right hand of Surace and just got out of the way of that one.
Surace came with the left hook and the right hand behind it, and yeah, Munguia just barely pulled back. Good body shot there by Munguia.
You can tell Surace is very wary getting hit to the body. When he gets into that corner, he kind of goes into that shell to keep those arms over the midsection.
Surace hasn't quite found the rhythm that we saw him fall into in the early rounds when he was having some success. Maybe the weight of those body shots, maybe the pounding that his arms have been taking as well, making him a little bit more weary here in the later rounds.
Or maybe just he's facing a smarter, a more prepared Jaime Munguia.
Surace trying to step in with an uppercut there. We're inside the final minute of round 9.
I like to see Surace try that again. That's a clever move, you know, jumping in with an uppercut like that.
Munguia doubling up on that left hook. That left hook up top connected. Big sweeping shot. He is starting to find a pattern here when he can work Surace back against the ropes. He can get the body work done, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, Surace did a pretty good job in the first half of this fight, escaping from those situations. The
right hand over the top there from Surace, just grazing the head of Munguia, and that'll do it for round 9.
Bruno, je te mens pas, je te dis la vérité. Il y a un arbitre qui donne gagnant, un arbitre qui donne perdant, mais c'est un round. Ça se joue un round. Il reste quelques rounds. Nous les font tous, Bruno.
Hay que echarlo para atrás ese cabrón, hijo, no sabe ir para atrás. Él a lo desesperado te tira la pinche derecha, güey. Por eso no te duermas, siempre estate bien atento con las manos arriba. Muévelo para atrás como lo hacemos, muévele la cintura.
You gotta move your waist, he's looking for that right hand, do not get lazy.
Se te deja venir muy peligroso, un pasito atrás y lo levantas. Lo tienes a tu distancia, tírale con
If he's throwing the right hand, you gotta step back. You gotta step back and look for that uppercut. You lift him up with that uppercut. You gotta stay alive, stay sharp. And you gotta throw more jabs.
Round 10 underway. Jaime Munguia and Bruno Surace. The edict in the corner of Munguia continues to be safety and patience, as Surace just missed with that right hand once more.
I think Surace got a little bit of respect back in that last round. That's why there was urgency in the corner of Munguia, because you can't let this man just have 2 rounds back to back if he did win that last round. And there's that sneaky uppercut that Surace is trying to look for again.
Yeah, a little bit off balance there. That right hand attempt of Surace. You know, Chris, you pointed out earlier the different attempts that trainers have made, you know, with Eric Morales, who tried to turn Munguia a little bit more defensive, with Freddie Roach, with others. We are seeing a real adherence from Munguia to what Eddie Reynoso is telling him, and maybe you owe that to the fact that this is a guy who wrote an article for ESPN about how he looked up to Canelo, wanted to face him one day. There is a real belief and trust in what they're telling him.
No question about that. And I'm also sure that the last fight was probably a really humbling one for Jaime Munguia. It's one thing to lose to Canelo Alvarez at the highest level. It's another thing to get knocked out by Bruno Surace. So perhaps in the aftermath of a loss like that, you're more open, more receptive to coaching than you would be in the past.
Chopping shot there from Surace.
Not only that, but Freddie Roach and Eric Morales are offensive trainers. Morales was an offensive fighter. Freddie Roach is an offensive trainer. Eddie Reynoso is a little bit of both, a responsible, defensive, offensive type trainer. Everything's a new school Mexican style of fighting. And I think that's exactly what Munguia needed. You know, he epitomizes the Mexican style, but that was betraying him. That was working against him the higher he got in competition. He needed to extend his shelf life, and doing it with the jab and with that body movement.
Good work there from Munguia. Quick combination. Left hook landing, so does that one. That one really sinks into the midsection of Bruno Surace.
You can hear that one ringside.
Now you can hear it, and Surace dropped that right elbow down. You can see his right elbow now going lower and lower. He doesn't want to get hit to that body again. He might be hurt to the body.
Right hand breaks through there from Munguia. Tries that downward arcing right hand. A little bit too much of a hammer fist, I think, for the officials' liking there. As Surace tries to come back with the right hand, which for the last couple of rounds has really been the only idea that Surace has been able to muster.
Oh, good shot. I think Surace is still hurt to the body. Every time Munguia lands that left hand, his knees buckle a little bit.
Agarra aire, agarra aire.
Get some air. It's the 11th round.
Sóbalo, sóbalo, güey, las piernas. Tócalo.
Massage his legs.
Hay que ganarlos, güey, ¿Cómo los vamos a ganar? Como los has ganado los demás.
We gotta win these last rounds and you won the early ones.
Mueve la cinturita, güey.
You gotta move your waist. Hands up, block, and I need you awake.
Despierto, despierto.
Awake, alert.
No te me agaches mucho acá, güey.
I don't need you to bend your back forward. Don't wait. Don't bend over front forward. You gotta side to side with your waist, the combination, and get out.
Un paso atrás, vamos. Agarra aire. Ese güey ya se cansó.
He's tired already.
Cerradito aquí, conchado, cabrón.
Tight guard, you understand?
Lo haces para atrás, le tiras tus combinaciones de 2, 3 golpes.
Throw your combinations, 2 and 3 punches, you understand?
Round 11, as that was going on in Munguia's corner, Surace's corner is begging him to throw more than one punch. I think the problem is he's finding it difficult to find an opening in this new frame defense of Jaime Munguia, not really finding an opportunity there. He tries the double jab, but the right hand sails over top.
You called it because that's exactly what we're known. So every round they've been employing tight guard. Before any of the instructions start, it's tight guard, and then he comes in with the punches. That's been the difference in this Munguia.
Yeah, tight guard and body. 50% of the landed punches by Jaime Munguia have been body shots. He has been very effective with the overall body shots.
Tight guard and upper body movement, waist movement. He's a little bit more fluid with his upper body, not as stiff, not catching every shot with his gloves.
Nice right hand there from Munguia.
These are eye-catching shots, too.
Sergio, earlier in the fight, we talked about Surace's difficulty sometimes moving to his left, and Munguia throwing that sweeping right hand caught him in the midst of one of those moments when the feet were crossing.
Yeah, and it actually adds to the right hook that Munguia's throwing. Whenever you're turning your waist and your foot to that punch, it's actually you're doing your opponent a favor.
Surace trying his own body shot. We haven't seen much of that from him in this fight, but Munguia comes back with a better one, finding a little slot behind the right elbow of Surace there.
You know, when you're throwing body shots to the right side of Bruno Surace, you're making him that much more hesitant to throw that right hand. He lets that right hand go. He exposes the one part of his body he's not looking to get hit in.
Inside the final minute of round 11 here. Surace trying to be a little bit more assertive in this round.
Assertive and creative. He keeps trying that left hook that we talked about a few rounds ago. He hasn't given up on that punch.
Good body shots there from Munguia.
And that's the reason Reynoso didn't want Munguia to just bend down, because Surace is looking for that uppercut. Side to side, stay fluid, move your waist.
Final 10 seconds here in round 11 as Munguia rips another left hand to the body of Bruno Surace. 1 round to go here in the rematch. As these two run it back here in the rematch, a reminder that you can do the same thing with the new feature on the DAZN app using the Fight Card tab. You can click on that, you can go back and relive any round or any moment of tonight's event.
Alakel. No follow me. Okay? Las hiciste ahorita. A ganar la pinche pelea. Bloquear, hacer tu defensa, dominarlo con tu defensa y contragolpearlo al güey.
We're going to finish this round defensively and counter-punching, you understand?
Vayas a entrar hay que pintar o mover la cintura y voy a agarrar.
You got to move your waist and you got to feint now. This is the last round.
Cierre lo mejor que los otros 11, ¿ok?
You got to close this round.
Bien despierto, cabrón.
Close this round harder than you did in the last round. Wake up, let's go, last round.
It's funny, Sergio, round after round, Eddie Reynoso has been giving the same instructions, but it felt like to me like trying to dissuade Jaime Munguia from his baser instincts, from going back to being the fighter that we've seen throughout his professional career. Even now in the 12th round, which in my opinion, a fight he's comfortably ahead, they're talking defense first in that corner.
Yeah, I was about to say, we've seen final round heroics from Munguia in the past. He doesn't need them here tonight, but they're probably trying to suppress those urges to do something fantastic here.
Yeah, that final round he had against Sergey Derevchenko, the fight of the year. That was brilliant. He pulled that fight out, a huge knockdown the 12th. I don't believe he needs one in this fight.
Munguia doesn't need to learn toughness or how to fight or how to throw punches. He needs to learn how to stay disciplined, follow a game plan to the end, move his upper body, and keep his defense tight. That's the reason, round by round, they keep reminding him.
The referee warning Jaime Munguia for the body shot. I repeat, the trunks of Bruno Surace are as high as they could possibly get above the belly button there.
Forget the belly button, they're closer to his nipples.
Please don't say nipples.
Ooh, counter right hand over the top there from Munguia. His right hand got there first. Surace thinking about it as well. And Munguia backs him up once more. Double left hook there from Munguia. Even in that moment there, in previous rounds, Munguia probably would have opened up a little bit more. He's listening to Eddie Reynoso there. Just 2 shots, stepped out, got out of danger as he comes back with a nice right hand again.
It appears that Eddie Reynoso is one of the few trainers that can teach an old dog new tricks, because Munguia, this is what I needed to see from Munguia. I thought he was just a stubborn fighter, a former champion that can't change his ways. This is a big difference that I'm seeing.
In normal terms, Sergio, he's not really an old dog at 28 years of age, but he's like a Great Dane. He's aged quickly.
Well, with 46 fights, maybe in dog years he's old.
I think the question now is the clock ticks down this fight, is Jaime Munguia now back on that level that he was after the Eric Kazinian fight? The level I'm talking about is ready for an Edgar Berlanga, ready for a Caleb Plant. He is an incredibly marketable fighter with a big fan base who can do crowds in Vegas and Southern California. Have we seen him, Sergio, return to that level?
With this performance, 100%. Absolutely, Munguia is ready for any of those names.
And that will do it as Jaime Munguia vanquished the demons that have haunted him for 6 months. According to Chris Mannix's scorecard, we believe that is the case, but on the other side of this fight, again, you go back to what people were thinking and saying about Bruno Surace before the knockout victory. He might not have won this fight, Sergio, but I think he earned some respect.
He got my respect, and I think I did my job praising what he was trying to do. He won some rounds. I gave him 4 rounds out of the 12. He was competitive. Munguia had to respect his counter shots. Anytime he got hit with anything big, he came right back. He showed guts. This was an excellent performance that maybe he didn't win, but he's gonna learn from on the championship level, because this is a former champion that he's facing, a big former champion. Surace handled him well.
Jesse Bam Rodriguez returns to action on July 19th when the WBC World Super Flyweight champ looks to unify the division as he takes on the undefeated WBO belt holder Fulamela Kafu in Frisco, Texas, live here on DAZN. Let's take a look at the CompuBox punch stats. You see Jaime Munguia out-throwing and outlanding Bruno Surace in this one, and you see the power shots to the body. Again, you kept pointing that out throughout the night. 45-9 for Jaime Munguia. And to the judges, a lot of those sequences with Surace on the ropes, just absorbing shots, those stick in their minds.
Yeah, look, those 45 punches that he was landing, they weren't all clean shots to the belly or the liver. They were being cut by the forearm and the elbows, but that wasn't enough. They're still doing damage. That's the beauty of body shots. They don't have to land cleanly to have damage, and thankfully these judges recognize that.
All right, we are ready to make this one official. So let's send it back up to our MC, Mr. Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Kieran McCann scores it 116 to 112. And both judges, Ron McNair and Howard Foster, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 117 to 111, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Jaime Munguia!
So Jaime Munguia gets his revenge. A unanimous decision victory over Bruno Surace. A new look Jaime Munguia remains composed and patient, and he gets his win back. After fighting those demons since December, it's got to feel good for Jaime Munguia tonight. Munguia congratulating his rival Bruno Surace, who himself had a very respectable outing. And it looks like in just a moment, we're gonna hear from Jaime Munguia, who is now standing by with Chris Mannix.
Jaime, congratulations. Big smile and a fist pump after you heard that decision announced. How'd you feel about that performance?
Sí, ¿cómo te sientes? Una sonrisa grande cuando escuchaste ya el resultado y ya pusiste el puño al aire. ¿Cómo te sientes después de esta actuación?
No, la verdad que me siento muy contento. La verdad que pues fue una muy buena pelea. Tuvimos un gran rival enfrente y pues espero que haya sido una buena pelea para todo el público.
Yeah, so I think it was a great fight. We had a really good opponent in front of us tonight, and I hope that the fans really enjoyed the fight that we put on the ring tonight.
That was a shocking defeat last year to Surace. How important was it to you to avenge that loss?
Sí, obviamente fue un shock enorme la derrota que tuviste con Surace. ¿Qué tan importante fue la redención para ti esta noche?
No, pues yo pienso que sin duda fue lo más importante. Yo creo que trabajar en la mentalidad, trabajar después de la derrota pasada, la verdad que fue difícil, pero la verdad que estamos de vuelta y hay Jaime Munguia para rato.
No, to be honest, it was really important for me tonight to come back from that. More than anything, we've been working on our mentality, and that's what you need to do after a fight like this. And what we've seen tonight is that I got the victory, and that Jaime Munguia is here to stay.
You made a big change after that fight, going to Eddie Reynoso, going to Team Canelo. What impact did they have on you tonight?
Obviamente tomaste la decisión, una gran decisión de cambiar de gimnasio, entrenar con Eddie Reynoso en el equipo Canelo. ¿Qué impacto tuvo esta noche?
No, la verdad yo creo que sin duda fue un gran cambio. Yo creo que nos ha ayudado mucho y pues nos vamos a seguir acoplando, vamos a seguir trabajando, vamos a seguir avanzando y vamos a seguir buscando las grandes peleas.
Yeah, there's no doubt it was a great change, that I made. But we're really happy with the way that we're progressing. I think it's really helped me a great deal to advance as well. And we're going to continue to grow, and I think we're going to continue to gel as a team and work together and do even better things.
It seemed like during the fight, Eddie was trying to prevent you from going back to being the fighter you have been most of your career. How much of him was it about him trying to make you a defensive guy?
Sí, obviamente parece que Eddie te estaba diciendo que no fueras el boxeador de antes, que era más defensivo. ¿Qué tan importante fue para él cambiar tu estilo en este sentido?
Bueno, yo creo que para esta pelea pues era muy importante, ¿no? El mantener la calma, el mantener la distancia. Vimos que Surace pues nada más estaba esperando que cometiera un error para meter su volado de derecha. En esta ocasión no cometimos el error, estuvimos pues alerta todo el tiempo, ¿no? Entonces, la verdad yo creo que sin duda fue un gran cambio y muy agradecido con Eddie Reynoso y con el Team Canelo.
No, I think more than anything, it was just about this fight. It was about being really calm, understanding the distance as well. I think Surace, all he was looking for was for me to make a mistake so he could land that overhand right. But, I'm really happy and grateful to Eddie Reynoso and for the work that we're doing.
Back in the mix at 168, who do you want next?
Obviamente ya eres un jugador importante en 168. ¿Quién quieres próximo para...?
Pues lo primero que esté, la verdad que estamos listos para cualquier cosa, Berlanga, Plant, cualquiera de ellos en la 168, estamos listos.
So we're ready for anyone at the moment at 168 pounds. Berlanga, Plant, any of those guys, we're ready for them.
Congratulations, Jaime.
Thank you. Y quiero desearle, antes que nada, todo el éxito hasta México, hasta Estados Unidos, a Rafael Divino y también a Canelo Alvarez, que es próximo ahorita. ¡Viva México!
I want to just say as well, I wish every success to Mexico and the US, to Rafa Divina and obviously Canelo, who's going to be fighting tonight.
Y muchas gracias Arabia Saudita, a Riyadh, por el gran recibimiento aquí.
And thanks so much as well to Saudi Arabia for the great welcome we've received here.
Well, it is a blockbuster weekend of boxing tonight. The face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez, fighting here in Riyadh. And last night, a massive card in Times Square. Let's take you back to New York City.
Welcome to Fatal Fury here in Times Square, New York City, USA.
Teofimo Lopez, remarkable talent.
Kevin, the Dream Haney.
Fatal Fury in Times Square. We are in the heart of New York City.
Oh my gosh, a double hook.
New York City halfway around the world, but somehow Mike Coppinger managed to make it here in less than 24 hours. How's the jet lag, buddy?
Yeah, I'm a little tired, obviously, but so happy to be here. Canelo Alvarez, obviously the singular face of boxing, and he's going to try to win the Undisputed Championship title that was wrongfully taken from him tonight. So I'm so excited for that anytime we get to see Canelo.
When you say wrongfully taken from him, I know you like to stir controversy now. Go ahead, let it rip. The IBF champ is William Scull.
Yeah, it's William Scull, but that was Canelo's title for sure. And it was, again, when you have 4 titles, you can't really fulfill all your obligations. So I thought it was unfair, but Canelo's going to right some wrongs tonight, I'm sure.
Well, quickly back to last night. What was it like having a fight card in Times Square?
That was an incredible atmosphere. I know maybe, it was different, right? It wasn't fans, but to be in the middle of Times Square, we had 3 star fighters, and I don't think we'll ever see anything like it ever again.
Danny, I know you stayed up all night watching that card. Which fighter impressed you the most?
Well, I have to give a big shout out to Teofimo, but the one that stole my heart tonight was Raleigh. Big fan of Raleigh. He upset the guy that was potentially supposed to win. Coming back off of an impressive win, he wasn't successful. But Raleigh, strong fighter, very awkward, and he's very talented. Not the best against Styles because Styles may fight, but against Ryan last night, he was very superb. Yeah.
Mike, if you were the matchmaker of those guys, what's the one fight you want to see next?
I want to see Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez. I think that's a fantastic fight. It's been years in the making, and I really thought Teofimo looked very good last night, his usual self, in fighting in the rhythm.
All right, enjoy the fight. Go hit a Red Bull, and we'll watch it together, because coming up next, the WBC Cruiserweight Championship of the World is on the line. Who's the real champ? They both are lifting their hands up like that Spider-Man meme. It's me. No, it's me. We're about to find out as Badu Jack takes on Noel Bakole.
¿Qué tan emocionado estás de esta pelea?
La verdad que la emoción es muy grande, ¿no? Porque ha sido un sueño de toda mi vida, ¿no? 20 años de trabajo por poder levantar un título mundial para mí es algo muy importante y más ahora que se me dio la oportunidad, estoy muy feliz, la verdad que sí.
Bueno, es una oportunidad que te la ganaste a pulso, ¿no?
Efectivamente, una oportunidad que me la gané con mucho sufrimiento, mucho sacrificio y mucha disciplina, la verdad que sí.
Se dice fácil, casi, bueno, 10 años en el proceso, ¿no?
10 años de profesional, formándome, primero me formé en Argentina, tengo que darle muchas gracias a Argentina y después aquí en Europa, aquí en Alemania terminé la formación, que fue lo que llevó a lo que todo esto pase del título mundial.
Bueno, todo el mundo sabe quién es Canelo Álvarez, pero yo quiero saber tu opinión. ¿Qué ves en tu oponente?
Un boxeador más, un boxeador que no se le puede quitar el mérito de la leyenda que es, ¿no? Y el legado que ha hecho. Pero no, yo lo veo como un boxeador más, ¿no? Porque tiene las manos igual que yo y es un boxeador supermediano igual que yo, así que no, como un hombre más que luchó también por su derecho, ¿no? Y por lo que yo estoy luchando ahora.
Desde tu punto de vista, obviamente, con todo el palmarés amateur y profesional que tienes, ¿cuál sería la fortaleza más importante que tiene Canelo, desde tu opinión?
Es un boxeador muy fuerte, la verdad que es un boxeador muy fuerte, muy inteligente. Es un boxeador muy hábil, tiene todas las condiciones, ¿no? Pero bueno, hay algunas habilidades que no se puede aclarar ahora aquí, ¿no? Porque si no mejor el plan de trabajo. Pero no, nosotros tenemos una buena preparación también para demostrarle que nosotros los cubanos podemos, que la escuela cubana sigue creciendo y que William Scull si está aquí es porque se lo ganó.
Me parece curioso que a pesar de ser profesional casi 9 años en ese momento, la gente solo se acuerda de la pelea contra Shishkin.
Y porque desafortunadamente yo no tuve la posibilidad de tener una gran empresa, ¿no? Que las peleas se hagan televisadas y eso. Por eso digo que toda mi carrera ha sido muy dura, muy difícil, porque he peleado gratis, he peleado con boxeadores muy buenos, sin televisión.
We are live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for Fatal Fury Canelo versus Scull. And don't forget, there's more great action coming your way live on DAZN next week. It starts with a double bill on Friday with Andres Kazurakis versus Roberto Cruz live from Houston. Then it's Destination New York again for Andy Dominguez versus Nelvis Rodriguez. On Saturday, we cross the pond to Nottingham as Anthony Kakache faces Lee Wood. That should be fantastic. And then there's a bare-knuckle battle from Salt Lake City as Mike Richmond defends his BKFC light heavyweight strap against Josh Dyer.
DAZN, the undisputed global home of boxing. Over 185 fight nights a year. From the world's biggest events straight into your home. The kings, the chaos, the comebacks. From weigh-ins to walkouts, inside the corners, raw reactions, expert analysis, behind the scenes, top commentary. Watch it your way, anytime, any screen. On your phone, on your couch, on the move. You don't just watch it, you live it. Because passion doesn't take a round off, and neither do we.
It's the glamour division of boxing.
DAZN, the undisputed global home of boxing.
We've got a mega fight coming up here in Riyadh and 4 more big fights coming up soon. How about the heavyweight rematch from London? Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen go head-to-head at the Copper Box. Former undisputed light welterweight champ Josh Taylor steps up to 147 to face Uku Usman, and Jayo Bataya back in action June 8th as he defends his IBF World Cruiserweight title. Then on July 19th, it's time to crown an undisputed heavyweight king at Wembley Stadium. Daniel Dubois gets another crack at Alexander Usyk. The Ukrainian superstar once adorned the WBC Cruiserweight belt, and that's the prize up for grabs in our next fight.
I want to become undisputed cruiserweight champion. Zurdo or Pattaya. If they still the champions, then it's time for that. But all my focus right now is on this guy.
At the end of the night, my hand will be raised, and it's everything that matters. Badou Jack is a good name in boxing. It's good to have him on my record. This opportunity was there, and I took it.
This guy seems to be a better boxer, so I fought every style in boxing, in amateur and pro, so I'll be ready.
I got ready. I had to sum up my training camp in 2 weeks. I'll be ready on Saturday.
Actually, it was not 2 weeks. It was 3.5 weeks, and he was already in camp for another fight. I expect a tougher fight than the one that was scheduled, so yeah.
Very exciting is being on Canelo's card because he's a huge megastar, and fighting in Riyadh season is a great opportunity.
I don't care about the main event, like to be on somebody's undercard. I'm just happy to fight.
All right, back here with Daniel Jacobs, WBC Cruiserweight title on the line. Both guys will bring a WBC belt down to the ring. What do you expect to see in this one?
I'm expecting to see both guys prove themselves tonight because the controversy with both of them having the same belts, I'm sure they have something that they have to get off to prove they're champ.
Badou Jack been out of the ring for 2 years. He's 41 years old, and yet you think not only could he win this fight, or he will win this fight, he might do it by knockout. Why do you think that?
I think so because he's a very strong fighter. I've seen him fight numerous of times. He's very proved, he has strength, and he's there. He's very present. But the age factor worries me, so it'll be interesting to see after a 2-year layoff how he performs.
All right, it's our first title fight of the night. It's Badou Jack versus Noel Bakole. And Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bakole looks a little bit like Sergio Mora, an Armenian version. What do you think?
Oh, I could see that a little bit. Yeah, you know, the angular facial features. Sergio, do you like that?
Ayo aper, Barevonces to all my Armenians listening right now.
Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. This is our co-feature, the WBC World Cruiserweight Championship on the line. Badou Jack, Noel Bakole. You see the measurables. Bakole, taller than Badou Jack. He is longer than Badou Jack. And Jack, 41 years of age. Obviously, that looms over this fight as well. We are ready to walk both fighters. So let's send it back up to Thomas Triber.
Live worldwide. Let's now welcome to the ring our co-main event participants. First, here is Noel, the Dark Horse Bakole.
Well, Noel Bakole is one of championship-level boxing's true hard luck cases on two different fronts. In 2017 and 2018, Bakole and many in the viewing public believed that he deserved defining wins over Krzysztof Wlodarczuk and Maris Briedis, but came up short on the scorecards. Then, in 2023, after winning the vacant WBC Cruiserweight title over Junior Makabu, Bakole had to down a bitter cocktail mixture of inactivity and postponements, including at least 5 separate postponements of a bout against Ryan Rozicki. Ironically, it was Rozicki's injury that allowed Bakole to finally step back in the ring and into this fight to fight for the title that he won while vacant against the man who holds it once again. Finally, though, Bakole will have a chance to take his destiny into his own hands.
Let's go! And now let's welcome to the ring, Badou Jack the Ripper!
Well, other than Canelo Alvarez, folks, no one at yesterday's weigh-in received a bigger ovation than this man, Badou Jack, who has been a sterling ambassador for the sport throughout his career, and as one of the most high-profile Muslim fighters in the world, a trailblazer for boxing in the Middle East. But the 41-year-old has had some roadblocks placed on that path due to what he describes as boxing politics, as he hasn't been in the ring since his win over Junior Makabu in 2023. Jack was a world champion and mainstay at 168 and 175 before this cruiserweight run, and insists that even at his advanced age, meticulous dedication and the ability to remain at his natural weight will have him looking as sharp as ever tonight in front of a pro-Jack crowd in Riyadh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the WBC Cruiserweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry, Canelo Promotions, Agon Sports and Events, and Sella, in association with 258 and Don King Productions, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. A big thanks to those great sponsors. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Guy Williamson, along with the World Boxing Council. President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor is Michael George. Our 3 judges assigned will be Pablo Gonzalez of Spain, Nobuto Ikehara of Japan, and Jose Mansour of Mexico. Our referee in charge, 3rd man in the ring, will be Hector Afu of Panama. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with red and weighed in officially at 198.1 pounds. A native of Yerevan, Armenia, he is now fighting out of Miami, Florida, USA, and brings a professional record of 27 wins, 2 defeats, 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the current WBC Cruiserweight Champion of the World in recess. Here is Noel, the Dark Horse Bakole. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with gold and weighed in at an even 200 pounds. A native of Stockholm, Sweden, he is now fighting out of Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and has a professional record consisting of 28 wins, 3 defeats, 3 draws, 17 of his 28 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBC Cruiserweight Champion of the World, Badou Jack the Ripper!
Okay, guys, I gave the instruction in the dressing room. I want a clean fight, okay? Touch gloves, good luck.
Well, both these guys came to the ring with WBC Cruiserweight titles. To boil it down for the belt heads out there, Badou Jack won the belt in 2023, beating Junior Makabu. He vacated to move up. Noel Bakole won the belt again by beating Makabu. He was stripped after failing to defend it. Officially, Badou Jack is the WBC Cruiserweight Champion. But I'll just be glad, Sergio, if this fight ends with one person officially holding that belt.
You don't say. Well, it's going to be tough. Bakole has a good right hand. Just like we saw in the last fight with Bruno Surace, it could be tricky. He can come around the guard, uppercut, straight. Good fighter, Bakole. Jack's going to have to break him down, be very smart, and of course, be very patient and careful.
And you can see Bakole is the natural cruiserweight. He is a career-long cruiserweight, whereas Badou Jack
is a long-time super middleweight. In fact, only 2 fighters in boxing history have ever gone from super middleweight to win a cruiserweight title. So the naturally bigger man here is Noel Bakole.
Yeah, remember that Badou Jack was in conversation, legitimate conversation, Chris, to face Canelo Alvarez at cruiserweight not that long ago.
Which was a fight that would have made some sense. A guy that fought many years at 168. At the same time, guys, Jack has a much better resume. The guys Badou Jack fought at 168 and even 175 with Adonis Stevenson on his resume there. It is significantly better than the fighters that Noel Bakole has faced.
Oh, it's night and day, the resumes.
In terms of strength of schedule, during that era of his career, Badou Jack was about as good as they come, but you made a good point, Chris, that Bakole is a career-long cruiserweight, and in terms of the cruiserweights that he has fought, we mentioned Radis, Ladarchuk, some of the best of that generation, and you can see in the body composition here early. Really, the question is about the short notice for Bakole. I think that we'd probably be telling a different story coming into this fight if Bakole and Jack had 8-week camps.
Well, I think it evens out. You know, a month of training is good enough if you come off, you know, half in good shape. But yeah, if you don't have a full camp, it's not going to benefit you. But you know, like you mentioned, Corey, Jack is 41 years old, so I think it evens out nicely.
Key for Badou Jack is going to be footwork and movements. As the smaller, more nimble man, he's got to take advantage of that. We saw Zurdo Ramirez do that. Another guy that went from 168 up to the 200-pound limit. Use that footwork against bigger fighters.
And that footwork doesn't have to be, you know, fast footwork moving all around the ring. It could just be little movements to the left or to the right. You know, kind of like Bernard Hopkins. And I could see how Jack could, you know, take a page out of that. You know, keeps the defense real tight, doesn't take a lot of chances. He punches in twos and fews, and he never stays in front of his opponent long enough to get hit.
Inside the final 30 seconds here of round 1, Bakole lands a right hand to the body. What Bakole historically does throw, it's technically sound and it's economical. It's 1s and 2s. He'll present a different picture with his hands and with head movement, but he sticks to the basics as he's done here in the opening round.
That's exactly what both these fighters do. So this is going to be a distance type fight.
Check this out. Right now, y'all doing the same thing to each other. That round was too close. I don't know who won it. Too close. Too close for comfort. So I need you to keep that guard small and start coming to him a little bit more. Pick that jab and return with your jab. And start shooting shots down the middle. Keep doing the body shot and keep shooting down the middle. Don't let that jab work, man. You don't got to lean. Push up that right foot. He's copying everything you're doing. That's why you got to keep shooting that jab like that.
Second out. Round 2.
Great instructions in the corner of Badou Jack by Jonathan Banks. He's copying everything you do. That's what we noticed in that round. It's kind of like a mirror of each other. And when you have a fighter like that that's doing that, you just got to do the simple things. And that's popping that jab, doubling it and tripling it. That's how you break the monotony of someone trying to do exactly what you're doing.
Missing with that right hand.
You know, both these guys come in knowing what the stakes are in a fight like this. I mean, the cruiserweight division has become a hot division over the last year. Jaya Pataya, obviously the class right now of the division, IBF title holder. Zurdo Ramirez, maybe the biggest name, certainly stateside in the division. 2 belts on his resume. So the winner of this fight is going to get a big opportunity probably later this year.
Yeah, they're kind of trying to break through, Chris, into a division that is kind of operated in 2 different brackets. There's that one that Jaya Pataya and Zurdo have been in, and then there have been Bakole and Badou Jack kind of hanging out over here in the division. Now they want to come together and get some of the big fights.
Which, in a weight class where you don't have a ton of money, at least involved in the high-level guys,
these are fights that should be very easy to make.
Nice right hand there from Jack, stepping in behind that one.
Badou Jack really knows how to control the center of the ring, and he manages the clock really well. He knows how to fight at the right spots to keep his opponent off and then steal rounds a little bit. Great time management by Badou Jack. He doesn't throw a lot of punches, but when he does throw them, you know, they're easy to see and effective, and keep their opponents off balance.
He's a great example, Sergio, of a fighter who has adapted to age and size very well. He doesn't have thudding power necessarily at cruiserweight, although we saw him stop Junior Makabu, but he's adapted well late in his career.
Yes, he has, and that takes a whole lot of, you know, there's a presence, there's an intelligence, a fight IQ that you have to have. It has to be believable. Opponents have to believe you. You know, you can't just stay posturing in front of them, but you could see that Bakole respects what Badou's doing, even though he's just real quiet in front of him, jabbing, looking to counter.
And at 21 years old, Badou Jack's got to make sure he gets that engine revving early. He's got a bit of a history of some slow starts. That fight he had 2 fights earlier against Richard Rivera. He really needed to rally in the final half of that fight to pull off a win. Can't afford here to get too far behind on a scorecard.
That's something he's not going to change, man.
Good right hand there from Bakole.
That's the reason he has 3 draws. You know, that's the reason his wins are close, his losses are close. That's just the type of fighter he is.
Right, listen. You're paying this guy too much respect. Don't give him no confidence. Confidence is everything. Yeah? Remember, he's very experienced. He's gonna try and trick and con his way. We're not gonna allow that. You need to impose it. You need to raise the level now of your work. You're waiting too long. Yeah, you gotta get up first. Let him do the defending, like what you just did there. Okay, yeah, back him up. Okay? Wake up. I don't want to be chasing rounds. Okay. I don't want to be chasing rounds. Yeah. Okay. We don't want to get desperate. Let's capitalize. Take the lead. You hear me? Right. Let's go. Wake up.
Words of Don Charles in the corner of Bakole. And Sergio, we talked earlier about the rah-rah type of coaches. Don Charles is a very good X and O's coach, but he has been a motivator to fighters in recent years. Daniel Dubois being maybe the most notable.
See, that to me wasn't rah-rah. That was just instructions with meaning. You know what? That's what you got to do early in this fight. We can't chase rounds, as what he was saying. Don't give up these early rounds. You got to stay in control.
I think wake up is kind of rah-rah. A little bit.
Wow, if you would have yelled it, it's rah-rah.
Good right hand again there from Bakole, and he's landed a couple of good ones over the last minute or so, extending back into the second round. Bakole, of course, now with Don Charles, but he's a fighter who has sampled widely in terms of big-name trainers. He's had stints with Pedro Diaz, with Freddie Roach. He's taken little bits from each of those coaches.
Sampled widely. That's a great way to put it.
We didn't break on bad terms with any of them or anything like that.
Good right hand.
Yeah, nice shot there from Jack.
And notice as soon as he landed, he got right out of the way. He got right behind Bakole and just not giving Bakole any time a chance to come back with a counter. Try not to ebb and flow, a give and take from both these fighters.
Double up on that right hand, make a triple right hand. Keelan's grown up in a boxing household. His stepfather is Corin Gavor, who for a period of time was European champion and one of the more popular fighters in Germany. Not that much older than Bakole, and he actually fought back in 2022. He lands a nice right hand to the body, now tries to bring it up top.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. He needs to touch the body first. He was jabbing to the body really nicely, and that was actually keeping Jack from coming in so easily in the front. So jab or come around the guard, but don't forget the body. That's going to open up the headshots. Bakole needs to put the pressure. He needs to back up Jack. Make him feel his age. Make him feel those legs. Wear him out going backwards. Don't let Jack get comfortable coming forward.
That's exactly what Don Charles was telling him. Warning him, hey, he's experienced. Don't let him slow this fight down. Bakole has certainly picked up his pace here in the third.
That's what veterans do. You know, the slower the fight goes, the more it goes in their favor.
Big right hand over the top there from Jack.
Yeah, that caught the attention of Bakole. He didn't like that right hand. It was a short, nice right hand. He didn't pull it back whatsoever.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who is standing by with AJ.
Absolutely. Thank you, Corey. AJ, great to have you here. And of course, it's a fantastic thing to see Badou Jack 100% at 41, but fighter to fighter. What is it that you see in him?
I see that he's passionate. He wants to feed his family. He's been out the ring for way too long. He's jumped in at the deep end on his return with a really good opponent. I support all fighters, but Badou Jack is my guy, and I'm rooting for him tonight.
Did you all notice how he had to hold the mic up? Mandatory question. We need you back. When are you coming back?
When do you want me back, people? I'm trying to get my body right. I've got to actually have a little surgery on my elbow, a small surgery, sometime in May. Finalize the details, which will see me out of the gym for maybe 6 to 8 weeks, and then as soon as I'm healed, I'll be back really doing what I'm doing. That's bad. I'll be working on my double jab, triple jabs, head movements, footwork. So yeah, we're still going to be.
Can't wait to see you back. Thank you so much for your time.
Good to see you.
Back to you guys.
Shout out to Claudia Trejos. Get the breaking news. I haven't heard that, Corey. He's having Anthony Joshua having surgery on his elbow in May. That was the information relayed via Claudia.
Yeah, very different answers there. When do you want me back? But he needs 6 to 8 weeks at least to recover from that surgery in May. So that means you have to wait a little bit for an AJ return. We're back to action here in this fight between Noel Bakole and Badou Jack, two men who have waited a long time for their respective returns, both out of the ring since 2023, now trying to settle who the real WBC Cruiserweight champion is. Right hand again over the top there from Bakole.
Yeah, that's Bakole's punch right there. He does it real responsibly too. Whenever he has his guard up, he blocks real high with his left right before he comes in and throws a straight right hand, so you can't counter him.
Sneaky little body shot there from Bakole.
Oh, he
short right hook on the inside as well.
He always throws that right hand to the body before he throws that straight right hand upstairs, just to keep that left elbow of Jack in check.
You mentioned the resumes too. Jack's overall resume is better, but at cruiserweight, Bakole is significantly better. You mentioned the two losses he had, Corey. I thought the Maris Breedis fight was a robbery. I thought Bakole won that. Was watching that during the World Boxing Super Series. And Maris Breedis widely regarded as one of the best cruiserweights of that generation. So Bakole's got a lot of good names on that resume.
Yeah, we talked about him during his ring walk as a true hard luck case, because a win in that fight and a win over Ladarchuk, we're talking about Bakole very differently as he lands another good clubbing shot on the inside, now steps in behind another right hand.
And you can see who's the natural cruiserweight, because even though Bakole threw a right hand and it was blocked, it actually had an impact. It moved Badou Jack. Jack actually threw a right hand, it didn't move Bakole. So you can see the natural cruiserweight is definitely with Bakole.
And Badou Jack, Sergio, is light on his feet, but he's not showing the same kind of footwork we saw from Zurdo, where Zurdo was doing a lot of step around, step aside, using ankles. Badou Jack is nimble out there, but he's not utilizing that footwork the same way.
Yeah, Zurdo's not 41 years old, he's a decade younger. So that's why he's lighter on his feet.
Saw Jack a moment ago with that two-punch combination to the body. That was one of his hallmarks at lighter weights. We'll see if maybe as the rounds progress, he can start touching the body of Noel Bakole.
That's a good body shot by Bakole right there, around the guard.
Sneaky left hook between the guard of Jack there a moment ago as well. This is a good round for Noel Bakole.
Good job, Noel. Good job. Yeah, Noel. Good job, baby.
Our main event is just around the corner as Canelo is getting wrapped up. His very first fight outside of the US or Mexico. And the look on his face, Chris Bannock suggests that it's all business, nothing new for Canelo tonight.
No, one of the most relaxed fighters I've ever seen in the hours before the fight. Very relaxed. You saw him moments ago talking to Jaime Munguia before Munguia came out for his ring walk. He has been there, done that, even in a different side of the world. Very comfortable for Canelo Alvarez.
Round 5 now underway. Noel Bakole and a man that Canelo almost fought, Badou Jack. WBC Cruiserweight title on the line will finally settle this title picture as Bakole comes out with a bounce in his step. Good body work again there from Bakole.
Jack returns it. He needs to return every punch. You know, so if Bakole goes to the body, Jack needs to go right back there.
And some of the early difference is that when Bakole is throwing the body, when he's throwing in general, it's usually 2, 3, 4 punches. When Badou Jack responds, it's often with just one shot.
Now, Sergio, maybe you could speak to this. Because one thing that makes Bakole tricky is how much movement he has just with his hands. It's not just head movement, it's a constant picture that's changing, and I think it makes for an unpredictable rhythm. He's not throwing and bouncing in the same rhythm all the time. Maybe a little bit difficult for Jack to pick up.
Yeah, it's like basically you have to pay attention to 2 things. You have to pay attention to the upper body and the hands and what's going on in the body.
Just like that.
In the legs, downstairs.
Big left hand there from Bakole. His best shots tonight.
Normally, a lot of fighters do that with their lead jab. They try to mesmerize you and hypnotize you with that lead jab just to, you know, gut you with that right hand. Bakole does it with his lower body and his foot placement. Smart fighter, Bakole. Patient. You know, he fights on his own terms.
Smart man as well. He actually started boxing because he dropped out of university to take paid gigs as a sparring partner. He took a little bit of a beating in that first sparring session, but he thought to himself, I don't train at all and I didn't get knocked out. What if I trained like them? I wonder how good I could be. It turned out he'd become a world champion.
Didn't you get knocked out a lot when you were in college, Chris Bannock?
All the time. My final fighting record was 3-13.
A bit of a mouse underneath the eye of Bakole starting to develop. It's something to keep watch on here as time goes on. Jack falls a little bit short with a right hand, grazing off the shoulder of Bakole as we enter the final 30 seconds here of round 5. Nice right hand there from Jack.
Jack's been landing those right hands this round, getting closer and closer. He hasn't really extended the right hand at the right moment to have impact or have any damage, but he's getting closer and closer to it.
Beautiful sequence there from Jack. You land the right hand, you wind up behind your opponent. Excellent moment for Jack.
He's been doing that from the first round. Very agile.
All right, let's send it back over to Claudia Trejos, who has another special guest.
Outstanding boxing figures. Hamza is with us. Hamza, you're a very busy man in New York, now Riyadh, and you had a very intense face-off with Edgar Berlanga. What was that all about?
It was to announce the fight, obviously. It was very intense, but he's known to be a trash talker, and I feel like at this stage of my career, that's what I need to bring out the real Hamza Surace.
And with that being said, you better bring this fight to my house, the Zone, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be absolute fireworks, to say the least. And coming off my last performance, I need a great performance to get back up there again.
We look forward to having you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Claudia.
That's going to be an excellent fight.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised Berlanga decided to go with that instead of Caleb Plant or a Jaime Munguia or Diego Pacheco. That's gonna be a good fight.
Got an interesting fight here between Bakole and Badou Jack. You know, Sergio, that last round, I think Jack did something that good old champions tend to do. It was otherwise a very good round for Bakole, but Jack had those moments at the end of the round. He stopped the momentum of a fight before it got out of control.
Yep, and that's what he's going to continue to do. That's what Badu Jack does. He stays in the fight. He never takes too much of a lead, or he never falls back behind enough where he can't catch up. He keeps them close where he can still win and pull it off.
Sometimes agonizingly close, as those 3 draws on his record would suggest. Nice right hand again there from Jack, and he has Bakole on the run.
You know how difficult it is to triple up on the same right hand, especially when you're the older fighter. This is just a man that can naturally fight. Keep his distance. He knows how to fight on the inside, on the outside. Badu Jack, this is the reason he's still at this age and still at this championship level.
The crowd here very much in favor of Jack, and the chance of Badu starting to rain down here in the arena.
Yeah, Badu Jack fighting his last 2 fights here in Saudi Arabia, made a home in the Middle East, so this is unquestionably a home fight for him.
Badu Jack better watch out. He almost clashed heads on that forehead where he got that cut, that ugly cut.
One of the worst of all time against Marcus Brown. It required a plastic surgeon and over 100 stitches to close that one.
I can't, whenever somebody says to me, this fight should be stopped because of a cut, I'm reminded of how long that fight with Marcus Brown went on when Badu Jack had that cut.
Well, he's got a good cut man in his corner in Mike Basil, and I think there's a reason for that. He knows what a really bad cut can do as he walks Bakole into another beautiful right hand.
Very good short right hand. Bakole walked right into that.
I think Bakole was out on his feet for like 2 seconds and then came back. I don't think Badu Jack noticed that.
Stiff jab there from Jack as well, just getting there first with the lead hand. Close in on the final 30 seconds here of round 6. Jack starting to take control here, as Bakole has failed to find an answer for that right hand over the last 6 minutes or so. There again, Bakole attempts the body work. Jack comes back with better body work. Round 6 is now in the books. A little bit of a warning there for Bakole and for use of the head.
Relax, brother. You tired, and that's good.
Nice right hand. Notice how he disguised it. That's an old school veteran move. Badu Jack threw the jab on the opposite side of his opponent's face just to hide that right hand right behind it. And that, nothing hiding there, just a straight right hand right on the left side of the face. And you can see Bakole's knees buckle and shake a little bit.
We got Dimitri Bivol in the house, the unified light heavyweight champion. We saw him here in Riyadh, February 22nd. A masterful performance against Artur Beterbiev, and he'll be watching his old foe Canelo Alvarez in the main event.
My exercise is killing. I love it. Let's go to work.
Round 7.
Round 7 begins here in this WBC World Cruiserweight title fight. Badu Jack and Noel Bakole setting the table for our main event between Canelo Alvarez and William Scull. Jack goes right back downstairs. Chris Mannix, let's take a look at your scorecard.
I've got it all even up, 57-57. Very close rounds over the first 4. Badu Jack, that was the best round of the fight in that last one, the 6th. Guys, this is where you start to think about the short camp that Noel Bakole had for this fight. Really took it on 3.5, 4 weeks of notice. May have been training for another fight, but was not training for this fight in particular. So we'll see what the second half of the fight as Badu Jack starts to build a little bit of momentum.
talked about some of the frustrations for Bakole, at least, by my count, 5 separate cancellations or postponements of a bout against Ryan Rozicki. Sergio, what does that do for a fighter when you have those constant starts and stops? You get a couple weeks in, then the fight gets pulled away over and over again.
It's dispiriting. I think a lot of fighters have gone through it, some more than most, but it really takes it out of you because just when you start hitting your peak, you have to regress and you start over again. And you never really catch momentum. You never really catch that hunger, that edge. It's a terrible feeling. The best weapon that has been serving Bakole right and keeping him close in the fight, making it a close fight, is that jab. He meets Badou Jack halfway, stopping the attacks. But when he doesn't jab, that's when Badou gets on the inside and starts digging those uppercuts and the body work.
Bakole finding a little bit more movement, a little more bounce here in this round, using more of the ring as well.
It's going to be the body work by both these fighters to change the momentum. See that nice little right hand right there? See, Bakole doesn't like those body shots. Anytime Jack lands any kind of body work, it's just a funny reaction coming from Bakole.
And watching the corner of Badou Jack during this round, every time he lands a body shot, you can see Jonathan Banks visibly celebrate that punch.
Yeah, former fighter knows exactly what he's watching.
Right hand over the top there from Bakole, and then you see Jack.
Hey, one hand free. I like the fact that Jack is hitting. See, that's another veteran move.
And it's Bakole who gets the warning there. It wasn't Jack for sneaking those shots in. He did what he was supposed to do.
Just a true veteran, man. I mean, he gets away with anything you give him. Anything he can get away with, he's going to do it. Look, right there. Free hand, dig the ribs.
Final 10 seconds here of round 7. Bakole finds a right hand to the body there, but again, Jack, combination downstairs, and gets out of the way of that left hook right at the bell.
Right, listen to me. When you're in a clinch, you're going to sleep. In a clinch, sit down. Yeah, he's hitting you with free shot when you're in a clinch. Don't give free shots away. I don't care. Find it. You're fit. Okay? You're fit. No regrets tomorrow. Warrior.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. And what's more, the entire event, every game, every goal, it's all live right here on DAZN.
7 seconds. Come on, champ.
Your seconds out. Round 8.
As round 8 begins, a very interesting back and forth there between Noel Bakole and his trainer, Don Charles. Bakole, I think, trying to be a little bit under the radar with what he's saying, but I believe he told Don Charles, hey, I'm getting a little bit tired. Don Charles told him, I don't care, you're fit, find it.
I don't think, well, look, maybe it's his conditioning. I say it's Badou Jack's body shots. Jack has been landing some clean body shots on the inside. And I think that's taking the legs away and the conditioning away from Bakole.
Yeah, that was good work there from Bakole, though, throwing 6 jabs, scoring punches right to Badou Jack.
And that's been the best weapon for Bakole. When he catches Jack coming in with that jab, that stiff, long jab, he has the reach advantage on Jack by 2 inches. Use it. There we go. See, now he's slipping. You gotta move your head. You gotta catch and counter. You can't just be a stationary target. And then come back with that jab.
Reply there from Jack, but Sergio, we've seen it many times. There's nothing that will replenish your batteries a little bit more than just finding a little bit of rhythm and finding a little bit of success.
Rhythm and confidence. And right here, it will serve Bakole right to start backing up Jack. Even in the clinches, move him back. Older fighters don't like getting moved back. See, there you go. That's the intercepting jab that Bakole is doing so well. Jack doesn't like that. If you can double and triple that up, you can win quiet rounds and get back into this fight.
Bakole missing over the top of the right hand, and here again, Jack given the opportunity. landing those shots to the body, just 3 shots. They're not hard shots, but they're accumulating. Good shot there again, and Bakole felt that one.
Sergio, Bakale's corner these last couple rounds has been telling him during these clinches, pull down.
I think that's bad advice because Jack's digging down to the body while he's doing that, and he's getting a referee warning. What he needs to do is get under Jack and then pick him up and walk him back. When you pull your opponent down like that, you got to make sure he's below your waist where he can't really hit you legally. It's an illegal move, but that's what you do whenever a fighter's trying to get low by your waist like that. You push him down, make him use his thighs in that neck strength.
Lead right hand there from Jack a moment ago. Bakole kind of parking on the ropes. Jack gallops ahead and finds that right hand.
You're right, Sergio. Everything that Don Charles was telling Bakole to do, he has been warned for now twice by the
And Bakole's having a decent round, you know? I mean, I think, you know, this is a round probably for him, but if we go for the left hook, but it's because of the clinches, he's doing the right thing, slowing down the clock.
Badu, listen to this very carefully. All your punches, they're coming too wide. I don't want to take a chance of him countering. Yes, he's tired. Breathe. Yes, he's tired. But fuck him. You can fight while you're tired. Keep them shots nice and short. That jab, short hook right hand. All power shots. Shoulders up.
That neck strength.
Lead right hand there from Jack a moment ago. Bakole kind of parking on the ropes. Jack gallops ahead and finds that right hand.
You're right, Sergio. Everything that Don Charles was telling Bakole to do, he has been warned for now twice by the
And Bakole's having a decent round, you know? I mean, I think, you know, this is a round probably for him, but if we go for the left hook, but it's because of the clinches, he's doing the right thing, slowing down the clock.
Badu, listen to this very carefully. All your punches, they're coming too wide. I don't want to take a chance of him countering. Yes, he's tired. Breathe. Yes, he's tired. But fuck him. You can fight while you're tired. Keep them shots nice and short. That jab, short hook right hand. All power shots. Shoulders up. Badu.
Jack coming up short with that jab, but notice how he didn't fall off balance. Landed that right hand, then got an angle on Bakole. That's the angle right there. Bakole wasn't able to come back with counters to the body because there was nothing to counter. Sly move there by Jack, but Bakole had his moments in that round as well.
Yeah, I thought that was a good round for Noel Bakole. He had that jab going early and kept it going throughout most of the round. Jack landed a couple of eye-catching shots, but very good bounce back round and a needed round, I thought, for Noel Bakole.
Round 9 now underway. Corner of Bakole trying to rally him. Of course, we've talked about the truncated camp that he's had after a litany of fight postponements. The need to tap into the reserves here against the old vet Badu Jack, trying to remain the rightful WBC Cruiserweight champion, but Bakole coming back with a nice right hand to the body.
Jack digging downstairs to the body. That's been a message from Jonathan Banks after every round, digging downstairs.
And he's following the direction. Just rough tactics, man. I love this. You know, this is guerrilla warfare, man. This is with Badu Jack. In the trenches, they were saying that he fights better tired. And I agree with Jonathan Banks. Both these guys are tired. They're fatigued. But whenever you're a veteran with much more experience in the championship level, you know how to slow it down and fight tired, slow down a fight. That's advantage Badu Jack.
Punch stats there a moment ago, and you know, as we're describing, this is a very close fight. Bakole out-throwing and out-landing Jack at the moment.
Yeah, I think a lot of those numbers are probably off that jab. He has thrown a lot, kind of pestering jabs in the direction of Badu Jack.
And there have been times, Chris, where he's thrown 5, 6 in a row. Short left hook on the inside there from Jack. Deep breath from Bakole coming out of the clinch. steps back in with a right hand that wraps around the guard of Jack, who again is just sneaking these shots in on the inside. And he will once again not be the one warned for it.
I love
again.
it. I think the referee's doing a good job.
And now Noel Bakale's entering kind of dangerous territory where you have been formally warned by the referee multiple times. That puts you in that area where one more time, two more times, you get a point deducted, and that could be catastrophic for fighting.
Yeah, but he's getting warned for different things. So it's basically, he needs a second warning on one of them at least.
Nice right hand there from Jack, again stepping in with that shot.
The thing about once they clinch in the corner, since they're both tired.
Nice right hand over the top there from Bakale, one of his best shots of the fight.
He needed that. You know, they're sneaky shots. Usually it's Badu Jack with the sneaky shots in the clinch. Now Bakale returned the favor.
He threw with Badu Jack in that exchange.
There's another one.
That same shot again. Turning the head of Badu Jack sideways with that one, but Jack replies with a nice right hand to the body.
It's going to be a tough fight to score, man. Both of them getting their licks, ebb and flow. Both of them in tough rounds.
That's better.
That's what I'm talking about, man. There we go.
Drink this out. Thank you.
Warrior, 3 rounds.
That's much better. Yeah. Gladiators find a way. You find a way. That is the way. Nothing less than that will do. Do you hear me? Yeah. Nothing less than that will do. Are you hearing me now? Yeah. Good boy. Right.
Fight, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Oh, I apologize.
But,
okay.
You are champion or no?
Yeah.
What?
Listen, thank you. You heard him. You're champion.
Nice short 45-degree punch by Badu Jack. And there you see Bakale hitting the hip of Jack. The referee didn't say nothing. He was on the other side. Those little short shots right there. Veteran tricks. Not pulling them back. Just letting Bakale know. Little shots like that are going to keep you buzzed and keep you from coming aggressively inside.
Two well-schooled, intelligent fighters going at it here in Jack and Bakale. And it's a fight, Sergio, that's had just kind of a lot of mini momentum shifts, as you described. This is going to be a very difficult fight to score.
It is. It could be 5-4 either way. Both these guys are just solid fighters, inside and on the outside. But those body shots, that's been the difference for me. Shots like that. See, Bakale reacts funny every time he gets hit to the body. It's a single right hand, but notice how his body language changes. He takes 2 steps back, and he waits 5-10 seconds until he starts punching.
And sometimes, Chris, I'll kind of volley this over to you. Optics can be the difference in terms of the scoring of a fight. We think back to F.A. Ajagba, Martin Bakole. We thought perhaps that Ajagba had won by a couple of rounds, but there were those moments where the body language of Ajagba probably told a different story to the judges.
Yeah, the aggression of Bakole coming forward, Ajagba constantly being on the move. This fight is absolutely a difficult fight to score. It depends on what you like as a judge. The activity, the jab work of Bakale, the body work, kind of that one-punch shot. You get a lot better one-punch shots from Badu Jack.
Good sweeping left hook from Bakale a moment ago, and there's a right hand that connected as well. Both corners telling their fighters the other guy is tired right now.
This fight is much more closer than the Ajagba Bakole.
Ajagba Bakole, I had scored 6-4, so
I thought Ajagba won pretty convincingly as well.
Short right hand there from Bakale, but again, Jack always doing the right thing and just getting that shot back quickly. That's a nice, quick left hook again.
You nailed it, and he's always punching where the head's gonna be at, man. Just a savvy, sly veteran is Badu Jack. Anytime Bakale gets a good shot, just like he did right there, Jack comes right back. Doesn't let him have any moments of success. Just a throwback old school fighter is Badu Jack. Look, see how he lowers his neck just to make some room to land some body shots. Making himself smaller and smaller on the inside. Bakale back on the back foot.
That subtle stuff there on the inside, almost trying to just get his elbows in between Bakale and to sneak a couple shots in there. warned for a shot behind the head as the seconds tick away. Another body shot from Jack, but a right hand connected from Bakole.
I think that body shot did more damage than the right hand.
Back and forth fight here between Jack and Bakole, and there is an exchange that illustrates it.
Sit, relax. Take a deep breath. Relax. Relax, Arthur. Now you getting into a firefight. I don't need a firefight right now. I need a smart boxer right now. All mid-range shots, slip, mid-range. Keep your hands up. Don't look for one punch. Look for double jab right hands. Double impact. That's all I need. I don't need a one punch knockout. I need double impact. All right? Relax. Stretch your legs out. 5 seconds. Relax. Relax. Relax, brother. It's 11 rounds. You can fight for you can give me 4 more rounds if I need you.
10 seconds, pause.
Let's go. Relax. Keep your fucking hands up.
Round 11.
2 to go in this one, the championship rounds. Badou Jack and Noel Bakole as Jack comes out firing that right hand to the body.
Good left hand there from Badou Jack.
All right, Chris, let's take a look at your scorecard.
Razor close, 96-94 in favor of Noel Bakole, and I thought he's rallied over these last 3 rounds, all of which have been ultra close, but I like the activity, the straight right hands over some of the body work that I've seen from Badou Jack. So this fight very much still in the up in the air as we go into the championship rounds.
Yeah, as Badou Jack fights tend to be, but a valiant effort here from Noel Bakole, and considering his circumstances, if he can pull this off, as we mentioned, nice chopping right hand there from Bakole.
And you could tell that Jonathan Banks didn't like what he saw from Badou Jack last round. He doesn't want to see a fight, but he doesn't want to see him exchange with Noel Bakole. He wants to see him balance it, go to the body, use angles.
Good shot by Bakole right there, catching, intercepting Jack coming in.
Deep breath from Bakole again as he looks to erase a lot of injustices that he feels he's experienced throughout his career. It would all be worth it if he could pick up a win here, become a true champion inside the WBC on a Canelo undercard. I think he would take that as the end result, even given everything he's gone through.
Bakole keeps getting hit by that free hand of Jack, and Jack keeps taking it. Anytime I'm in the clinch, Jack's just going to keep punching once to the body or once upstairs.
Short right hand there, Bakole in there again.
Anytime. It's been the same story round by round. Bakole gets way too comfortable on the inside, and that's why the savvy veteran's taking advantage of it.
I think that's another thing, Chris, that may make this fight tricky to score, is that there's a lot of that work from Jack, stuff that is in these kind of awkward scenarios that to an observer might look like it's borderline a foul. It's not. It's a clear blow, but it doesn't look like he's doing clean work all the time.
Yeah, he's getting the best of these clinches, but it is close body work that we just saw right there. When they get a little bit of separation, the advantage is Noel Bakole.
30 seconds remain here in round 11.
Good shot right there by Jack.
Bakole falling way short on that one, and Jack countering well.
He loaded up for that one. I don't know what that was.
It's a man trying to find whatever's left to leave Riyadh as a world champion. As the seconds tick away here in this round, in a fight that very well could cook down to the final round.
Just one more round, baby.
Yeah. One more.
I don't care how tired you are.
This is the last round. You win
this last round. You got to win this round convincingly. Do you hear me?
And then you have it.
Are you hearing me?
And then you have it.
Are you hearing us?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Hands up.
Show me something. Show.
And this is what I'm talking about right here. Veteran tactic move. Bakole getting too comfortable on the inside. Got him checked with that right hand. But as soon as he gets checked, he comes right back. And that's why it's an ebb and flow in a 6-5 type fight either way.
It's compact. Everything you do, Badou, he's catching up to you. I don't need that. I need compact shots, double and bag, so you stay ahead of this thing. Last round, short contact.
I think both these trainers, Don Charles and Jonathan Banks, understand and have relayed to their fighters that this 12th round could be the difference in the fight.
They have described to their fighters that this is a must-win round. 3 minutes remaining in this one.
I love the analogy that Jonathan Banks used to tell Badou Jack right on the last round. He says, compact shots, double end bag. If anyone knows, double end bag is the hardest punch, back to punch, because you can't load up on it. You have to barely tap it, and with short shots, that's what Banks wants to do Michaelian on the inside. Short shots, don't overload.
And that's what Michaelian's been pretty effective.
I was about to say,
this
right.
fight, like him doing that double end bag kind of combinations, 5-6 punch combinations, like Badou Jack's head is done.
Nice left hook there from Michaelian. Catching Jack with his hands down there momentarily. Good shot from the champion in recess, Noel Michaelian.
If Michaelian can muster up this lateral movement and then jab anytime Badou comes in, I think he's going to be all right on the scorecards, because right now it's very tight. And Badou wants to close that distance as fast as possible.
Switch right hand to the body again from Michaelian. In a fight this close, every single shot feels like it's turning the tide and maybe shifting the result of this fight. We'll see what the scorecards look like should we get there. But if Chris's scorecard is any indication, this is one that is razor thin.
And if the history of Badou Jack is anything, another draw might be in the cards. See, that's the laziness of Michaelian, and that's why Jack always takes full advantage of it. Right there, punch. See that? The referee's not between you. It's not a dirty tactic, it's a rough tactic. He's taking advantage of what he's given.
And if Michaelian wants to tie him up, he actually has to tie him up. You can't just, kind of go into a shell and hope the referee bails you out. He's got to grab onto Badou Jack like he does right there.
Yeah, and even there, that's not a particularly assertive clinch there from Michaelian. It's allowing Jack to work as he has been on the inside in those messy situations. 30 seconds remaining in this fight. Good combination there from Michaelian. 4-punch combination, finishing with that left hand.
Talked about kind of stealing rounds there. That's the kind of combination that can be a difference maker in the eyes of the judges in these really competitive rounds.
Yeah, it was because Badou Jack was grinding the majority of that round, but those 4 shots were a lot cleaner.
Flurry to the body there from Michaelian. The round stealing special.
Good shot right there.
Wow.
Badou Jack.
What a finish to the fight. Badou Jack with one final shot right at the bell. Well, the winner of this one, whoever it may be, is going to be watching this fight quite intently. Jayo Pataya returns on June 8th following a spectacular knockout win over David Naika in January. He'll face the undefeated Italian Claudio Sequeio with the IBF World Cruiserweight title on the line. All right, let's take a look at the CompuBox fight stats here. Look at these numbers for Noel Michaelian, nearly doubling the punch output of Badou Jack. You look at the punches landed. That's why this one, watching in real time, looked like it was a difficult one to score.
Yeah, it was. A lot of kind of pitter-patter stuff from Noel Michaelian, range-finding jabs, soft touches, but those add up, and a lot of those shots were getting through. Those are scoring punches. Then you see the punches landed. Lands roughly 30 more punches than Badu Jack. So very good fight, very competitive fight. Let's see what these three judges have to say.
Both men walk to the ring with the WBC green belt, only one will leave with one here tonight. You see the respect between Jack and Bakole. A thinking man's fight, Sergio.
A veteran in one side and a guy that normally, takes control of a fight, but has also been in close fights. So neither of these guys have been able to take control and keep control of any of these fights, even the ones they've won. So here's what happens. Another close, competitive fight that's going to be difficult to judge.
All right, the scorecards are in the hands of Thomas Treiber, so let's make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Nobuto Ikahara scores it 114 to 114, even a draw. And both judges Pablo Gonzalez and Jose Mansour are in agreement. They both scored the same, 115 to 113, both in favor of your winner by majority decision, and the WBC Cruiserweight Champion of the World, Badu Jack the Ripper!
Razor thin, but Badu Jack will leave as the true WBC Cruiserweight Champion. One judge scoring in a draw, the other two 115, 113.
We have our answer for what the judges preferred. Slightly preferring the clean shots, the body work of Badu Jack as opposed to the activity of Noel Bakole, but we thought it was a close fight, and it turned out to be a really close fight.
The body shots and the body language of Jack was the difference. I think he was much calmer under the storm. Bakole turning his back, the inactivity in between the action. Jack just knew how to control the clock a little bit more, looked a little bit more comfortable in the uncomfortable moments. That was the difference here in a very tight fight.
So Badu Jack ekes this one out. With more on this fight and of course our main event coming up, let's send it back up to Todd and Daniel.
Well, thank you, Corey. It's been a great night. Will it be an even better morning? It's after 6 a.m. here local time in Riyadh as we begin to turn our attention to our main event coming up next. It'll be Canelo Alvarez versus William Scull for the undisputed super middleweight championship of the world. But first things first, let's check in with Claudia Trejos.
Well, we're here with Rick Reno from Ring Magazine, and we have a very special box. He already told me he can't show it to me, but Rick, you better tell me what's in that box.
In this box is the most expensive Ring Magazine belt ever produced. Handcrafted, the finest 24-karat gold, six-figure territory, and we're going to unveil it at the conclusion of the main event.
Colors?
I can't reveal it. You're just gonna have to see for yourself. The main event is coming up next.
Can't wait to see it. Thank you very much. Can I take the box?
I'm guarding this with my life, literally.
Fine. Fine.
All right, so not only are the four belts on the line, but apparently something else instead, or indeed, in addition to. Don't know what it is yet, but there is Canelo Alvarez on Cinco de Mayo weekend. This weekend belongs to him. Will William Scull, who's fighting out of Cuba, spoil the fiesta, the main event of the morning when we return live from Riyadh?
¿Qué tan emocionado estás?
No, muy emocionado. La verdad que para mí el estar aquí
Pues siempre uno de mis sueños era pelear en otro país que no fuera obviamente Estados Unidos o México, y ahora estoy a muy poco tiempo de lograrlo y me siento muy contento de estar aquí logrando mi sueño.
Cuando una persona llega a tu estatura y básicamente está buscando un legado, ¿qué reto te trae alguien como William Scull, que no fue reconocido sino hasta hace poco que peleó contra Shishke?
Sí, no, mira, siempre hay retos, ¿no? No porque no sea conocido no quiere decir que sea buen peleador. Sé el tipo de peleador que es, sé lo que viene a dar, sé la mentalidad que tiene ahorita, ¿no? De darlo todo, tiene todo que ganar. Entonces eso los hace más peligrosos todavía. Es un buen peleador, un peleador que sabe utilizar muy bien su distancia, rápido, pues alto, ¿no? Está fuerte. Pero como te digo, no es nada nuevo para mí. He peleado con todos los estilos, con todas las estaturas, con todas las fortalezas en el boxeo. Y sé que va a ser una pelea complicada y más en los primeros asaltos, pero soy una persona que tiene que adaptarse a cualquier cosa, ¿no? A estas alturas de mi carrera.
A lo largo de la carrera que hemos seguido muy de cerca, nunca has menospreciado a un oponente y tu ética de trabajo nunca cambia.
Sí, ¿no?
¿De dónde salen esas ganas?
Amo lo que hago, ¿no? Y como tal lo respeto, y el respeto está en hacer las cosas bien. Soy una persona muy competitiva, ¿no? Y para ser competitivo pues tienes que entrenar y hacer las cosas bien. Y también soy una persona que le gusta hacer las cosas al 100%, si no mejor no me pongo a hacerlas, ¿no? Y amo lo que hago, la verdad que lo disfruto. Dicen por ahí que cuando amas lo que haces no es trabajo, ¿no? Lo disfruto al 100% y en el gimnasio puedes verlo y estoy bailando, estoy entrenando a gusto, contento. Se siente todo y es por el amor que le tengo al boxeo, por eso lo respeto tanto, y eso viene con hacer un gran entrenamiento, ponerte serio y comprometerte, ¿no? Más que nada es un compromiso con lo que hago.
On Cinco de Mayo weekend, the heat goes up, the lights will shine brighter, and the stakes will rise higher. For the first time outside of North America and Mexico, the Canelo show is on the road as boxing's royalty comes to Riyadh. The glitz, the glamour, the knockouts. The Mexican superstar has returned to claim his undisputed crown. Standing in his way is William Scull, undefeated, undaunted, but facing the stiffest test ever. This will be history.
Canelo Alvarez is back.
This will be must-see.
Let's make history.
This is the only show in town. Saul Canelo Alvarez versus William Scull, live on DAZN.
We welcome you back live to the A&B Arena. The sun has almost risen here in Riyadh. It's breakfast time. It's prime time in Mexico, and it's almost go time for our main event. Let's hear now from both of our main event fighters.
Y no, mira, siempre hay retos, ¿no? No porque no sea conocido no quiere decir que sea buen peleador.
Por eso digo que toda mi carrera ha sido muy dura, ahora soy campeón, que nadie me lo regaló.
El tipo de peleador que es, sé lo que viene a dar, sé la mentalidad que tiene ahorita, ¿no? De darlo todo, tiene todo que ganar.
Es un boxeo muy hábil, tiene todas las condiciones, ¿no? Pero bueno, hay algunas debilidades, ¿no?
Es un buen peleador, un peleador que sabe utilizar muy bien su distancia, rápido, pues alto, ¿no? Está fuerte.
Un boxeador que no se le puede quitar el mérito de la leyenda que es, ¿no? Y el legado que ha hecho. Pero no, yo lo veo como un boxeador humano porque tiene 2 manos igual que yo y es un boxeador.
Nada nuevo para mí, he peleado con todos los estilos, con todas las estaturas, con todas las fortalezas en el boxeo.
Vamos a pelear con una leyenda y yo sé que me estoy preparando para una de ellas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. My name is Todd Grisham alongside the former middleweight champion of the world, Daniel Jacobs. You fought Canelo on Cinco de Mayo weekend 6 years ago. 2 judges only had you losing by 1 round. How were you able to find success against the face of boxing?
Well, I left it all in the ring. That night I knew I belonged. I worked my way up, fighting guys, Triple G, all world champions, world-class level fighters. And to fight Canelo Alvarez, I left it all in the ring. As you see now, he's a very strong fighter. Canelo Alvarez has a way of controlling. In this fight specifically, he was more defensive than anything. I've never fought a person who had the agility that he displayed that night. It was a great experience for me, but how I held my own was because I'm from Brooklyn, New York. And I laid it down and made sure I left nothing in the ring so that my peoples could be proud of me when I come back home.
Yeah, you also switched stances a lot, which seemed to confuse Canelo a little bit. You had success against Canelo, but how does William Scull have success against Canelo?
Well, William Scull is a newbie to the game in terms of being in this caliber of this sport where now he's facing the biggest fighters. And so he has to know, one, that he has the ability because he's earned it, and then two, go out there and leave nothing. That's the most important thing. With a guy like that, you don't want to go back and say, I should have did this, I should have did that. You want to go out there and leave it there.
Well, he's certainly full of confidence, William Scull, but all of Canelo's opponents say they're confident before they step into the ring with him. All that behind us now, how do you see our main event playing out?
I see Canelo Alvarez win by decision or possibly knockout. Canelo Alvarez has a way of controlling the ring, and I did a little research on William. He's a very talented fighter, but at this level, at this capacity, with the lights, the cameras, and the skill set of Canelo Alvarez, it's going to be a lot to deal with.
All right, well, Canelo looking for his first knockout since Caleb Plant. He's dropped his last 5 opponents, but they've all survived and gone the distance. Our main event about to start, but first let's check in with a very interested observer who's with Claudia Trejos.
You got that right, Todd. Look who's here. Bud Crawford himself. So you're here in Riyadh. You come all the way from New York. Are you keeping an eye on somebody, maybe a possible opponent?
Of course I'm keeping my eye on a personal opponent. Canelo's the guy that we got our eyes on.
So let's talk about this. A fight against Canelo. Would that be the biggest fight in boxing history?
I'm not gonna say the biggest fight in boxing history, but I'm gonna say the biggest fight in the last decade.
How hungry and how much did you want this fight?
Oh, I'm very hungry. I wanted this fight because this is gonna solidify myself in a greatness status. You know, take big chances, big opportunities. That's what I'm all about.
Well deserved. It's been a long process, a beautiful career, and just between you and I, forget about the camera. When is this gonna happen?
September.
Alrighty then, so for Mexican independence.
That's right.
All right, so it's gonna be in our house, the Zone?
You said what?
It's gonna be in our house on the Zone?
I don't know. We shall see.
Well, we expect you. You're always invited, and it's always a pleasure to have you. Real quick, before I let you go, prediction for tonight.
I got Canelo.
Obviously. Thank you, buddy. Back to you, Todd.
All right, Crawford electing not to take an interim bout before they possibly collide. Canelo gonna risk it tonight. Let's get into our tale of the tape. Canelo Alvarez fighting for the 67th time of his professional career, but for the first time ever outside of North America. There's a pretty big height and reach edge for William Scull, but Canelo says, I've made a living out of chewing guys like this up and spitting them out. It's time for our main event. Let's go into the ring and Michael Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. From Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Let's get this party started!
Ready for war, ready for madness, fighting the action. This is a battle. I am the toughest, I am the baddest, I am the best, nobody can handle. Yeah, you had your chance, but I have it now. Let them know I run slam battleground.
Legend be my legacy. Legacy.
And now making his entrance to the ring, the champion, William El Indomable Scull.
William Scull, the undefeated IBF world champion. But let's be honest, no one really knows much about him. He's expected to be a blip on the radar, a footnote on Canelo's resume. But don't tell him that. He's heard the talk, seen the odds, felt the disrespect, and tonight is determined, Sergio, to change the narrative from who's that to what did he just do?
Now let me tell you how he beats this man. He needs to keep his range, keep his distance, keep his height. Don't get too brave. Box. Use that Cuban style. Move laterally, move backwards, move to the side. Pop that jab, frustrate Canelo. Get him into the later rounds. That's how you have some kind of success against a star like Saul Alvarez.
A win against Canelo would be the biggest ever by a Cuban fighter and would move him from unknown to undisputed. Can he do it?
And now making his entrance to the ring, also a champion, Saul Canelo Alvarez.
Mexicano soy, llevo en alta mi bandera que rifa donde quiera, la frente en alta donde voy.
It's Cinco de Mayo Saudi style. Canelo Alvarez steps into the bright lights of Riyadh for the first time, and it feels like all of Mexico is marching with him. And this weekend has become more than a holiday for the four-division champion. It's become his tradition, his stage, his moment as Alvarez looks to become undisputed once again, Chris.
Yeah, chance for him to burnish that resume one more time, become a two-time undisputed champion. And he's battling two things in this fight. William Scull, the IBF champion, and the elements, the atmosphere, the location. Canelo Alvarez, who's pretty comfortable fighting, training in the Las Vegas area, fighting in Las Vegas. Now here he comes across the world. Had to leave 3 weeks early to get here. Told us earlier this week that it took him up until about Monday to fully acclimate to his new surroundings. He says he's all the way there and says he'll be ready to go in this fight.
Yeah, that man right there, that Mexican superstar, has been owning Cinco de Mayo since 2012. Headlined 10 times already. Started with Shane Mosley in 2012. Here we are in 2025, still headlining, still pound for pound, still ahead of the game, and still on top of his game.
And we've experienced a lot of new things in this job, Sergio. I have never walked outside briefly and seen daylight during a fight.
Well, Canelo hopes to turn William Scull's lights out here tonight for this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will honor the two champions with their respective national anthems. But first, the national anthem for our host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem for Germany. ladies and gentlemen, here to perform the national anthem for Mexico, please welcome Latin Grammy nominee, singer, songwriter, Majo Aguilar.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Ciño patria tus sienes de oliva, de la paz el arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino por el dedo de Dios escribió. Mas si osare un extraño enemigo profanar con su planta tu suelo, piensa, oh patria querida, que el cielo un soldado en cada hijo te dio, un soldado en cada hijo te dio. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresta y el bridón, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra al sonoro rugir del cañón. ¡Viva México!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the A&B Arena here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's champion versus champion, 12 rounds of boxing for the ring-recognized, undisputed super middleweight championship of the world. Proudly brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GEA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Canelo Promotions, Egon Sports and Evening, and Sella, sponsored by Riyadh Season, STA, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, and Arena Fitness Innovation. Special thanks, ladies and gentlemen, as always, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. This contest is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Guy Williamson. Supervisors for the WBC, Mauricio Suleiman. For the WBO, Thomas Woods. For the IBF, Ben Keelty. For the WBA, Carlos Chavez. Timekeeper at the bell, Jason Booth. The three judges scoring will be Pablo Gonzalez, Dendrex Tapdassen, and Ron McNair. And when the bell rings, the action inside the ring will be the responsibility of World Championship veteran Kieran McCann. And now, the officials are in place and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. So for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white with gold, weighing in at 166.1 pounds. His professional record, a perfect one. 23 fights, 23 victories, 11 big wins by knockout. Originally from Matanzas, Cuba, but now living, training, and fighting out of Berlin, Germany. Ranked among the best in the world by Ring Magazine, he is the reigning, defending, undefeated IBF super middleweight champion of the world, William El Indomable Scull. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing dark blue trimmed with silver, officially weighing in at 167.1 pounds. His professional record, 62 victories, 39 wins by knockout, only 2 defeats with 2 draws. De Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, the former middleweight world champion, former junior middleweight world champion, former light heavyweight world champion, now recognized by Ring Magazine as champion, the reigning, defending WBC, WBA, WBO super middleweight champion of the world, Saul Canelo
Gentlemen, I gave you instructions in the dressing room. You know what I expect of you both. Keep the fight clean. Obey my commands, most importantly. Protect yourself at all times. Shake hands, boys.
All right, William Scull, undefeated, unknown, but undeterred. Could he possibly become undisputed? Or will Canelo Alvarez treat him like an uninvited guest to a Saudi Cinco de Mayo fiesta? Every single belt is on the line. Here we go for the undisputed super middleweight championship of the world.
Sergio, I know what you're saying about using footwork, using distance. But to me, that's a recipe to survive this fight. To win it, I think William Scull is going to have to get out of his comfort zone. He's not going to out-accurate Canelo Alvarez. He's not going to hurt Canelo Alvarez, but he's got to try, I think, to overwhelm Canelo Alvarez. He averaged 30 punches per round in his last fight against Vladimir Shishkin. He's got to try to come close to doubling that to have a chance to win this fight.
Well, if Scull tries or attempts to sell out, he's going to get closed down by Canelo, because this is what Canelo does. He starts off slow. He starts ripping the body. He makes that ring smaller and smaller until he starts breaking down opponents and ultimately knocking him out.
I think Skull's also going to have to try to win these early rounds to put himself in a position. Canelo is a notoriously slow starter. Scull, a bit of a sluggish finisher. You saw that 12th round against Shishkin. He was hurt. He was tired in that 12th round of a championship-level fight.
Well, Scull was mostly respectful in the build-up to this fight, but did give a little trash talk saying he was going to eat Canelo Alvarez, and Canelo responded, the only thing he's going to eat is my fist. Let's see how aggressive Canelo is against the fleet-footed Cuban. Canelo fighting on a new continent for the first time. He's fighting here in Asia. Yes, Saudi Arabia is part of Asia. Canelo's also shown interest perhaps in fighting in the UK sometime soon. But first things first, win back the IBF title that, Chris, I know you're not too happy about him having lost in the first place.
I'm indifferent. Mandatories, they come and go. See William Scull opening up in this orthodox stance. You'll see him switch stances throughout the course of this fight.
And look at the presence in Canelo. Not even punching anything, but Canelo just right in front of him, waiting for Scull to make any kind of mistake, give him any kind of opening, just like that. Canelo try to sweep with a left hook. Scull better keep that chin down. He has a habit of punching and pulling his head back, keeping that chin exposed. Canelo will try to sweep him with a wide left hook.
Canelo's so methodical, so precise. economical with his punches. He makes every shot count. Scull not exactly trying to take this fight by the scruff of the neck here in round one.
DJ Majestic, the place special. No other DJ could play this one right now. Exclusive 2025.
Así fue, así. Él cuando lo pintas o cuando entras se quiere aventar tranquilito. Hay que primero buscar el bloqueo en vez de moquizarte los golpes. Hay que ir bloqueando y echarlo para atrás, güey. ¿Ah, seguro, ah? Sí, segurito y sin confiarte, güey. Vele agarrando la distancia y el timing que trae él, güey. Sin confiarse nada, güey. Empieza a trabajar cuando te paren los hombros, güey. Poquita agua, ¿no? ¿Poquita agua? Séquenle en la esquina ahorita. Ahorita le secan la esquina. You're gonna try the
Round 2.
Well, Canelo has beaten 4 reigning super middleweight champions in his career. Rocky Fielding, Callum Smith, Billy Joe Saunders, and Caleb Plant. Scull would become his 5th if he can get the job done here in the early morning hours in Riyadh.
Scull is looking to counter something that Canelo is not really committed to right now. Canelo's not attacking anything. He's just judging the distance, judging the range, looking for the right shot to explode, not wasting any punches. A lot of nervous energy from William Scull right now, moving around, but not really doing anything or taking initiative with that jab yet.
Sergio, nice. Started with a right, ended with a left upstairs. And maybe Scull needs to be hit with a big shot to wake him up to get going. Conventional wisdom says if you don't win the early rounds against Canelo, you're not going to win the late ones.
And if you remember, Canelo's been dropping everyone early. You know, 4 out of his last 6 opponents have been dropped in the first 3 to 4 rounds. Good body shot there by Canelo.
You saw William Scull feeling that. Dropped his hands now to keep that left arm low.
Scull saying his game plan tonight is to make Canelo uncomfortable.
Well, he's switching southpaw for a moment, just trying to give a different look, but nothing coming out of that left-handed stance. So right now, it's Canelo in control and definitely the more comfortable fighter.
Canelo always patient in the ring, just a predator walking his opponents down. You know, he has the couple losses on his resume, a couple draws on his resume, but as a super middleweight, he's 9-0, and he has barely been threatened in this weight class.
And he doesn't bite at the feints of Scull either. He just moves his upper body slightly, but he doesn't step back out of range where he can't counter. So he's not intimidated by any of the shenanigans, any of the foot feints, or the speed, the size, and length of William Scull right now. Been there, done that for Saul Alvarez.
And Skull's throwing these jabs. None of them are really landing. Canelo is very good at parrying shots, blocking shots. That's why his defense is excellent.
Scull 3.5 inches taller than Canelo and has a 2.5-inch reach advantage. You'd think he'd want to pepper him with that jab.
Anytime you do extend that jab, you're going to be at the range of getting countered. See, this is the thing about this style right here. If you're not going to be committing to anything, you're not going to be in this fight. So right now, he flicked the jab. Canelo came right back with his own.
Well, Canelo, some fighters get in the ring with Canelo and they're in awe of him a little bit. You know, you're looking across and seeing a legend over there, and you're thinking, "Whoa, let me get my bearings here." And that appears that might be the case. see if Scull tries to pick up the pace a little bit. Just kind of barking to some of his fans in the crowd. Thought he had some success right there at the end of the second round. The judges probably thinking differently.
Well, just because nothing's really landing heavily on both sides doesn't mean he's having success. Canelo still lands some a body shot at the end of that round. That's probably enough to sway around when nothing's happening. Just like that. That's another solid body shot.
And you know, Sergio, the fastest way, or the best way to slow down a mover is to target that body. Canelo, of course, knows that. We've seen throughout the first 2+ rounds, Canelo routinely looking to go downstairs.
Scull has a good right hand. It's a solid right hand. It's strong. You know, there's not much power behind it, but there's timing behind it and accuracy. And with his size, he's a strong puncher. Even though he's not knocking guys out, he still gets the respect. So he needs to unleash that right hand and try to land it on Canelo, just like that. It could be a hook, it could be straight, it could be at the body, but you gotta keep this Mexican off you. Keep this fight in the middle of the ring as well.
Scull appearing to get a little more comfortable right now. But he made it very clear, Chris, that he wasn't going to try and make mistakes. He wasn't going to do things differently than he has his whole career. He's going to be very judicious with his punch selection.
He's not an accurate puncher, and Canelo is an accurate puncher. Canelo is certainly a judicious one in this kind of phase 2 of his career, but he makes up for the lack of activity with incredible accuracy. Really, outside of Dimitri Bivol, nobody in recent years has outlanded Canelo Alvarez.
Many Mexicans and Mexican Americans making the trip all the way here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to support the face of boxing.
Yeah, it was a fun crowd at the weigh-in. Fans here to support Canelo Alvarez, also Jaime Munguia, Marco Verde on the undercard.
Yeah, it was good to see Canelo back in the dressing room, giving Jaime Munguia his props, supporting him.
I love that, man. Giving props to a former foe. And just respect. It has nothing to do with the bloodline. It's just respect between both champions.
Scull, a well-traveled fighter. He's from Cuba, had his first 9 pro fights in Argentina. 9 of his last 10 have been in Germany. Had nearly 400 amateur fights before turning pro back in 2016.
And you can see him picking up a little bit of style from every country he's been to. You know, every country has their own style, their own punching. The Europeans fight really upright. Argentinians are really strong. You know, they like single punches to the body. Mexican style. There's a clash of styles. Canelo's going to have to figure out this tricky Cuban.
Well, this is for the undisputed super middleweight title. Let's check in with Claudia, who's with the undisputed light heavyweight champ.
Thank you, Todd. Yes. Dimitri Bivol, when it was your turn, you took the best out of Canelo. How did you pull that off?
I think I was just myself without fear, because most of his opponents, they have fear and they don't do what they can do. You know, they're very tight mentally and body. They don't throw enough punches. I think this is the most important.
And talking about that, when do we get a chance to see you doing you again against none other than Better Bien?
I hope November, December, I will have a chance to have a fight.
We look forward to seeing you back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Todd.
I agree with Beterbiev. Throw a lot of punches. That is a good strategy for beating Canelo. Not throwing a lot of punches and having most of those punches be blocked jabs is not a strategy that's going to be.
Yeah, but Beterbiev has one of the best jabs in boxing. He has some of the best. Bivol has one of the best jabs in boxing. In and out style, footwork. So it's not just throw more punches, it's throwing the right punches at the right time in an in and out style where Canelo can't catch a rhythm.
I don't disagree. Andy had size and a power advantage very few opponents have on Canelo.
Well, Scull's got the size advantage for sure.
Yeah, but he's fighting squared up. See, and that's why Canelo's taking advantage of that body squared up against the ropes. You need to get in an angle with Canelo. Don't give him that body. Then you can fight in and out instead of laterally.
These are good body shots. Canelo's just staring at that midsection, looking for opportunities.
Trying to close the distance is Canelo. Patiently stalking Scull. Trying to cut the ring off, forcing the Cuban to engage. The The more punches Scull throws, the more openings Canelo will have. Going to the body, and every time he hits him, you see Scull drop those arms and kind of scatter out of there.
Canelo just missed with that right hook. It grazed the ribs of Scull.
If he does drop Scull in this fight, Sergio, will it be to the body or to the chin?
I think he's gonna hurt him to the body, but it has to be a chin shot because he's just setting him up for something over the top. That's what Canelo does. He's so patient. He'll keep fighting your fight until you give him an opportunity, and then he'll pounce on you. Canelo has become a power puncher. You know, he looks for that single shot now. He's not an explosive combination puncher like he was in his younger days. Now he uses experience and old bull mentality. His presence is what breaks fighters down and makes them forced to make mistakes.
Yeah, it's evolved. Oh, nice right hand there from Scull. And he flexes a little bit. Every shot he lands, Chris, he acts like he won the World Cup.
It was a good right hand, but it didn't land.
Canelo Sergio has evolved defensively significantly too. Daniel Jacobs can speak to this. Like when he was in his prime years, like when he fought Jacobs, he would slip a lot of shots. Movement would be part of his defensive repertoire. Now, it's more about parrying. It's more about blocking. He's not as elusive as he used to be, but you still can't get to him. He still has great defense.
Great radar. You know, it's just a good eye. He doesn't move. See right there? He doesn't move out of the way. He just slowly pulls it and parries the punch. Little by little, he's gaining information. He's gaining the rhythm, the speed. You know, he's inching closer and closer to landing that big punch. All these wasted rounds, you know, it's investment for Canelo. It doesn't look like much, but when Scull's not doing anything, he's winning these rounds on presence.
So this is for Undisputed. We just heard from the Undisputed Light Heavyweight Champion. And on Saturday, July 19th here on DAZN, we will crown a heavyweight Undisputed Champion. Usyk versus Dubois. Who do you have, Chris?
Look, I would favor Alexander Usyk against everybody in the heavyweight division, but Danny Dubois is on a roll right now. 3 huge wins in a row. He is a much improved fighter than the guy that Usyk beat back in 2023.
Don't just be looking at the shoulder, you gotta look downstairs too. We're gonna stop this guy, all right? We're gonna stop this dude. Close up a little bit.
10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 5.
Let's check in with Daniel Jacobs. What are you seeing here, Danny?
Well, from my analysis, I can see Canelo being a stalker and preying on this guy, but Scull needs to really continue to punch more. I think that will be his success because he's a good boxer, very athletic. As you can see with this quick uppercut, he's very, very talented, but he needs to throw more. He needs to be like a guy that's assertive and making sure that he knows, and the judges know that he's a victim.
Every time William Scull does that stop-start with his footwork, a bunch of gold glitter sprays all over the ring. Don't know if you can see it on camera. But it was interesting, in between rounds, you heard Eddie Reynoso saying, we're going to stop this guy. And in the past, Canelo's dropped his last 5 opponents, Sergio, but he has said, listen, when I've dropped him, the reason I haven't really gone for the kill is because Eddie Reynoso's told me not to be patient. So tonight, though, it's Reynoso saying, go get him.
Yeah, both these guys haven't stopped the fighter since 2021. But the confidence in the corner of Canelo, just praying and stalking, being patient, they're seeing something that Scull is not, or that we're not. Because right now, Canelo's he's actually becoming too patient because he's not even jabbing his way in, trying to pop him.
Hey, Chris, a lot of criticism from last night's card about the lack of punches thrown. Canelo's only thrown 38 and landed 12.
He's being judicious with his shots, but the Scull numbers are far more glaring. Like, he's not throwing any.
Well, he's throwing, he's not landing.
Not throwing that many either.
We give Canelo the benefit of the doubt because we know what he can do with the punches that do land. There's a couple.
See, this is the frustrating side of the Cuban school of boxing. They have so much talent and ability, size, power, but they sometimes move a little bit too much. They box a little bit too much, defensive-minded a little bit too much.
Right hand to the body there from Canelo. Those will start to add up, and he's putting a lot behind those shots as well, sitting down on those punches.
And Sergio, we've seen a variety of different Cubans over the years. We've seen the ultra elusive, if you want to call it that, in Arislandi Lara.
Right hand, a counter shot.
Guillermo Rigondeaux. But we've also seen Luis Ortiz, Yuriorkis Gamboa, Andy Cruz becoming a pretty good action fighter as a professional. As far as I can see from William Scull, he is cut from that Rigondeaux cloth.
Lara started becoming an exciting puncher once he got older. And he's still a champion in his 40s because he got flat-footed. He doesn't have the legs.
Pon el hielo, deja eso, pon el hielo. Muy bien eso. Viste con la tira, tira por ahí también. Cae bien, tira por ahí. Suéltese arriba.
Nice uppercut there by Scull. You can see that he pulled it back before he even punched it. He's already thinking about defense instead of offense. Back comes Canelo. Canelo with a body shot right there, and Scull better be careful with those because lifting his arms like that, exposing his ribs.
Seconds out. Round 6.
All right, Chris, 5 rounds in the books. How do you have this one scored?
Yeah, I've got it 5 rounds to none in favor of Canelo Alvarez. That last round was probably the best round that William Scull's had, landed that short uppercut, but the body shots of Canelo, I just thought won him that round, and he's just been in complete control. William Scull is doing kind of what I thought he was going to do, which is move around a lot, fight off the jab.
Oh, there's a right hand, best punch of the fight for Scull.
Or that, and maybe we can get this fight a little more competitive.
It's a really good shot by Scull. He pretended to jab just to come with a half uppercut, 45-degree punch. Awkward combination. That's the reason the right hand landed. See, this is where Canelo needs to start jabbing the chest and the torso of Scull. Stop him from moving. You know, the more he moves, the more confident Skull's gonna get.
Good body shot there from Canelo.
Answered back by Scull, who again flexes. Canelo did give Scull his flowers, so to speak, this week, saying, look, he's going to be hard to figure out. He's here for a reason. This will not be an easy win.
Well, this is champion versus champion. I mean, you got to respect the ability of Scull. Even though it's frustrating, you have to respect what he's doing so far. He's not engaging, he's not giving Canelo what he wants, and he's punching back anytime Canelo gets his.
This punch back that time, that was a good body shot again, Canelo Alvarez. These body shots are starting to add up.
No, Canelo's getting the better of it. That's why he's winning these rounds convincingly, but Skull's trying to punch back at least. See, just like that.
This is the most active round by far here in the 6th for both fighters. Scull became the #1 with the IBF by beating Yevgeny Janko back in July 2022, and it was 27 months until he got his shot at the belt. So he's patient both in and out of the ring. Scull promised to break Canelo's rhythm. Is he doing that, Sergio?
No, but he's trying to frustrate him. I don't think you can break Canelo.
He's frustrating all of us, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
But hey, this is what he does.
This is strategy, exactly. I mean, you look at his record, you look at the guys he's fighting, how he wins. This is his style. He's a spoiler. He doesn't commit to punches. Even that jab right there where he flicks it out, he's not committing to it. He's not trying to land it. He's just trying to annoy you. Just get out of the way, not win the round, but not get hurt either.
He's not here to win.
No, he's not.
He's not here to win.
No, he's not here.
I think he thinks he's winning, Chris. I disagree. I think he's winning these rounds. He thinks he is.
ignorance is bliss.
Agarra aire. No lo dejes que se crezca el cabrón, hijo,
Don't let this guy get bigger and more confident, all right?
Bien bloqueado, güey.
You gotta stay well blocked.
Hay que ir ganando round por round, güey,
He wants to win round by round.
Déjalo que ande haciendo sus mamás.
Let him keep doing all that nonsense and moving.
Nomás cuando te vayas a meter, güey, con eso te quiere levantar.
Just be careful when you do go to the body, he's trying to lift you up with an uppercut.
Bien atento, güey, bien atento.
Pay attention, pay attention.
Gana round por round. Ese cabrón nunca se va a parar.
Take it round for round. This guy's never gonna stand still. Counter punch on the inside.
Well, guys, we get to the second half of a fight that's basically going to script. We have to acknowledge why we're here, and that's because of the IBF. We made William Scull its mandatory challenger to Canelo last year with no quality wins on his resume, which positioned him to win that title. This is the same IBF that made Karen Chukadzian the mandatory against Boots Ennis after he wiped him out. Then Camille Zarameta made him the mandatory against Gennady Golovkin. If you're willing to do this IBF eliminator dance, they will rocket you up their rank. It's completely ridiculous. Like, this is the same sanctioning body that has a guy named Michael Eifert set up to be roadkill for the winner of the third fight between Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. That has 10 fighters ranked ahead of Diego Pacheco and Christian Mbili at super middleweight. That has George Kambosos, who has one fight at 140 pounds, ranked 7 spots ahead of Dalton Smith. Look, years ago, the WBO once ranked a guy named Darren Morris, who was dead at the time that they ranked him. I feel comfortable saying the IBF's current ranking system is measurably worse.
Attaboy, Chris.
Chris is headed out. Set down, he's headed outside. Meanwhile, Canelo trying to cut the ring off, landing some body shots here on Scull, who continues to try and stick and move and dance. But Canelo has made a career out of not getting frustrated.
And these body shots are winning the fight for Canelo. I mean, as frustrating as it is, he keeps aiming at that midsection, and they keep landing because the little pot shot that Scull's tries to come back with, it's not enough. Canelo's getting the better of it every time in the body.
Do you think I'm wrong, Sergio? Do you think that Scull thinks he's doing great right now?
Somehow, some way, I really do. You know, some guys think they have success because they're not getting knocked out by Canelo, because they're not getting hit cleanly by Canelo.
He'll say, look at the stats. I've landed more and more punch than he has. What do you mean he's won every round?
These moral victories need to stop against Canelo. You know,
power to the body, nice left there from Scull. Boy, he just does not stop moving. Give him that.
A lot of these guys that didn't come to win, Edgar Berlanga, Jermell Charlo, you know, moral victories don't do it, man. I mean, you got the payday, at least try to get some respect. Try to get something that you can leave your confident with, prideful with. Head up in the air on the championship level, one of the best fighters in the world, instead of just moving around for 36 minutes.
Again, I'll disagree. I think in his mind, he thinks, not only is he trying to win, I think he thinks he's winning. Look at his face, see, I'm telling you, he's having a great time.
Eso, cámbiame ese aire. Cámbiame ese aire. A ver, él se va a poner más agresivo. Tiene que jugar más con él y darle más boca para que tú veas. Si tú lo controlas, él no tira. ¿Qué es lo que estás velando a él? Entonces tú se lo estás cambiando todo el tiempo. Se la estás variando todo el tiempo. ¿Entendido? Vamos allá. Todo el tiempo, bueno. Ahí toca jugar. Cuando toque, con la mano aquí saca el pie con el pie con el 7, pero con un gancho para atrás. Toque un monte, pero con la mano adelante aquí.
And they're letting him know, keep moving. And anytime he gets in there, you got to check him with that uppercut. That was a right hook right there. But there's that right uppercut they keep asking for. Move laterally, but keep moving. That's the advice. Stay on the bike, look for that one shot.
They collide quickly in the middle of the ring. Let's see if Canelo tries to turn up the heat. When he fought Munguia, he was right there in front of him. Hey, you gave Scull a round.
Yeah, I gave Scull the last round, mostly because of inactivity by Canelo. 69-64 in favor of Canelo Alvarez. William Scull may think he's winning, he's not. I don't think Canelo is fighting any kind of brilliant fight, but the power shots to the body have been a big difference maker for him, and very little that William Scull has done has really counteracted that.
I agree, those body shots, they are in between, they're not much, but that's a lot more effective than anything William Scull's doing.
Just missed him with the uppercut as Canelo landed a body shot. Boy, the referee's way far away from the action, isn't he? Might as well be sitting in the front row. Not even on the screen.
What does he have to be near?
Oh, look there from Canelo. But Scull told us he was going to do this. There's no surprise here. I'm not going to stand and trade with this guy. I'm going to hit him, make him miss, and that's the name of the game. Sergio, you know this better than anybody. Hit and don't get hit.
I get it, yes, but you're also here to win a fight. You know, you're also here to win a fight. You want to frustrate, you want to move, you want to use all your assets, all your attributes, and yes, he's using everything he has. And he's showing some guts by countering off the ropes like that, but they're not landing. Those punches are not landing cleanly.
Canelo's had success against big fighters, tall fighters in this division. Rocky Fielding, Callum Smith come to mind. There's another big guy in front of him in William Scull. El Indomable.
And he has experience fighting a Cuban that has tried to frustrate him. Back in 2014, he fought Erislandy Lara, a highly competitive fight in the ring, close on the scorecards. Canelo came away with a win that night, but I think that gave him a bit of a lesson on what these kind of Cuban fighters try to do.
Yeah, but Lara at least was, sniping him with 1-2s.
I agree. No, Lara was trying to win, and Lara, to this day, will make the argument that he did win that fight.
And he makes a great case for winning that fight, or at least the draw. But this man is not trying to win. He's not controlling with that jab. He's not throwing a 1-2. He's herky-jerky, moving around the ring, not getting hit with anything cleanly upstairs. But those few body shots Canelo are landing are enough to win the round.
A dos nomás, y a dos porque luego voy a entrar con la cabeza y tira puros tontazos, güey.
Así le ando haciendo de a dos, uno.
Sí, cerradito, de uno, de dos.
Just throw 1 or 2 shots.
Cuando vayas al frente.
You gotta feint whenever you're
estás caminándolo bien así.
You're walking them down nicely, but you gotta feint before you attack.
Tienes aquí, cerrado nomás y tírale uno.
And you gotta keep it tight. Just throw 1 shot. Don't throw more than 1 shot.
Abajo, trabaja de abajo.
Terrence Crawford doesn't look overly impressed with what he's seeing. But again, we are approaching, actually it is 7 in the morning local time.
Round 9.
We're all a little dazed and confused at this point. The referee, I don't know if you can hear that, said, let's fight. There's too much running around. I love that, why not?
I like that. I like that from a referee. I've heard that from referees in the U.S. before, where in the middle of a fight, say, hey, let's fight, action. I like that from the referee. And trust me, he's not delivering that message to Canelo Alvarez.
Hope those of you watching around the world celebrating Cinco de Mayo or watching the pound for pound, some say pound for pound king, face of boxing Canelo here on the zone.
Enough. Listen, keep them up, okay? Keep them up.
William Scull claimed low blow on that one. kind of lean back. And that's what Canelo was arguing, which made that punch straight possibly a little below that belt line.
So, Joe, is there anything more Canelo can do to force Scull to engage more?
No, really, because Canelo doesn't have the foot speed to close that distance, close that gap. And that's always been the complaint with Canelo, you know, the heavy feet. This man does well whenever someone wants to fight him, whenever he can actually get a guy to plant his feet in exchange. But whenever someone's not exchanging, just moving and jabbing here and there, twos and twos, it's very frustrating.
Right hand from Scull just misses as the crowd trying to urge Canelo on. Here in his 67th pro fight, he does have 39 knockouts. They'd love to see number 40.
That body shot right there, that was a clean, hard body shot that landed without being blocked. Shots like that will sway around that Scull's doing nothing.
CompuBox numbers through 8 rounds. Power shots thrown, Alvarez with more. Look at the body shots, 27-4.
That's going to win the fight for Canelo in a one-sided fight, the body shots.
Canelo blocking that right hand as he moves forward, trying to get Scull against the ropes. Now has him in the corner, and that's when he can unload 2 of them and it dropped the hands of Scull, who gives him a smile.
Yeah, that was the first time I think we've seen combination punching to the body from Canelo.
Scull trying to showboat. I'm telling you,
he's complaining. Well, he also was complaining to the referee again about a low blow. There was no chance that last punch was below the belt.
There's one thing that annoys me more is like when a fighter complains or looks for the referee for help. The man that's fighting you is right in front of you. He hit you low, go get it back.
Yeah, it's one of the few sports in the world that if you don't like what your opponent is doing, you can punch him in the face.
Like this is the fight game, man. I mean, what are you complaining for? It's not a war of words. You got 2 fists. Go punch the man right where he punched you. You have a problem? Go get it back.
Right hand lands for Canelo right before the bell as we head to the 10th.
Muy bien eso. Muy cámbiame ese aire. Muy bien eso. Bien, amado. Cámbiame ese aire. Cámbiame ese aire. ¿Cómo desciende la pluma?
How do you feel?
Hoy es tu noche, compadre.
How do you feel? Good. Good.
Sopla como quieras. Hoy es tu noche.
Sí, sí.
Desesperarse, nomás regrésame rápido la guardia. Camínale.
You gotta keep walking him down. Keep walking him down. Stay tight with the defense. Bring your hands back to your face.
10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 10.
Round 10 scheduled for 12. William Scull, the IBF super middleweight champion. Canelo's got all the rest of the belts, but he wants to get the IBF back so he can become a 2-time undisputed champion in this division. The first 4-belt undisputed champion in this division's history is Canelo. Scull is from the part of Cuba that invented the rumba dance, and we've seen a lot of dancing from Scull in this one. You know how to rumba? Sergio?
I know how to cumbia. Salsa. You know how to do the robot. You know that.
I thought the Roomba was that vacuum that is electronic by itself, the robot vacuum.
It's been way too much time on Amazon.
Well, Scull said it was very disrespectful that people were already talking about Canelo versus Crawford later in the year. They're overlooking as he lands a right hand.
That's a little check. Quick right hand, a little short one, nothing damaging, but enough to keep frustrating Canelo.
You know, it's interesting. Me and Chris and the years we've worked together, we're always talking about the fighters being boring and moving too much, and usually you defend that fighter, but tonight you're all in on saying Skull's being way too negative. Why are you so negative on him?
Because he's getting paid millions of dollars and facing one of the best fighters in the world. This isn't just any type of fight. This is the big stage. You're in Saudi Arabia. His Excellency brought you over here. Do something, man. You gotta shine. You gotta go out on your shield. You gotta make your country proud. Make your countries proud.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. William Scull is in his early 30s. He's not going to get an opportunity like this again. When you have a chance like this, I guess a fighter like this on a stage like this, not taking advantage of it is crazy.
And fights like these, promoters and networks will never bring you back again.
And we saw that with Rigondeaux, who became almost radioactive to television networks for most of his career.
People watch sports for entertainment. They pay money to be entertained. Sergio, do you think the people who are having to use their bases right now are more entertained or less entertained right now? Probably a little more angry than the sober people.
They're probably throwing the cervezas at the TV watching this.
Quedan dos, hijo, Hay que ganarlos bien, güey,
We got 2 rounds left. You win these last 2 rounds.
Hitchens versus Cambosis Jr. Saturday, June 14th, live from New York City. You can catch it here on the Zone.
I know, I've been over before.
The referee telling Canelo to start fighting. Canelo tells him, why don't you go tell the other corner to start fighting.
Bam, bam, dos. Haz tu defensa. Lo mueve, lo tienes aquí, tírale a uno por encima. Nunca se va a parar el güey y cuando se para te mete la pinche.
Look, this guy's never gonna stop, and if he does stop, he's not gonna throw much. So just tight guard and just one good shot, hard shot.
Well, Danny, you didn't run away from Canelo. How do you see things playing out right now?
You see Canelo Alvarez slightly winning, but
really?
I do think, yes, I say that because he still needs to punch and be effective with his punches. And if he doesn't punch and land clean, effective shots, it's going to be hard, depending on how to judge the fight. So for me, when you land the punch and you make contact is when you can win a round. And Canelo needs, as much as we're complaining about Skull, I also think Canelo Alvarez needs to apply the pressure. He's a world-renowned fighter. He can make the difference in his fight by being effective, by coming forward, cutting the ring off. This is something that we expect from Canelo Alvarez.
Thank you, Danny. Hey, Chris, if his name wasn't Canelo, would you be more critical of him right now in this fight?
I think there's fairness to it. This isn't a masterclass by Canelo. It's not even a great performance. The punch output is low even for a Canelo Alvarez fight. I just think if you're looking for reasons to blame this fight playing out the way it is, if you're doing a blame pie, it's like 95% William Scull. Look, I get what Danny's saying about the scorecards, and Canelo should throw more, but we're just not getting anything thrown back from William Scull. It's a lot of jabs, occasional right hands, a whole lot of movements. This fight, he's complaining every single time. It's right above the belt line. I mean, Canelo is, in my opinion, having a lot more success here tonight.
There's a body shot from Canelo, answer with a left from Scull, who gives him that smile again. And hey, who could forget the NFL head coach Dennis Green, who said they were who we thought they were. That's kind of for Scull. We're criticizing him, but look, this is the way he fights, Sergio. We knew he would fight like this.
Well, look, I respect Daniel Jacobs. I respect boxing judges. Let's just see how they're seeing it, because I do not see this man winning rounds. He's winning out of frustration. The frustration is not one of the elements of winning a round or a fight.
Who's to say one or maybe two of the judges here are appreciating some of the William Scull movement and defensive ability, and they're giving him some of these close rounds. It's not like Canelo is dominating round after round.
No, and William Scull was more active with the jab, but was landing shots. I might believe this fight could be closer, but he's not. A lot of his jab, most of his jab being gobbled up by the defense of Canelo. Right hands are few and far between, and the clean punches, even though they're not as many as we'd like to see, are still being landed by Canelo.
I wish this fight was in an 8-by-8-foot ring.
Juega con la canelita esa. Ya está asustado ya.
Oh, he's frustrated. Keep doing it. That's all I'm seeing right there. Body shots. Whenever someone is moving, not jabbing, not controlling the range, not controlling the ring. That's not ring generalship. That's the guy moving away, not engaging, frustrating, but not winning the round. So single shots to the body that are effective, for me, sway me to give that round to him.
No te vayas a ensartar nomás. Aquí, camínale aquí, camínale aquí, camínale aquí. Cuando lo tengas allá en tu desbuque, tírale el putazo, güey. Él va corriendo, güey, tírale.
He's running. You just got to keep sweeping him with that left hook.
So the 12th and final round. Will we see more of the same? The more Canelo chasing Scull around the ring.
And look at his Excellency up on his feet on the canvas saying, come on, let's go. Let's get the fight going.
A lot of money was placed and invested into this fight, into this event, and right now, Chris Mannix has Canelo ahead 108-101.
Yeah, 108-101. The 2 rounds I gave to William Scull were generous. They were mostly due to a lack of activity in each of those rounds by Canelo Alvarez. But so far, a completely lopsided win, or winning lead for Canelo Alvarez.
I think you're generous with that second round, but yeah, I agree. 2 rounds max.
There's a left hook from Canelo as Scull momentarily stops moving.
Well, he stopped moving because he landed a jab.
Scull must have spent a lot of time running backwards on a treadmill in preparation for this fight.
I'll give him this. He's in phenomenal shape, and better shape than he was in with the Vladimir Shishkin fight, where he seemed to fade in the later rounds. He came prepared. He came ready physically. I just don't think he came in with a game plan that was designed to win.
The crowd saying, give us something. Wake us up. A little combination there from Scull after Canelo landed a body shot.
Arm punches Canelo Alvarez become famous for. Callum Smith ate a lot of them. Injured his bicep after that fight with Canelo. Dimitri Bivol, who beat Canelo, came away from that fight with a sore left arm. Part of his repertoire.
I don't know if it's in the book of refereeing, but there should be a point where a referee can take away a point for a fighter not fighting, for a fighter not throwing punches, for moving too much.
You'd have had a lot of points to double.
Yeah, but I caught on the inside at least. I caught, this man is just running. Look, throws 2 punches on the bite, moves around for 20 seconds, throws 2 more punches, but never stands still to make this a fight. William Scull didn't come to defend his championship, didn't come to win, came to pick up a check, not get hurt, and get a moral victory for a decision.
A classic confrontation, this was not. And Scull just touched Canelo more there than he did the entire fight.
Yes, he did. And Canelo scolding him, saying, come on, man, that wasn't a fight.
Well, There are some probably in Germany and Cuba who believe that Scull did enough to win. Did two judges agree?
Just gonna look at your eyes, look here. Tell me where you are, what city?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. And what's more, the entire event, every game and every goal is live on DAZN. And it starts June the 14th. Will Canelo pick up his 63rd professional win and once again become undisputed, or did William Scull do enough to become undisputed himself and remain undefeated? Sergio, can you go get me a coffee, please? Here's the best of that last round, a left hook there from Canelo.
No, it was a jab that landed a left hook. But was that jab enough to win the round, or any round? Yeah, this is frustrating.
Well, Canelo told us ahead of time that Scull has a complicated style, and I'll say he was right about that. Scull said, I'm gonna move a lot, throw combinations. I've got the tools to beat Canelo. Here are the final fight stats powered by CompuBox. Scull threw 293 punches, over about 140 more than Canelo, landed one less. And you could see most of the work done by Alvarez was to the body. 40 landed shots. Any chance Scull wins this, Sergio?
No, I don't see it.
You can see the frustration from Canelo. There's really not much to say about this fight, is there?
I think
the less said, the better.
Yeah, for me it is, because I'm frustrated to the point I just don't want to be negative to Scull anymore, or Scull.
All right, Michael Buffer has the scorecards. Who will leave Riyadh undisputed?
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. The winner will be the undisputed super middleweight champion of the world. Here are the score totals. Pablo Gonzalez scores it 115-113. Ron McNair has it 116-112. And Danrix Taptazen has it 119-109. All three scores go to the winner by unanimous decision. Canelo Alvarez!
115-113 and 116-112. So two judges gave Scull a lot of credit, as Saul Canelo Alvarez didn't exactly take William Scull to Scull here tonight, but he does become undisputed again.
All I heard was 119-109. That's the way I saw it.
Well, a win is a win, I guess. On to the next, and that will likely be a mega fight with Terence Crawford.
Clean the ring, please. We want to do something. Clean the ring. Excuse me. Come on, Crawford. Where is the belt? Just a minute, just a minute. We do two special ring belt. This is the first one. And now it is for Canelo. ساعدة يا علي. This is for today, not for tomorrow. There is another one for September. It's just came from England. 100% gold. And now we want to do the face-off for the fight of the century. The fight is September between the two great fighters in our generation, Canelo Alvarez and Crawford. It will be in the stadium in Las Vegas in the 12th of September, inshallah. تعال معنا يا محمد.
Here it is, the official face-off. The date, September 12, Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, for the undisputed super middleweight championship of the world. Saul Canelo Alvarez versus Bud Crawford.
Well, Sergio, the future is bright, at least. Can't wait to see Canelo versus Crawford. Your early thoughts on that matchup?
Fantastic matchup. I mean, the brilliance and the switch hitting, the power, the speed, the IQ of Crawford with the size, the power, the experience of Canelo. I mean, that's a can't-miss fight, and it belongs in the stadium.
Chris Mannix is in the ring.
Well, Canelo, congratulations. You are a two-time undisputed super middleweight champion. Had to work hard out there to get that win tonight. What'd you think of that performance?
Oh, that's why I don't like to fight that kind of guys, you know? They can just to survive, to go to the 12th round. And that's why I don't like them. I hope September coming in other kind of fight.
When you heard one of the judges say 115, 113, what did you think?
You don't know. You know, with that kind of fights, anything I can say for me, it's a boring fight. You know, like a fighter not try to win or just try to survive, and I hate that kind of fighters.
You knew that he was going to try to move around a lot. Was he trickier to figure out than you originally thought?
No, they do even more than I thought. But it's okay. We win. And we are here with two times undisputed champion, and I'm grateful to fight here in Saudi Arabia. And thank you, everybody, for coming to support me, my family, my friend, everybody. And like always I say, ¡Viva México, cabrones!
This is a new experience for you, fighting in Saudi Arabia for the first time, fighting at 6 a.m. probably for the first time. How did your body adjust during this fight?
No, you know, I come 3 weeks before because of that, to adapt myself to this time, everything. I'm okay. I'm a champion. I'm a professional. So that's no excuse and anything.
You knew what was coming if you won this fight. That was a crack at this man, two-time undisputed champion Bud Crawford. How are you feeling about that fight?
No, I feel great. You know, Crawford is one of the best out there, and you know, I like to share the ring with that kind of fighters, and it's my pleasure.
You changed your tune on wanting this fight over the years. Originally, you didn't want it. Why is now the right time for this fight?
You know, everybody is asking for the fight. My Nino Turkey Alashi won it, so that's why we are here.
Congratulations, Canelo. Brilliant performance.
Thank you.
Bud, we'll turn to you. You waited a long time for this fight to happen. You came a long way to stare off with Canelo Alvarez. How are you feeling now that the fight's here?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling blessed. And then, you know, everything's happened for a reason. And there's a reason why I'm here. In September, I'm going to show the world what greatness look like.
Had a chance to scout Canelo over 12 rounds. What did you think of that performance?
Well, he did what he had to do to get the job done for what was in front of him.
Canelo's now 10-0 at super middleweight, been largely untouchable at this weight class. Why do you believe that you're the man to knock him off?
Because I'm the best. That's why. That's why everybody going to come and watch September 12th.
All right, bud. Good luck on September 12th.
Thank you.
Guys.
All right, Sergio. That will happen September 12th. Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Bud Crawford moving up 2 weight classes to challenge the king. Well, outside of the main event, we had some pretty entertaining fights. We'll break it all down and put a bow on things live here from Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You're watching DAZN.
Daniel Dubois had a big opportunity.
The chance to rock the world.
Alexander Usyk, he's a master.
He has the heart bigger than this room.
It was the feints that really seemed to unsettle Daniel Dubois.
Then, against all the odds, it happened.
Time froze. We're waiting. Wow, he's done it. He's done it.
I shouted out to Daniel, wow, you've done it, you've won.
I was surprised there was no count.
Моя думка, що рефері зробив все правильно.
The fans, they divided into 2 camps.
Was it low? Was it borderline?
I thought that punch was a punch from the gods.
He landed it right on the line.
I have the view that the shot was okay.
Muhammad Ali always talked about a quarter of an inch.
The guards are that big, so very, very close.
I see that's a legal shot.
It was a real low blow.
You know it was a legal blow.
Frank.
What the referee did next was outrageous.
The seconds are ticking by. Suddenly, the minutes are ticking by.
He said, no, take some more time.
There were 3 minutes and 45 seconds of Alexander Usyk recovering.
Usyk came back, dropped him in the 8th round and stopped him in the 9th.
Up until now, there's still a question mark.
Usyk has shown that he is the man.
Usyk's beaten Joshua twice. He's beaten Fury twice. He's the closest that I've watched and thought, you've mastered boxing.
He's the defining champion of the era.
This version of Daniel Dubois.
Beating Jerome Miller, beating Filip Hrgović. Then to go to Wembley Stadium.
Daniel goes in as the underdog.
He was like a man possessed.
I knew we was going to win that fight.
Anthony Joshua eviscerated him.
Seek and destroy, that's how I fight.
This is the guy ready to take the throne.
2 semi-finals. You had Usyk fighting Fury, you had Dubois fighting AJ. This is like the final.
This rematch against Usyk is completely different.
Taking place
at Wembley Stadium, 90+ thousand people.
All the belts on the line.
In front of a global audience, live on DAZN.
Now we have a chance to see who is the best.
It's going to be something special.
Do not blink.
And here comes Canelo. The face of boxing is in the house.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Good body shot there from Canelo.
Oh, there's a right hand, best punch of the fight for Scull.
William Scull didn't come to defend his championship. He didn't come to win. He came to pick up a check, not get hurt, and get a moral victory for a decision.
Canelo Alvarez!
And we welcome you back here to Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There's a look at all your winners tonight here on this, I would say, memorable card for some good memories, some not so great memories, as Canelo retains his titles and picks up that IBF belt to become undisputed for the second time in the super middleweight division. And there is the big man, the Mexican champion here on Cinco de Mayo weekend, Canelo Alvarez. We welcome you back for the final time here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Todd Grisham, Daniel Jacobs, Chris Mannix, and a visibly angry Sergio Moore. You look like you're ready to throw hands yourself right now. What's going on over there?
I am grumpy. Look, for a man that made a career sticking and moving, boxing, you know, I engaged on the inside. I was able to hurt guys at the body. I was able to frustrate champions. That wasn't frustrating. That wasn't fighting. That was frustrating, but that wasn't fighting. That was not hit and get hit, not get hit. It was just a bad style matchup. Danny, I give you credit for calling it a close fight. I'm glad one judge had it the way we saw it, 119, 109. But that style, I don't want to see it again. I just do not want to see it again. The inner Larry Merchant is coming out of me.
Well, Daniel, two judges had you losing 115, 113 to Canelo, but I feel like you were a lot closer to beating him than Scull was.
Absolutely. I mean, our fight was very legendary. It was a competitive fight. We both didn't take a step back. We may have used a little bit more defense than normal, but our fight was a fight for the fans. Canelo Alvarez is a come-forward fighter, but also we need to hold Canelo Alvarez accountable for being the fighter that he is and not being able to take control to some degree. He let this guy run. He didn't cut the ring off, and he allowed this guy to make it a snoozer. This is this guy's style. We can't take nothing away from him. This is how he's gotten to this point. Canelo Alvarez, in my opinion, did an okay job, but he couldn't have done a masterful performance given the criteria.
I think he could have done more.
Yeah.
I agree with you that he should have cut the ring off a little bit better. I'll give William Scull credit for this. He was in shape. He was ready to go 12 rounds. He used his attributes to the best of his ability. The reason I scored at 10-2 in favor of Canelo Alvarez is that for 10 of those rounds, the most consequential punches were landed by William Scull. There were moments of impressiveness by William Scull, the uppercuts, but the consistent body work from Canelo Alvarez, lopsided body numbers, power shots to the body. I thought they were the overwhelming punches in 10 of those 12 rounds. So, look, it was a strange scorecard because you had one judge that saw it lopsided like Sergio and I. You had one judge that saw it close like Danny did, and you had another judge saw it kind of right in between, 8-4, Canelo Alvarez. Just a very strange fight to score. I stand by my premise that William Scull did not come here to win. He did not come here to win. He came in to try to maybe steal something, to get lucky. He didn't come with a game plan that I think was ever going to lead to him walking away as the undisputed super middleweight champion.
Well, how different will his fight against Terrence Crawford look stylistically, Danny, than the one we saw here tonight?
Well, Bud is going to bring it. That's for sure. Styles make fights. The Cuban style tonight was a snoozer because that's his style of success. He finds success in moving around punches and bunches. But Crawford, different beast, different monster. My worry is, though, is that Crawford may not have the power to be able to give and also to take. Canelo Alvarez is a very strong fighter. But if I'm a betting man, I go with my brother, Bud Crawford.
What do you think about that matchup?
Look, I think it's a great matchup. It's obviously an incredibly marketable matchup, and I give credit to Bud Crawford for taking it. He could have stayed at 54, probably one other fight or two, rode off into the sunset, a Hall of Famer, undefeated record, 2-division undisputed champion, but he is looking to effectively go out in style and go out as a 3-division undisputed champion. The reason I favor Canelo, though, is while I was impressed with what Bud looked like against Madrimov, he wasn't the same offensive fighter in that fight. At a higher weight, he wasn't the same guy, and now he's jumping up 2 weight classes. I know that when they stare off, like they did there, same kind of height, probably same kind of reach. Bud might have a little bit more of a reach advantage, but Canelo's got the strength advantage. Canelo's got the pop advantage, and I've maintained every time we've called the Canelo fight, guys, that to beat Canelo, you gotta let right hands go. You gotta be aggressive, you gotta throw. We'll see, maybe Bud will surprise everybody, and at 2 weight classes above, throw that right hand. Until then, I favor Canelo.
When he steps in the ring against Canelo, he'll have been out of the year been out of the ring for about a year, so he's had plenty of time to put on that weight. I could put on that much weight over Thanksgiving holiday, Sergio. What is Terrence Crawford going to look like when he steps into the ring?
I'm not worried about size. It's going to be about skill. I mean, Crawford is a power boxer. He's not going to move as much as William Scull tonight. He's going to stay in the pocket. He's going to switch lefty to righty. He's going to get the respect of Canelo. I can see Canelo's face being reddened up, but it's the size that's ultimately going to matter, because history shows that a great big man beats a great small man. But when that great small man is Bud Crawford, watch out, man. Watch out.
Well, it's a great matchup. Will it be a great fight? I know a lot of people are wondering that. Quickly before we go, guys, outside of the main event, which fighter really showed you something tonight?
What fighter really showed me something tonight, I would say is, it's a really good question, because tonight,
I know you were impressed by Badu Jack,
yeah,
41 years old.
I mean, two years old, 41 years old, very impressive, but all guys did pretty fairly. Just the main event, it was a real snoozer for me, so I would have to just say credit to all guys.
Yeah. I thought Jaime Munguia did a nice job going up against the guy that knocked him out, less than 6 months ago. I thought Munguia looked like a developed fighter. I thought the influence of Eddie Reynoso has been largely a positive for him. Now, by getting that win against Bruno Surace, he's right back on track, right back in the mix at 168.
Jaime Munguia is an easy one, but we got to give credit to a man that should have won tonight, F.A. Ajagba. I thought he's another man that didn't get credit for the boxing. I just thought it was a weird night of boxing of judging. Jaime Munguia, I think there's my answer.
All right, guys, let's go get some breakfast. Get out of here. All right. We hope you enjoyed tonight's fight card, the main event. What are you going to do? Sometimes it happens, ladies and gentlemen, regardless of the sport. It was a 0-0 soccer game with no shots on goal. That's the way it went down. It was Fatal Fury, Riyadh style, Canelo fighting outside of North America for the first time ever, and he becomes undisputed in the super middleweight division for the second time. For the entire DAZN crew, I'm Todd Grisham. Good night from Riyadh.
We can take a ride, we can take it slow. Your will is my law. I'ma let you be the boss, 'cause I'll go where you go. When you fall down, I'll get you back up again. The things you try are things that you won't regret. We are kings of the world, and tonight is our playground. We are kings of the world.